Hello, YouTube. You are live already. We are getting prepared for Dev24. And when I say you are live, then it is nobody, because nobody knows that it's there. And maybe you can hear myself in the background, because this is part of the preparation. I got to turn the volume down and now share the link for everyone so that everyone can also see it. It will be a little bit embarrassing for me to have this thing up front, but you'll survive. David, say hello.
Hi, everyone. We are getting ready and trying everything that we have set up to spend a wonderful 24 hours in a row, speaking about our favorite platform. Go grab your coffee and get prepared for the start in a few minutes.
Oh, my coffee. My coffee is in the kitchen. Oh, my God.
Now you can't go for that.
It will have to stay there for a bit. So from now on, people have the chance to know about this if they know now. Load liferay.dev/24, which now embeds the live stream. Indeed, it does. Okay, I guess it's time to start the webinar then. Now that YouTube is live, I will hit the button to start the webinar. And I'll say hello to everyone in the webinar. But for some reason, the embedded YouTube stream doesn't get audio. Or at least, oh no, I know what happened. Welcome, good morning. We are in the last stages of setting up everything for Dev24. I'm currently juggling the YouTube stream and the webinar. Up everything for Dev24. And now I have the sound for the webinar, as for the YouTube stream as well. Just in case you want to follow the YouTube stream instead of the webinar, the YouTube link or the YouTube stream is now embedded on liferay.dev/24, but you're welcome to stay here in the webinar as well. I got to see if we find someone here who is our among our presenters. And indeed, yep, I will make you a panelist. That's Umbrin. And we're waiting for Alex, but that shouldn't keep us from opening. David.
Hi.
Good morning to Madrid.
Good morning. Good morning. Are you feeling ready to start 24 exciting hours in a row?
Well, ideally, we would come back next week, because then we'll be really ready.
Yeah.
But we'll have to deal with whatever we're dealing with today.
Yeah. The problem is, if we wait for another week more, we will have more things, and
yeah,
it will be the same.
we'll just go for whatever. We'll go with whatever happened right now, whatever happens right now. And I'm sorting the many screens here, and what happens, hold on, weird things happen.
Well, the other thing of live stream like this with people from the community is that we can try to feel like at home, because of course we are at home, but we can feel ourselves comfortable and like in family. So if anything happens, it's because it should happen.
Speaking of which, as you say, at home, everybody is at home these days, and some people do something. And before we really open Dev24, we have prepared something that I would like you to start right now, David, which is what the Spanish team, or some people from the Spanish team, have done while they were at home. Because, well, what can you do at home? David?
Yeah, let me share my screen, and I will love to show you one little gift that some of our colleagues in the Spanish team gave us during this lockdown. And at the same time, pay attention, because some of the people performing this this surprise is going to actually be speaking at Dev24 a little bit later. So enjoy what they gave us.
Hola, buenas. ¿Qué tal? Sí, lo estoy poniendo ahora. Yo creo que nos da tiempo a grabar algo, ¿no? Venga, pues llama a los otros.
I used to rule the world. Seas would rise when I gave the word. Now in the morning I sleep alone. Sweep the streets that I used to own.
I used to roll the dice, feel the fear in my enemy's eyes, listen as the crowd would sing. Now the all king is dead, long live the king. 1 minute I held the key, next the walls were closed on me, and I discovered that my castle stand upon pillars of salt and pillars of sand. I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my mirror, my sword, my shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, once you go there was never an honest word, and that was when I ruled the world.
It was a wicked and wild wind, blew down the doors to let me in. Out the windows and the sound of drums, people couldn't believe what I'd become. Revolutionaries wait for my head on a silver plate, just a puppet on a lonely string. Oh, who would ever want to be king? I hear Jerusalem bells are ringing, Roman cavalry choirs are singing. Be my hero, my strong and sea. missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest war, and that was when I ruled the world. Singing, be my neighbor, my sword and shield, my missionaries in a foreign field. For some reason I can't explain, I know St. Peter won't call my name. Never an honest word, but that was when I ruled the world.
Oye, que esto ha fallado. ¿Hacemos otra?
Okay, well,
La pantalla aparece en negro.
sorry.
That was a good start.
Yeah. This is how a normal day inside our engineering team in Madrid looks like during the quarantine sessions.
You
No,
bet.
it's,
Yep.
it's just a joke, but it was a really nice gift that they prepared for us, and we wanted to share that. So I think this is a good start to set the mood for the rest of the day.
Yep. And as a reference to what I said before, that is Yanni in the YouTube stream mentioned that I was not that far away from saying like, oh, let's start again next week, because the YouTube stream's description says this is the test stream for tomorrow's Dev24 event. So we'll be back tomorrow. See you then. Okay, let's go with that. We're trying to fix that soon. And let's first go with what is this? So this is not your typical corporate event. This is a community effort for the event. And if I turn black, that's the battery in my good camera that I missed charging overnight. I'll just replace it with the bad camera as soon as it goes black. Well, this is a community event, which means we're all at home, we're all alone. We don't need to wear masks. I have one here, but we are celebrating the upcoming release of version 7.3 for Community Edition. That will be already GA3, GA6. That will also be GA1 for Liferay DXP. It's coming up. We are on time, but the release isn't. Nevertheless, we will present you, or we will have a lot of presenters who will give you some of their knowledge about the new version and about some of the knowledge of the old version for 24 hours a time. I'm just out of puberty, David as well, so we can totally rock this. David, anything from your end?
Well, I would like to welcome all of you here. And this is true that the release of 7.3 CE, GA6, and DXP are around the corner. So I don't know if any of you already attended the webinar that they ran yesterday with some of the features. But this today, what we are going to have is the opportunity to see more of what the community and the different developers, also some of them from the engineering team, have been doing with the release. So this basically is something that we are, this conference, this live stream is some idea that we recovered from some years ago. And hopefully we may repeat this in the future if this time it's a success. But again, from my point of view, I'd really like to have something done between us, between developers from the community, by the community, and for the community. Yeah, so this is what this should be about: community, community, community. So as Olaf stated in his first blog post, this is for us, for the people that write curly braces, for the people that are that love the code. So this is what we should try to do: enjoy the code, and enjoy the new features and our experiences. As I said before, we should try to keep in mind that we are in family, so it's important to share everything that we have, even the struggles or the drawbacks or anything that we have been doing. And we have the good opportunity that the engineering team is also very attached to the community. And proof of that is that we are going to have several good people from the engineering team. But in this case, take this his participation on the conference like, not like they are part of the engineering team, but like they are also part of the community. So that said, let me start introducing our first two speakers.
Now let's go first with we have lots of helpers during the day, lots of volunteers, lots of people who helped. True. And while David and me will do our best to actually stay awake all the time, other than my camera, which has now shut down, which means you'll see me in weird colors. I would like to say hello and welcome to our first co-host, who will be with us for quite a while now and then towards the end of the meeting as well, because it suits his daylight time very well. He is from Liferay India. Well, we'll talk about that later. I do know that he is a passionate cook, and I very much regret that I can't sample it, but we'll have lots of time. He will be our longest time co-host during the day, and we'll tag team, and that's it. Surya, say hello.
Hello everyone, so welcome to the session and it's good to be here. I'm excited to be a part of next 24 hours journey, and along with that I think we are going to learn a lot of things, new things especially. Yeah, so thanks Olaf.
And with that, back to David. Now do what you planned anyway.
Yeah, let me introduce our first two speakers. Maybe their faces look familiar to them because they are, as I said, they are participating in some of the previous conference, DevCons and symposiums, or maybe you have seen them in other places. They are part of the team who is responsible of one of the new features, or those features that have improved over the time. And basically they are going to show how we can have fun with some of those components. In this case, they are responsible of writing the new item selector that you will enjoy in the next version, and they are going to show us right from the source, because their hands were the hands that coded what you are going to enjoy. Please welcome from the Lima team in Madrid, Alejandro Tardin and Ambreen Chaudhry. So it's all up to you guys. Go on.
Hello everyone.
Good morning.
Hopefully you will enjoy this talk as much as you did the video of the music that we played, in which I was also. So if you haven't seen me at DevCon, you probably saw me in the video a few minutes ago. So I will share my screen so you can all see what we're going to show you. So as David said, we're going to talk about the item selector. So some of you might have had the pleasure of working with the item selector, but others might not. So I will show what the item selector is. So for example, when you are creating a blog entry, for example, okay, it's a bit slow, it's early in the morning. There you go. So if we create, for example, a blog entry, and you want to add an image like here. So this is the item selector. Is the dialog that you use across Liferay administration to pick stuff, to select documents or images or web content. There are lots of different places where we use this component. So the reason we want to talk about it is because we've improved a little bit the way it works, because it was especially the way developers interact with it. Because before 7.3, it was we had to write a lot of boilerplate for it to be working, and we were the ones suffering because we write item selectors a lot. Like every year, we have to write several of them. So we've improved how you create a custom view, because as you saw there, you can have several tabs. So it's a very composable component, so developers can extend it. And here is the current architecture for the people that don't know about it. As you can see, there are plenty of components. So I'll show you in a minute what they are, but just to have an idea of what we've done, we've simplified the JSP layer and the front-end layer that we use to open the item selectors. So as it's just one of the 4 or 5 components, but I will show you that it's actually a lot of code that we can now get rid of. And you, of course, if you have your own custom item selectors. So as you can see in this example that we have in the portal that has not been migrated to these new APIs that I will show you in a minute, the item selector is mainly you have to declare a view class with a render HTML method, and it all ends up in a JSP file, which is this one. And as you can see, this is a simple example, but it's still a lot of code, which is not only this, but also this display context objects. That is a lot of Java code. So this is very error prone. You can miss a lot of things. So we've tried to simplify that to make our lives easier and to make your lives easier if that's the case. So we've prepared a little demo for you so you can see it in action, and also we've made the code available, which is this little project here. We're gonna build a Pokemon selector. Hopefully you are all familiar with what Pokemons are, and I don't have to explain it. So this here, you have all the instructions. You have the links to the slide here, so you can learn more about the item selector. And I've prepared the commits in a way that is easy for you to follow if you want to have a deep look. So I'll proceed with the live demo. Hopefully nothing will go wrong. So this is a pristine instance of Liferay 7.3, as you can see here. And let's, no, not here. Let's edit the page, get rid of this. sample component. And here in widgets, that module that I showed you, the code, if you deploy it to Liferay, you will see this new fun category and this new Pokemon portlet that we can add to the page. Publish. As you can see, we have now a couple of controls. Brin will tell you more about this toggle here, but I will focus just on the selection. So as you can see, we can pick a Pokemon and get its stats. So this is all built on the item selector. It's a custom view that we built with the new APIs that I'm going to show you that simplify the development workflow. We have actually not written a single line of JSP code or front-end code. You'll see in a minute. So this is the Pokemon project. This is the same code that you can find on GitHub. I will paste, well, if someone is curious, I'll paste it right now in the Slack channel. And I'll show it to you. So first of all, this is the little JSP file. I said we didn't write a single line of JSP. I was lying. This is the actual JSP of the portlet, nothing related to the item selector. This is what you see. Sorry, what you see here. If I refresh the page, just the header and the button. And to integrate with the item selector, well, first, this you can see it on your own, but we've written a little Pokemon service that will retrieve all the Pokemon from this Poke API thing that is quite cool. If you like Pokemon, check this out because it's really nice. This is just the service layer, so it's a little Java class that will return the Pokemon for us. But the actual stuff that we want to show you is here. This is what we need to integrate with the item selector. So as you saw in this slide, we have return type, criterion, criterion handler, and selection view. So this map to these classes: criterion, return type, criterion handler, and item selector view. So these three are boilerplate of the item selector. They are used to build the item selector view because you can ask for several criterions and pick a lot of different things at the same time. So when you integrate with the item selector, you need to write one of these classes. You can just extend from the base, which we provide. So it's super easy. You declare the return type, which is the actual format. It describes more or less the format that the data will be returned in. So in this case, we just have a custom one, but you could have a URL or ID, depending on what you want. The handler is still boilerplate that declares that this criterion is available. And again, we provide a base so that you don't have to worry about it. The return type, really simple too, but the actual stuff is in the view, which I showed you before in the other here in a real life example. We also have a view. This one renders to a JSP, but this one, as you can see, I'm gonna make this smaller for now, just delegates to another object that we provide, which is the new API that we want to introduce, which is called the item selector view descriptor renderer, which renders an item selector view based on a descriptor. And this is how the interface looks like. It's just a bunch of methods. Most of them have a default implementation, so you don't have to worry about them if you don't need to. And basically, you define what you're going to be showing in the item selector view and how it's going to be displayed. The most important method probably is this get search container, in which you return a search container with the data that you're going to show. So as you can see here, we're calling the Pokemon service with some parameters from pagination because it supports pagination and search. So we provide the data with this method. And then we use this other method to return the descriptor of an item, in this case, a Pokemon, in which you define the image, you define the payload, which in this case is just the Java Pojo serialized as JSON, the title and the subtitle, and that is what you will see here. So this is title, subtitle, the image, and then when you pick one Pokemon, we generate this based on the JSON that is returned in the payload. But as you can see, you don't have to worry anymore about writing this view, because we had this same view, very similar with some differences all over the portal. So now we're migrating to this new thing for those places that are not customized enough to deserve their own view. So it supports the stuff like showing in a list view too, as I said, pagination below here. And it's all already made. You just need to declare here the stuff that you want to display and how to do it. So I've prepared also, just in case anyone wants to play with this live, we've prepared a site that I'll share here too. If I can move this, yeah. So the user is, hold on a minute, ash.example.com. And the password is Pokemon. So you can actually play with it if you want. I also added a comment section. You will hopefully see this in English, but my user is in Spanish. So you can add all kinds of comments here. You will all be logged in as Ketchum, which is the best Pokemon trainer in the world. So be careful with what you comment. And I think, well, how are we on time? We're fine. I can show you a little bit then the commit history, so that you can have a, well, it's mostly what I just told you. So, but first of all, if you want to do something like this, or you need to, this is a very nice example. The first commit is just the Blade template. I don't know if you're familiar with Blade, but it's the tool we provide for customers or even for us to create Liferay projects. So here's the command that I use to generate the template. So that's just the very basic template. I simplified it a little bit just to remove some stuff that it creates, but it's what you get from the template. Then, well, if you wanted to deploy it here, you have the instructions, which is the second commit that it just adds the stuff needed to deploy. And then what I told you, I added the item selector views, well, the Pokemon service first, which I already showed you, the item selector stuff. Then this is important. I didn't tell you about this. This is how we create an item selector URL. So I'll show you in the IDE. As usual in Liferay, you normally need a portlet to do stuff. So we have our portlet. And this thing is all you need to create the item selector URL that Ambrin will show you how to use in the JavaScript. So this, you say item selector, please give me the URL for this criterion. Here, as I said, you can build more complex criteria. Like you could say, I want to pick Pokemons and files and blog entries, and you would get a more complex view with all the tabs for each type of element. But in this case, we just want to select Pokemon. So this is all we need to do to create the URL. Then we inject it in the request. And Ambrin will tell you now how to actually consume that from the front end and make the dialog appear. So I will hand over to her.
Okay, so thank you very much, Alex. I will share my screen just when you allow
Yeah, okay, stop.
yes,
Sorry.
sharing. Okay, just a minute. So I hope you can see my screen. So this is the site where we deployed our code, and I'm going to go through the GitHub repo because I think it's more easy for you. So from the front-end side, well, Alex have told you how we can configure the views that appears on the item selector, but now we have to provide a way to open it. So the most common way is to have a button or an icon with a click event that opens this item selector. In our example, as you have seen, we have a play button. And this is down here. We have a React component that just renders a play button. And with on the on-click listener, we open the item selector. How we open it? This is the only method that you have to call. This open selection model is in our Frontend JS module, and all you have to pass through it is on one side this event name and the item selector URL that you have configured before and you receive on the request. Also the title, which is the title that you show here on the model. This is also configurable. And this is the onSelect function. This is the callback that you will set what to do with the selected item. In our case, we are just storing it as a state. And you can see below that whenever there is a selected item, we show this component, which is just the card with all the stats that you see here. So this section. So it's quite simple. It's just this method that you have to call for it. So, okay, it's quite simple. This is all you need to do for the most used case, which is to select one item. But what if you want to select more than one item? So this is also supported by our view, and we have to slightly change our code. For you to understand it, we have added this section, this button, which will only set if we want multiple selection or not. I will show you in the demo. The view changes a little bit because it adds a checker. So you can check as many items as you want. And then we have two buttons. Once you are ready, you click on Add button, and you can handle all your items as you want. So on the code, let me show you what we have changed. So from one side, instead of having one item, we will receive a list of items. And we have a Boolean value to set if it's multiple or not. This is a play toggle that sets this multiple button. And this, you have to pass it through the open selection model. This is just true or false. And depending on that, the view will change it or not. The URL, I know it's tricky, but we have to pass this multiple value through the request so the view can change it to show the row checkers or not. This will be simplified on the next release, and you will not need this, but for now, this is the way that we have. You also have to change the callback method. Instead of just receiving one simple value, we will receive a map. And that's all. This is what we do with the results. We just show a list of Pokemon items. And as you see, it's very, very simple to have single selection and multiple selection with this generic views. And I think this is all I wanted to show you. So, Alex, I'm not sure if you want also to.
Well, I think we have a few minutes left, so if you allow me to share my screen. Okay.
I think you are able to. Yes.
I just had this last step that we wanted to show if we have time, which was adding search support. So this, as you can see on my demo, there was a search bar here that if we search for Mew, we get Mewtwo. I encourage people that like Pokemon to try to hack this demo and find Mew, which was the hidden Pokemon in the first versions when I was a kid. Now I don't know any of the new Pokemons, but here we just can get this one. So to integrate a search, it's all baked in this new API that I showed you. So as before, it's just a matter of how you create the search container. Well, first you have to enable here that you support search, just a simple method, you return true, and the search bar will appear. And here we just need to pick the keywords. They are in the request, and use those keywords to do the search however you want. In this case, we've just hard-coded the search here with a filter, but you would probably want to use the Liferay search framework for this, which it was too much for this demo. And let me get back to here. It's just as simple as that. As I said, you just need to pick up the keywords, pass them to your service, and enable search, and you will be able to search for stuff and pick it. So I think this is it. Hopefully you liked it, and if not, the event will just get better. So good news for everyone.
Yeah, thank you all.
Bye-bye.
Well,
when the camera doesn't work. Thank you, both of you. Now we are good for a couple of questions, I guess, if we have the questions. And for that, we can go with a couple of streams. So you might know, oh, wait a second. I'm showing my ceiling. That's the wrong camera now. This is the right one. Yay. We are monitoring a couple of channels, which is the YouTube channel, which is the chat in the webinar, which is relatively quiet, which is good because there we have a good way of conserving it for the future. And we'll see if we find any particular questions. It doesn't look like there's questions now on YouTube. What we also keep an eye on is a Slack channel, which is the community Slack. You'll find that on liferay.dev/chat. That's where you can get the invite to a Slack channel. That's liferay-community.slack.com, I think. And there's a channel named event/dev.life. You will find that it's linked. And I see, Alex, you have already posted your link to the GitHub repo there. That's great. And a couple of other links, and you are on there, which means if we can, if you have any questions following up, and I missed them because I don't see them right now, it looks like you can find Alex and maybe also Ambrin on as well. That's good, on the Slack channel on event-life, and I see people joining there. That's great. Perfect. Well, thank you for opening with your with the first session on this day. Let me find my whole browsers. You know, it's a catastrophe dealing with, I don't know, 1, 2, 3, I can't even count the screens, but there is my agenda. We're still good in time, but we have the next speaker here. Or let me check with Alex and Ambrin first. How long did it take you to prepare all of this?
We've been working on it every little free time we've had, so I wouldn't know, but not too long. I don't know. It's
No.
several hours, let's say. I don't.
Yeah.
It's been, we've worked on it thoroughly because we wanted it to be polished and beautiful, but it hasn't been like a long time. So if people have a look at the commit history, they will see that it's not actually a lot. You just have to know all the pieces that you need, but once they are all there, it's not too much.
Yeah. And is this...
sorry, Olaf,
Yeah,
I want to say that I've seen the repo, and it's I encourage all of you, if you are interested, because it's very well prepared and you have different commits for the different steps. So it's almost like a tutorial. If you follow the different steps, you will really find out how long does it take.
Very good. And is this good for like for which version is this? Where does it start? Is that a particular GA in 7.3? Where if
I am not.
to GA2?
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure which GA, but it's definitely 7.3. But I can't remember exactly in which GA it made it to the product. But I can find that and post it in the channel. Good.
Any other question from David?
Yeah, we have another question on the YouTube channel, and
Perfect.
Ralph Sondak is asking, hi, how can we now via properties influence the look and feel and or sort orders of the columns in the listing displays for the selecting content?
So at the moment with the stuff that we've built, I'm afraid not, because we just went for the simplest possible selection. So we've added the management toolbar, but we don't have the ability to define the filters. But that is something that we definitely can look at and hopefully add it for the next version. But at the moment, we're not supporting filters in this specific view, but you can always resort to the previous way of doing this. So we haven't removed the old ways. It's just we've added a simpler one, which has some limitations, but it also has is easier to use. So it depends on your use case. But at the moment, I'm afraid the answer is no.
Okay, thank you for keeping an eye on the channels, on the different channels. It's always easier when somebody does that in the background. Can you see anything else there?
Yes, there is another question from, oh, sorry, hold on. This is the one that we just answered.
Yeah, looks like.
Oh no, I think this is a different one from Geert van der Plug, if I pronounce that properly. So he says that the item selector, if it is used from Liferay Course, yes, is the way we select content almost everywhere. We have other mechanisms, sadly, that overlap, but we're trying to do everything with the item selector as much as possible. And when selecting a nested web content item as part of the web content management, can we extend the selection screens, for example, to filter on structure tag category date? So you can probably do that with a custom item selector view. This one, as I said, is quite simple. You would have to write your own one. You can do some filtering with the stuff that we created. As I showed, there is a get search container method in which you provide the data. So you could pick stuff from the request and filter, make a custom filter, but there is no out-of-the-box support for that from our side on the item selector. You can do that, but you're a bit on your own. Hopefully that answers Geert's question.
Okay.
He said, okay, thanks. Okay.
And I see he answered, okay, thanks. That's good. And worst case, Alex, I guess you'll hang out a little bit in the Slack channel.
Yeah, definitely. They can get in touch at any time.
Okay. With that, we'll get to, how did they say at Monty Python? And now for something completely different. We're going into the containerized world. into the DevOps world, and I see our next presenter is already here. That is great. Okay, goodbye. Wait, well, thank you, Ambrin. Thank you, Alex.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, thank you all.
And welcome, Louis Guillaume.
Hi, Olaf. Can you hear me?
Yes, quite well.
Good.
If you can add a little bit more light, then we can also see you a little bit better. But
I don't have.
You're in the dark. You're in the dark.
Yeah.
Well, that's fine.
I'm sorry.
It's not that much light anyway in your background, so that will work as well. Louis Guillaume, colleague from France. I just want to say Frankfurt because it sounds so so similar, or it starts so similar, and I haven't been there in a while. Actually, I haven't been in France in a while. Who has, apart from you, for example? Louis Guillaume, well, has dealt with a couple of problems, solved them once and for all, I guess. His presentation is called Building a Health Check for a Containerized Liferay. And when we asked, why are you the authority in this field? He said, well, there's an app and I built it, which means he probably knows best and he probably is the authority in this field. Please welcome Louis Guillaume Durand.
Thank you, Olaf. And I'm impressed by your pronunciation of my name, which is even hard for French people. Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes.
Maybe I'm put in presentation mode if it allows me to. Yeah, for the authority, I'm not sure, but the idea is, yeah, what I wanted to do is something about how you define that Liferay is healthy in a containerized environment. And if there are any question in the chat during my talk, or if you guys have questions, don't hesitate to interrupt me so we can have a discussion. That's always a good thing. So the idea is I will start Liferay with Compose, and we'll see how we check. Usually we check when Liferay is up and running. And what we have out of the box is just, we curl on a specific endpoint, which tell you, okay, Liferay in Tomcat is up and running, meaning that Tomcat is ready to get connections, to get traffic. And because you have the C portal layout, you know that Liferay is installed in Tomcat and also ready to get some connections. But that is, something that you can test on, blank Liferay. I would say that you have nothing installed, it's fine. But what about a real world project, that you have your themes, you have modules. How does it tell you? How this endpoint does tell you that your project is ready? Not really indeed. And the fact is that maybe the first thing you would do is change the endpoint. And because you install a theme, you would do something like, okay, I would go to the OSGI context. So it also tells me that Liferay is ready, right? So let me check on this curl. So it returns nothing. It just doesn't hang anymore. And so the next step would be like, you go to my theme and maybe try to find some file like the main.js. And if you happen to retrieve that, it means that Liferay is also started, but not only that, but your theme is installed. And maybe you can say, okay, I assume that my project is ready because my theme is installed. I can fetch resources, but what about, I don't know, if you have like 20 modules and a bunch of them are Spring portlets, for example, and can take some time to build the application context for each of them. So it can take some time and your theme won't tell anything about it. So that's why I started the project. And first I have to do a shout out to Alan I mentioned in the README of the repo, because he started a health check servlet. So basically, he provided a new endpoint that would return some information, and that would be something customized, like health check servlets. If you check the repo, I put the link in the README. If you check the repo, you would see that he's returning some HTML to give some info, contrary to what we saw with the portal layout. We have no info whatsoever on what's going on. And not only that, but behind the scene, this endpoint is checking component states. So there's the OSGI level of checking how healthy is your application. And know that Liferay is all about OSGI. You have to, and your development is all about OSGI. You have to check that your different modules are up and running. So that's how it started. And I wanted to go a bit further because we checked on components. So this code is basically what he did. And here you see that we use the dependency graph from Felix to say, okay, I want the graph of components that are unregistered and have required unavailable. So you can easily retrieve that list, and if it's not empty, just return a status that would be like it's done. Another level would be the bundles themselves, and something you can do with Felix in the Google shell, like you have commands to say, okay, what's wrong? Where is the famous WTF in the Google shell? And you can check on the bundle state. So here you can list the resolved and installed bundles. So, and resolved would be not a proper state if it's not a fragment. So we have here to differentiate, is my bundle a fragment or not, because fragments are resolved and never active. But if it's not a fragment, it should be active. So you have to check on that. So we check also on that, and we return an error if there an issue in the startup regarding the bundles. So that's a new step, and what it provides you is, for example, I have a new endpoint that would be health/liveness, and if I hit that, actually I have an error because I prepared this demo, and you see that I have more information. Not only it would adapt the HTTP code, but it would tell you, okay, I found an issue, and this is what our loops were about. I have an issue with this bundle and with this bundle, and I have a generic message saying that, okay, there's some bundles required for and by the configuration. So this is another step, because imagine Liferay starting up and you provide, you're checking on the bundle states and the component states. And when, I don't know, Docker Swarm or Kubernetes or OpenShift is hitting your endpoint, it would check on the bundle state and would say, okay, everything is fine, but you have actually some bundle in queue, not even in installing state or anything from the OSGI container. It's very in queue and not visible from this. So it will say okay, but it's not really okay. So you have to mention that you have some required bundle in the sense that we have to define like a configuration that will say, okay, I put you the symbolic name of this bundle. Not only you have to check on the bundle states, but if all the states are okay, just check if this bundle is here, is present. And if it's not, just return an error, because I need this one. It's part of my project, it's part of the core business, so it's mandatory. So we see that on the portal, how I made it configurable, and it was the idea to go further, to have something that you could just take and adapt to any environment from your project. I'll zoom in a bit. and I go to control panel. Once this health check is installed, you can go to control panel configuration, system settings. I didn't create a new category, so you find any configuration, custom configuration in the third party. So you go to the third party and you have the hand check. And here you can see the configuration. So you see that I already prepared that. So I can just remove those symbolic names and just update. And if I check again, I would have something that, I have no issue because I don't have any required bundles and the status is up and the HTTP code is 200. So everything is fine. What you can see also with this configuration is that you may need to distinguish between the readiness and the liveness. It's not always the same thing that saying that, okay, saying my Liferay portal is ready means that I have to check on bundle state. I have these required bundles. Maybe the liveness is different. And by default, I have this configuration in the component. I said that I'd like to check, and this is just an idea and opinion, just to see that, just to show that it can be different. That maybe when you start Liferay, you want to be sure that all states are, a proper state, a desired state, meaning active or resolved for fragments. But during the runtime and the life of your project, maybe there are some bundle states moving from one state to another, because this is all dynamic in the OSGI runtime. So maybe you don't want to check on bundle state, but still you want to check if you have some, required bundle, like I put before, like Acme service, API, and maybe the basic implementation. So one mandatory implementation here, and you can update it. And if I try again, I should have the old message, and I could add maybe another one saying that I need also the web version of that, and I can update it. And live, I can just check on that and see how it goes. And because this configuration is an OSGI configuration, it means that you can test it on any environment and just export it. And then it can be part of your CI/CD and just deploy it anywhere you want and reproduce this configuration. Another thing from this is, and it was part of discussion we had internally when I shared this. I said, okay, I shared this because I see that there is a need to customize the health check from Liferay. And one of the discussion was, okay, my module being healthy, because this is what we want. We want to say Liferay portal is healthy because all my mandatory core modules, or every module, is healthy. But what does it mean from a module to be healthy? It can be very, very specific to a module. It's not only about the OSGI state of bundles or components. So that's why I added a simple interface, which would be health check service. And you have just two methods saying is ready and is live. And you can use, because this is exposed, you can use the response. It's just a POJO with the status. This is basically what we saw in the response here. So with the list of issues, a status, a message, and the status is just an enum. And you can use that. And an example would be this one with really nothing in here, but the idea is you could have your, for example, the Acme service imp, you could add a component. We can imagine that this module maybe is fetching something from an external API or an API into your company, whatever. It depends on another component, and if it's not available, this one cannot start and cannot be considered as healthy. So Here you would define just a simple component, say, okay, immediate true, just to make it start right away. The service is the interface you want to implement. So it's the health check service. And you will do here your own logic, okay? Your own logic here, and return a health check response. And, you know, build the list of issues. It's basically just a list of strings, but that can provide more details as you can see here. And same goes for live if you want a different logic for live, but you could just, you know, create a common method and code it from both methods. And this is what this health check also does with the service tracker. So it will check, let me find this. I don't remember exactly. Oh, it's here. So check individual bundle health. And we use a service tracker to check all components from that health check service. And we get the response from that. If one of them is down, we just return that in a list, okay? So this is basically it. I will share the repo in the dev.life Slack, where I put as much as information as I could about, you know, the choices and everything I told you about the configuration and how to implement the health check. So you will deploy this health check. If you want to use it, you will deploy this health check in your Liferay Portal. So it would be in a scope that is provided or compile only if you use Gradle. And basically you have access on the classes I show you about the health check service, health check response and status. So you can build your very own component to say, okay, what is a healthy module for me? And you can try, as I showed you here, you can clone this repo, just do a compose app build and just do some curl and trying things out. Like I showed you here with configuration or deploying your own module and see how it goes. So I think this is it. If you have any question, either Olaf, David, or anybody in the chats, I would be glad to answer them.
Good. Thank you, Louis-Guillaume. And that means I got to find all of the different sessions here. And maybe, hold on a second, and maybe also come up with a question on my own. Now, I've been working heavily in the background, so I'm not quite sure if you have already answered it. But as you said, app, and let me just check your screen here. Or David, do you come up with something? Because I'm just looking for now, I'm just looking at the screen for a bit.
I'm checking right now the Slack channel. Nothing, no questions so far.
That's good. So you have the YouTube repo, and as this is all containerized, this is nothing that's good for Liferay's marketplace, right? Or is it?
I didn't think about putting it in the marketplace for now, but you know, it's nothing fancy. So I would say I have releases on the GitHub, and I used GitHub Actions so I can generate for Java 11 and 8. So whatever flavor you're using, you can deploy it, and you see that's just a simple jar of 23 kilobytes. So I don't. So I would have a question maybe for you, Olaf. Is it worth it to publish this in the marketplace in an LPKG format that may require that you restart your Liferay for no reason?
Well, let's forward the question, because we have about 150 people that I'm aware of that are watching. And well, unless I'm doing something wrong. Well, I know that there's a group in Switzerland, Hello Switzerland, where several people. I think if I saw the picture on Twitter, it was like order of magnitude 5 to 10 people, but correct me if I'm wrong, who are watching all together. And I'd like to forward the question. So is it worth publishing these apps on the marketplace or not? And as our target audience here is people who write curly braces for a living, I know that you personally can totally compile it, but think of your organization. Would they rather like something from the marketplace, or would they rather have you download it, compile, and deploy in their environment? So if you go with, I'm having an eye on the YouTube chat. David, if you keep an eye on Slack.
Yep. Well, meanwhile, we have a question that I don't know if has been really resolved by Robert Meissner, which says, where is the list with the needed bundles?
Yeah, the needed bundles. So someone answered, I'm just checking here, that you go to system settings, third-party health check. So I'm in the messages he got in issues. So how do I build the messages from issues? So if we go to the, for example, for the bundle that is checking, so okay, verify bundle. Let me find my thing. So I have issues, add all, and I list resolved bundles. And here I'm going to, I'm looping over the bundles. I'm checking the state. And yeah, the list of, let me check. Yeah, this is it. I just resolved bundle names. I put a list here that I return, and it will be part of the messages. So I believe if I go there, this message come from not exactly here, but it would be on the individual. Let's go in the proper method here. Individual health check. Where are you? Where are you? Check this. Okay. Issues, add, get issues. Yeah, this is maybe not really readable, but the thing is that I get the response from the individual bundle check. No, it's not this one. Sorry, it's required. We are looking for required bundles symbolic name. Okay, and I'm checking if they contain this one. I'm not sure. Okay, check individual. Yeah, basically I'm, this is here. So the issue, so we create, bundle symbolic names, and I put in a stream. I do a filter and just a map and saying the bundle, I put the symbolic name here, was not found, I written as a list. And this is part of the response where there's an issues array. I hope I I answered the question. I was not too messy doing this. So you're welcome.
We have a couple of questions more.
Okay.
Well, actually, I have a question and a response for your question. The question is from Ibai Wet, and he asks, what about running some commands in the health check system commands?
So what you want to do is, run system commands. So you could, I believe you could do that, using the component. Basically, you could here in Java just, use a process builder to run system commands. So you could check on some things on the system. So yeah, eventually if you're running in a custom Docker file where you install some required libraries, for example, and you have some commands that could check on that. I believe you could use process builder here. I think this is the one to, yeah, process builder and run your things. So I believe you could do that and check on the, the exit code, and then if it's not 0, I believe you can, return a check response down.
Well, we also have another question from Geert van der Ploeg. Sorry if I don't pronounce it well. He asked, did you consider including a health check item for page contests? Something like an HTTP request to localhost 8080 should return at least title, whatever, closest title.
So what you want is to insert, if I understand correctly, insert some messaging page content that would come from the health check. I believe you could do something like that, because as I mentioned, as big shout out to Alan, providing this first health check servlets. This is what it does. Maybe we can go to his repo quickly just to check on that and see if it's something that you're looking for. So you see here, so the difference between Alan and mine is I do JAX-RS endpoints and did a servlet, but here is generating HTML to give info. But instead of having something in JSON flavor, you would have something in pure HTML that you could display in the page. So I want to come back a bit on the marketplace, because
for that I have a response, and Gert also says that about whether it's worth to publish the health check to marketplace. He said yes, because it's really useful immediately without customization. So he'd rather install it from the marketplace.
We have another fun answer there on YouTube, which is from Sasha, who says, simple solution, add the health checks to the Liferay CE version as a standard bundle.
This is what I hope. I hope it would get to, but I'm a sales engineer, meaning I'm neither a sales or an engineer in some way. So so that's why the authority is like a big word. It's just, I thought about that because I deal with customers and the community, and we talk about that later, David, I believe, about the user groups. I see the struggle in containerized environment, and I want to try things and iterate on that, but I'm not sure if this is a good direction, if this is the design that the community is looking for, or even Liferay is looking for. So it's like, I would say, an advanced POC. So if you believe it could be on the marketplace, I would check how I will do that, because I never did that. But the first idea was, I saw also people in projects doing their own, health check. And I was like, so they already started doing that. So maybe they want to just fork the code and do their own version of it. And because it's open source, you can just get it and change it, do whatever you want. But if you find it easier to have it from the marketplace, so I understand, and I will take some effort to do that.
I have a tip for that, which is at 3 UTC tonight, like next night. I don't know, how do I say that? It's like tomorrow, but in the night at 3 o'clock UTC, 3 a.m. So deep in the night, we have Brian Walban here, who is working on the marketplace team. And a part of his presentation will be how to get involved, how to reuse, and how to publish something on the marketplace. So if you're up to that, I know in France, 3 o'clock UTC is 5 o'clock in the morning. So you have a chance to be up then if you go to bed early, or if you just stay up with us.
I try to stay up. I'll do my best.
I must say that there are some other comments on the YouTube stream, and I say that people really will love to see this feature out of the box. I can, for example, quote Cedric Henry, which is asking if we are, for example, on DXP Cloud, is it possible to change the official Liferay image health check with your health check feature? So
Yeah,
I don't know if you are familiarized with doing this kind of things in DXP Cloud.
So if you check the repo from Alan, this is why he did that. It was because of the project, and I believe was for liferay.com, if I recall. And you see an example of the JSON you would have to control the probes in the DXP Cloud. So you can change the path, you can change the port. And the important thing we didn't mention, but this is not part of the ad check itself, it's part of the orchestrator to tell, okay, what the initial second delay, when you check on this endpoint, what is the timeout and what are, failure and success thresholds. So you see that this is a configuration from the DXP Cloud, and you can change it. So you could install Allen, health check, mine, whatever you were on, and change it.
Okay, and lastly, because I think that we are almost out of time, Aliasgar Capadilla asked, can this solution be deployed on a clustered environment? And can we configure the load balancer web server to send requests only if Liferay server is up and running?
So I would say this would be the job of the orchestrator, like Kubernetes. The job is, his job is to keep your cluster of 2 nodes, for example, in this desired state. So for example, in the deployment file, you would say, okay, I have replica as 2, and this is your cluster. And this is its job to keep it in this state. But to keep it in this state, he has to know what does it mean for one node to be dying or dead, so he can, restart or create a new pod with your Liferay and keep this running. And then it would be the service from Kubernetes that doing the job of, getting data from one pod to another and keep it up and running. So this is really, finally, if we dig in, we say, okay, so the problem is how to know that Liferay is up and running, and how to tell to Kubernetes that he has to start a new pod, for example. So that's why we need a more accurate endpoint to do so and keep your cluster up and running. I hope it answers the question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Otherwise, you know where to go, I guess. Well, that's, I don't know whom I say you to. Louis Guillaume, if you like, you're welcome to hang out in the Slack channel as well. That's liferay-community.slack.com, or go to liferay.dev/chat to get an invite if you're not already on that channel. And there we have the channel event dev.life, which incidentally is the name of the YouTube channel that we're streaming to. And we have this webinar as well. So find all of the information there. That would be great. And then if there is any follow-up question, that's it. If you are up tonight at 3 o'clock UTC, by the way, all the times that I'm mentioning are UTC. I even switched my computer back to UTC because it so utterly confused me to see all of the different times here. I am now living on UTC, and I'm wondering why I'm already so long up at only 8:20 UTC. Anyway, thank you, Louis Guillaume.
Thank you, guys. See you later.
See you later. And that brings us to our bridging, which means that I'm just seeing on the big screen now that I'm here, I'm seeing I have forgotten something. And if you look at me, this, at the beginning at 7:10, we had a session in there that was, is this DEF CON? But there's a history to that. And I want to use this reminder of the DEF CON t-shirt to give you those, how do I say, that information. So this is Dev 24. This is not DEF CON, because we couldn't pull off a DEF CON all on our own. This is basically an effort with the community, with a couple of people. We have Surya here, who is currently co-hosting. We have several people working behind the scenes, but it's all more or less well, a voluntary action from a couple of people who are doing some other stuff for a living. So this is not DEF CON, but this hopefully is, well, good enough for you to hang out in the channels, in the Slack channel, in YouTube, and so on, and just meet people here and learn about the new version. There is some information about DEF CON that I am aware of, and I'm not supposed to tell you. But the bad thing is, what I know already is not enough to tell you anyway. So this feels a bit like that one DEF CON where they put me on stage and said, well, and now you announce where the next DEF CON will be. And the next DEF CON was in to be determined. So it wasn't out by then. And I think that was Amsterdam that we were in, that I couldn't present that it will be in Amsterdam, or it was the one that should be in Amsterdam. I can't remember. Anyway, there are plans for DEF CON. There are plans for a proper DEF CON. But if that will be, where that will be, when that will be, if that will be online, I'll leave that to the DEF CON team. And they're preparing something in the background. News are almost out, so get your propeller head spinning. Think of something that you want to submit, because we will rely on your calls, on your submissions, even for DEF CON. Speaking of calls for submission, this, we told you, is a community event, which means you might wonder, where's the community? So far, we have seen 2 people from Liferay, and even the hosts and co-hosts are from Liferay. Now, this is the first time today where we bring on someone. Actually, we had 3 speakers. We had 2 sessions, but 3 speakers. So this is the first time we bring on someone not from Liferay, which is naturally then the community. He is working at Firelay, which is a company that offers Liferay hosting, a longtime partner. And I'm just wondering, this is a Liferay event or a Liferay related event. We have someone from Firelay here. That must mean that Lex is somewhere around. Lex, let us know in which channel you hang out. If it's on YouTube, if it's on the webinar, or if it's on Slack. You must be here. That just always happens. Whenever there's a Liferay event, there is a Lex, and Lex is one of the guys at Firelay, one of the colleagues of Pablo. I don't know how they relate to each other, if one is the boss of the other, but Pablo is actually continuing our current short series on DevOps, because, well, Firelay is all about hosting, and so is Pablo. Well, let him tell you what he really is all about. So I'd like to introduce deploying Liferay consistently and effortlessly on OpenShift. Welcome, Pablo, and I'll probably butcher that name. Is that Nunez?
That's right.
Wow.
Good morning, Olaf, and
quick call.
Good morning, David. Nunez. That's right. Pablo Nunez. Okay. So good morning, everyone, or good afternoon, or good evening. I don't know. I hope you're having a good day. So my name is Pablo Nunez, and I'm going to talk to you about deploying Liferay on OpenShift, and I hope effortlessly. And let me tell you a little bit about myself. I've been a Liferay developer for more than 6 years when I was working back in Costa Rica, and now that I moved here to the Netherlands, and I started working with Firelay as a DevOps consultant. And I found pretty interesting all of these things that Liferay has been doing in terms of deploying Liferay, trying to achieve a continuous integration and continuous deployment in a standardized way for our customers. So basically, I'm going to talk to you about best practices that we in Liferay have been developing and improving from years ago, and now we have something really, I think, really nice going on. And before I start, let me give you a general introduction about what's exactly OpenShift. So I guess most of you are familiar with the Docker concepts. So you know Docker is all about containers, and then probably most of you have heard or know about Kubernetes. That is basically about container orchestration. And so then, what is OpenShift? OpenShift is built on top of Kubernetes, and on top of that, well, to start with, OpenShift is a Red Hat product, and on top of that, Red Hat has added security fixes and security policies and monitoring tools, CI/CD integration, and a bunch of new concepts to what we already know about Kubernetes. That is an open source project, and that's basically it. What you're seeing right now on the screen is the OpenShift cluster interface that I'm going to use today to make you the demonstration. And also I will be showing to you what we applied, a philosophy that we apply at Firelight that is based on GitOps. The main idea of GitOps is having a Git repository that contains the description of the infrastructure that you desire to have, along with an automated process that makes the environment to match, that describes the state of what you have in the repository. So let's start about looking into what we have here. What I have here. We advise to our customers to have at least 3 projects. So you can see I have 3 projects based on running Liferay. I mean, dev, UAT, and production. And you can have as many environments as you want, or as many environments as your quota allows you to have, because you will have a quota, of course, and assigned. And you might be wondering as well, what is this 4th project that you can see here? So this tools project is basically the project in charge of orchestrate the rest of the environments. In this case, is the project in charge of orchestrating dev environment, UAT, and production, as you can see here. So let's start with looking into this tools project. Inside my tools project, I have Nexus application and Jenkins application. Jenkins in charge of running my pipelines, and Nexus in charge of storing the artifacts that comes out from the pipelines. Okay, so if you are not familiar with this user interface, I'm going to just quickly mention to you that what is a pod? A pod is basically, inside the pod is running a container. It can run, you can have many containers inside a pod, but the usual scenario is that you just run 1 container per pod. And I click on the pod, for example, and you can see that I have plenty information about what my pod is, how my pod is configured. And the same for my Jenkins. Oh, wait a second. Okay, the same for my Jenkins instance. And this and I do you remember that I talked about GitOps? So let me show you what I mean about that. I have 3 repositories here: the dev repository, the UAT repository, and the production repository. And each of these repositories contains the description of the environment. So I have here my Jenkins files. I have here the templates to build the applications. You can see that are YAML templates to build, for example, database. All of this contains how do I build, how I'm going to tell OpenShift to build my database in this case. And whatever change I need to do to the environment, it has to be done here in a Git repository. So let's say I want to adjust my Jenkins definition and add a new stage or something, or add a new logs or whatever. Then I have to do that here, and OpenShift will read from here and will execute it. So in that way, you always have a source of truth, and you always keep track of the changes that you are making, not only to your source code, but also to your environment. And as you can see, all of these tools are dev familiar. You don't need to be a sysadmin or something else to be able to handle a Liferay environment in OpenShift. So that being said, let's go back to my tools project and let's start with the pipelines. So I have my pipelines here, 1 pipeline per environment. And talking about the pipelines, we usually suggest or advise to implement 2 different approaches for the pipelines. One approach is the hot deploy approach. That is basically have your changes as fast as you can to the environment. And the other approach is to have Nexus approach. Is the Nexus approach. The Nexus approach is basically you stored the artifacts previously, but using the semantic versioning, and then you tell to the pipeline which artifact and which specific version you want to deploy to this X environment. Okay. To the environment. In this case, development environment is implemented to be hot deployed, and UAT and production environments are implemented with the Nexus approach. So what do I mean with hot deploy, for example? Let me change here to the dev environment. As you can see, I have here my database, my Liferay running, and an Nginx. I have put this for this demo purposes. I'm not using Elasticsearch. I'm using just embedded Elasticsearch that Liferay provides. And I have here my Liferay 7.3 CE beautifully running. And I have here my source code, just Liferay workspace. We advise to use a Liferay workspace because it has a lot of benefits to develop Liferay. And I have here my just a dummy model. So Pablo, me, Pablo, as a developer, I'm going to work on something, then I want to commit my code and push it, and let me push this. And as I push my code, you can see that immediately my pipeline automatically is starting to run and is reading whatever the dev settings are telling to execute, and then is going to deploy to my dev environment as fast as the compile or the Gradle allows it to go. And I'm seeing here that I have to deploy artifacts, and if I want to take a look to what it's doing behind the scenes, I can click here and view logs. That's going to redirect me to the Jenkins instance that has single sign-on already built in with my user that I am using for the OpenShift console. And you can see that I can see immediately the user. Okay. So let's see here. Should be deployed. You can see that as soon as the build allows me to go, I have my deploy already reflected into my dev environment that is in the cloud. It's living in my dev project that I just showed you. Let's say then I keep doing hot deploys and whatever changes I need to do to my code. And then I have this portlet ready, and I need to deploy this or promote this change, this module to UAT. So let's see what UAT has right now. UAT, I'm going to product UAT. Then I click here to see what my Liferay has. So UAT has something that is called version 1.2.1. What does this mean? Because I previously was playing with this, of course, to make sure this is was working. And if I go to my Nexus repository, that is going to host only the artifacts that are coming out from this project. I need to sign in here and see what artifacts do I have. So you can see that I have a bunch of artifacts related to my Hello Firelight model. And it happens to be that this UAT has deployed the version 1.2.1. That is this jar file. So let's say I'm now ready to move this dev24 module to my UAT. How do I do this? Okay, again, all is stored in a Git repository. So I'm going to go to my configs. And as you are already familiar with this Liferay workspace, we are used to have all our configs inside the configs directory. And I have here my UAT directory that is going to tell to the pipeline what extra files and which artifacts do I want to have inside my environment. So one of the files that I want to have for this environment is this portal.exe properties. And one artifact that I want to have, as I show you, is the 1.2.1. So how do I promote this? First, I have to make a tag with the version that I want to have. And let's create quickly tag here. Let's call this the version 1.3.0. And let's create a tag and push it. Yes. And now I'm going to tell to my dev pipeline, that is the one in charge of publishing my artifacts, that I want. Oh, I missed one thing here. I need to update this, of course. So I'm going to tell to my dev pipeline that I want this hello Firelay upload to Nexus using the tag 1.3.0 that I just created. So it wasn't needed to run this pipeline manually, actually. I can cancel this and start this again just by changing this. So as soon as I commit this, a new pipeline gets triggered. It's deploying wherever the branch is configured. So you are telling which branch is deploying right now to the environment. That's also found here in the dev settings of my dev environment. So I'm telling you are deploying right now from master branch. And when the pipeline gets to the stage of building and publishing, it's going to read for my artifacts CSV that is indicating that I want to publish a new artifact to my Nexus environment. So as you can see, I have my new version of Hello Firelay here. Once this version is already in my Nexus, then I can use the Nexus approach for UAT environment that I have already implemented in the UAT environment to deploy it to my UAT. So let's go to, okay, this is fine. My UAT artifact needs also to be changing, because before it was pointing to 1.2.1 as I showed to you, and now needs to point that I want to have the 1.3.0 of this artifact deployed. So let's deploy this. Okay. And let's switch here to my tools project. And the Nexus pipeline is, I need to trigger manually in this case. There is no automatic triggers. We don't advise to implement any kind of automatic triggers for UAT and production, because it has to be something that you are not going to do often, of course, as the dev or test environment. And it's more secure also to that you indicate, actually, I want to make a deploy to UAT. So I'm going to start a pipeline because right now I want to make a deploy to UAT. And that's what I'm going to show you now, that we have this stage that is called source to image build. You might be wondering, what's this source to image build? So let me show you source to image build is. What is that? I'm here on builds, and you can see that I have here running a new build, OpenShift build. What is this build doing? This build is building my Liferay image and is downloading the Liferay from whatever we have. We have that this zip Liferay in our private Nexus in this case, and it's applying in the if we are going to work with DXP versions, then we apply fixpack here. We download the specified artifacts here to the image. And as you can see, for example, I'm downloading here the artifact hello file, and we are getting all what Liferay needs to have in just wrapped in an image. Configurations, artifacts, fixpacks, everything is included in the image. Once the image is done, it's getting pushed to the OpenShift private container, and finally is getting promoted to the specified environment. In this case, it's going to be promoted to UAT environment. So right now in UAT, let's wait a bit for this to finish. It's finished and it says promoting image to my UAT environment. As you can see, right now, a new deployment gets triggered to my Liferay deployment. My old pod gets killed, and a new pod is going to start up just now. OpenShift allows me to view what's going on behind the scenes as well. So it's trying to attach the volume. It has failed because this kind of volume doesn't allow the multi-attach. And then was able to attach the volume. You can see here that it was killing my old pod. It is gone. It doesn't exist anymore. Now it's pulling the new image that you have seen, we have previously created in the tools project. The image is now promoted to UAT, and it's being pulled right now. And container is started created. So let's see what container is creating. When container starts creating, I'm going to show you right now one of the another nice things that OpenShift in user interface has. So you no longer have to go to the directly to the console to see the logs or tail the logs, and the logs are already here. All those configuration is already predefined. I click here on logs, and I can see how my library is starting up with a new image. What else can I do here? I can see how much memory and how much CPU and how much traffic my Liferay instance is using, receiving, or consuming. For example, since this pod is new, that information is not ready now. But let's try here in the metric side. Well, somehow it's just loading. Anyway, maybe I can show you later. But let's take a look here to my library that is getting started run. And let's wait a bit here to finish. You guys see the pipeline? It's waiting for the Liferay image to be up. What else can I do here? I can inspect whatever the container is running just by clicking into terminal access, terminal tab. And you can see I have my Liferay, home, what I have here. Okay, all the information that I need to show. What else? For example, let me take a look to this Portal EXT. So this Portal EXT, as I said to you before, is getting from the UAT directory that is here. And if you want to have different properties, of course, that's completely advisable to have a set of different properties for each environment. You don't want to have the same for all. Then you can just divide here, and the pipeline will get in charge to put the configurations in the desired environment. Yep. The instance is ready. What else can I show you here is the how easy it is to scale up my applications. That's another cool feature. Let me show you. Let me go maybe to a different project here. Let's say I want to have 2 instances of my Liferay or my Nginx or whatever. Then I just go to my deployment config, the latest one, and I say, okay, Nginx, just duplicate your capacity. I want to have 2 instances here. The second instance is getting started. I'm going to have 2 pods here running. The same I can do with Liferay pods, but I'm not going to do this right now because I need to just adjust a bit Liferay, as you know, cluster configurations, and put the property to have Liferay properly configured as a cluster. Otherwise, it will break. And I have not configured this for this purpose, so I cannot show you that. But it's completely possible, and it's working in the same manner. For example, I have here my wait a bit. Yep. And let's take a look to my UAT environment again. It's up. Let's load this. And I have here the version that I wanted to have, the version 1.3.0 deployed to my UAT environment. And the same process, once I test this model, this version, the same process applies for production environment. I go to my production environment and say, okay, it's time to go production 1.3.0. I run the pipeline, and it's going to get the same artifact that I have just tested into the Liferay image that is going to go for production. Each of the environments has a different set of images. I can show you this here, so you can see that the images for each environment doesn't collide with each other. If I am playing with dev Liferay image, that doesn't mean that the Liferay image for acceptance or production is going to maybe get lost or something. Are different, completely different things, or isolated things. I think that's pretty much what I wanted to show you for today. And what else I can show you is just tell you that also OpenShift has a way to interact with it through a console. So I have here the console, and for the console lovers, you can also work with this. And we have a bunch of, with the OC client, we have a bunch of, OpenShift has a bunch of commands that allows you to copy files from the pod. So I'm going to, you're using project, so I say, okay, I'll say OC get pods, and I have the name of the pods that are running, and I see OC copy from the pod database, for example, from the path tmp liferay.sql, and with this command, I just copy from the container to my local environment, whatever backup or database dump I have made in the, or I want to have on my local. In the same way, if I want to transfer from my local to the environment, it's just playing with the CLI commands, and yes, as easy as I'm showing you right now. Okay, I think that's pretty much right now for me. So let me talk with Olaf. I think I need to talk right now.
Okay, then that's a big thank you for you. And we have a lot of questions in the Zoom webinar question list. Let me see, it will be hard to answer them all in the scheduled time, but we are a little bit flexible to the end. So we have 10 minutes until the next speaker, who is also already here, so we don't need to be nervous there. I'll also keep an eye on the other questions. There are lots of them from Tomislav here in Zoom. And in case we don't get to them, Pablo, could I ask you to either answer them here or carry them over? Tomislav, let us know if you would be available on the community Slack as well. And Pablo as well, are you there to answer them? But I'll start asking the questions for now. What happens if the pod is restarted and you have a few portlets deployed? Do you store OSGI folder on a persistent volume? Well, let's start with that.
Yes. It's just a matter of storing the portlets in a persistent volume, so you don't lose the current deployment of what is running there. So yes.
Okay. Can you see the questions as well? So
yes, I can see it.
Okay, that's good. So there's a follow-up on the first one, but let's hope that's well answered with the first one to go quick. How does portal scaling work? We use Enterprise Edition. How does Liferay calculate license usage? So do you take care of Enterprise Editions or DXP?
Yes, we have also Enterprise Editions, and it's in the same way you're using in a regular in an old-fashioned environment. We just copy put in there in the container the license or the XML file and the activation key. I mean, and that's it. We haven't had any issues with that. The containers reads it fine, and yes.
Okay, that probably, I'll have to add something that probably adds some extra on how's that, on auto scaling. So as when you say you rely on the license then to be deployed, then it might be hard to auto scale, just dynamically auto scale.
It could happen that you will find an issue if you auto scaling. You are not allowed to have 5 nodes and you are only allowed to have 2. Then you will find that at creation time of the pod. But yes.
Okay. How do you propagate between environments? UAT to production, I guess.
I think that's what
you showed that.
Yes, I showed that. Maybe he put the question before I started showing.
Yeah, probably. They are in for a bit, like now for 20 minutes. Do you implement readiness and liveness checks on Liferay Portal pods?
Oh, of course. Yes, that's another key part. Yes,
Follow-up question. How do you stand with Louis Guillaume's health check? Well, you might have missed his presentation because you were preparing for your own one.
Ah, really? Can I share my screen again? Maybe I can show you what's.
Sure, go ahead.
Okay. So let's take a look here to this production environment. So there is something here in each deployment that I have a lot of options to add new storage, to edit the resource limits. So, for example, I didn't show this part, but it's just as easy as say, okay, this Liferay needs more memory here. I'm going to adjust this as long as my quota allows me to go, because I have a quota assigned, for example. And this quota is applied for all the projects that I'm currently running, the 4 projects that we were seeing before. And yes, going into the details of the questions that I apply. Wait a second. I go to my Liferay deployment, and there is something that's called health checks. So in health checks, we have the readiness prop and the liveness prop that are in charge of telling when my pod is ready to receive requests, and when my pod is failing for any reason. If the pod is failing a specified amount of times or for a specified amount of time, then the pod automatically gets killed and a new pod gets starting up. So yeah. All this configuration is also stored in a GitHub. So way I have all this configuration stored in a template file that is read from my repository. You can see here. For example, you see here I have all my configuration for readiness prop, liveness prop. So it comes from here.
Perfect. Okay, then let's move over to some questions from YouTube so that we don't get everything from one source. Sasha is asking, have I understood it correctly that the Hello Firelay bundle will build? After that, the build pipeline creates a full Liferay Docker image to deploy the whole Liferay installation or Liferay. I've just been reading it. I didn't.
Can you repeat that, please, for me?
Yeah. So have I understood correctly that the Hello Firelay bundle will build? After that, the build pipelines create a full Liferay Docker image to deploy the whole thing.
Okay, we build the code, and for the hot deploy approach, the model that just gets built is just copy over to the already living Liferay in the dev environment. That's one of the approaches. So Liferay image doesn't get recreated. We copy the model to the deploy folder, and that's it. Oh, well, we also copy the model to the persistent volume directory. So if the pod gets restarted, just gets the model from there.
Mm-hmm.
The other approach is to push the artifact to the build OpenShift object that I showed you, the source to image thing. So the artifact gets pushed to the source to image process, and that process copies the artifact inside the image. So the image already contains that version of the artifact, and that's it. So yeah, that's basically what is happening.
Okay. Well, with that, let's close with the questions here. So would you be available on the community Slack afterwards?
Yes, I can be available. Just send me. I don't have, I think, the access there right now, but maybe if you share to me, there's no problem.
Okay, yeah, there's a couple more questions there. That is, are you using official images? Are they patched already, and so on?
I can answer those quickly if you don't mind.
Yeah, but we're currently well in time, and we're running out of time here.
Okay, no problem.
So instead of
anyway, Pablo, sorry, Olaf, if you can take a look at the YouTube stream channel. You will have those questions in there, and you will be able to
and I'll send you the links as well.
Yeah. Okay.
Good. Then let's come up with the next speaker, and we have Surya here. Let's go.
Hey,
Surya, your
good.
screen.
So everyone, I hope all are having a good time, and this is the time that we bring up Martin. Martin is one of our sales engineers in England, Spain, and he has done lots of jobs on Headless API. So he is here with us to go through extending the Headless API with our custom module. So over to you, Martin.
Hey, how are you guys?
Doing great.
I'm here having coffee.
Pass it on.
Okay, so, well, let's start. I wanted to do this presentation because when I started to work with the APIs in Liferay, I spent a lot of time looking for documentation, digging in some configurations, debugging some code, and a lot of things that I had to do. That I thought, okay, if I had some advices, some tips, some information about all of this, I can do this job in just 30 minutes, and that's my motivation for today. Okay, my motivation is show you that you can extend the APIs in Liferay. You can create your own web services for your custom models in Liferay just in 30 minutes. Okay, it's a little bit ambitious, but let's go for it. Okay, first of all, let me talk to you about the APIs. As you know, we have a few ways to implement new APIs, new web services in Liferay. Okay, we have the classic JAX RS system where you can develop your endpoints using a standard library, which is very useful. And we have the pretty new headless APIs where we have additional functionalities and additional things that we can take advantage of. Okay, so the idea is today work with the headless APIs. You would say, okay, but I know how to use the JAX RS libraries and it's easy for me. Why should I use the headless APIs? Okay, that's a good question. Let me say to you that the headless APIs and the tool that you are going to use to extend these headless APIs called the REST Builder, okay? First of all, will generate automatically all the code that you need to implement in JAX RS, such as annotations, converters, support for multivar, okay? Everything will be generated automatically. And that's a very good point, okay? So that's one point. Other point, it provides the functionality to have your responses in both ways, in JSON and XML. You only have to configure which way you want to show, or both of them. And the REST Builder will do the job for you. Other thing that you have in both ways is that you can get your web services in the classic RESTful API, or you can get it in GraphQL. And all of that, as I said, it's generated automatically. So that's something that is very important. Other thing that is important is the security of your code. If you use the headless APIs, okay, you can take advantage or you can delegate your authentication in Liferay. You can use OAuth directly and their scopes to configure the access to your APIs. That's great. And the last thing that I think that is probably the most important, it's that you will develop with consistency. I mean, the headless APIs follow the Open API standard. And that's good because if you speak the same language that the other persons in the world, they will understand what you want to say. And that's the idea. All the things, all the APIs, all the web services that you are going to develop with, the RESTful services that you are going to develop with the REST Builder will follow the Open API standard by default. That's a good thing, okay? So let me share my screen just in a moment, okay? Let me look for the right screen that I have here. Okay. I think that that is the right one. Okay. So first of all, let me give you some clues about where to find the right documentation, because there is a lot of documentation that you can get in the internet. But this is, I think, in my opinion, is the right one. Okay. The first thing that it's important is this afternoon or this evening, you have a talk, you have a presentation by Javier Gamarra. And this guy is the team leader of the APIs team in Liferay. So I think that this presentation is going to be very, very interesting. And for sure, he knows a lot more than me about the Headless APIs. So if you are interested in this topic, don't miss it. Okay. If you other thing, other place where you can find information, documentation, it's in the help.liferay.com, the Health Center in Liferay. It's the official documentation, okay? And that is pretty new. It's pretty new and pretty good. It's pretty good. It's pretty complete, and you have a lot of information, pieces of code that you can use as template, and definitely information how about you create your OpenAI profile, which is the profile that you are going to create to define your objects and your endpoints, and some clues and very interesting thing. Okay. Other place that are very interesting is this post wrote 1 year ago by David Naviger in the community blogs. Okay. It's very clear. He explains here how to create your APIs and how to configure each piece of code, what it's mean, and all of that information, all that stuff that's very important and very interesting. The only thing that you have to be careful is because it's wrote 1 year before, so the REST builder has changed a lot during this year. And maybe there are some things you must be careful because there is some stuff that is not updated, but it's a great guide. It's a great starting point, and I fully recommend it. Okay. So the last place where find the documentation, it's a recent discovery for me. It's a GitHub account. I recommend you follow these guys, Javier Gamarra and David Naviger, in their GitHub accounts, because they have a lot of pieces of code and templates that you can use in your code. But especially interesting is this guy. Excuse me, this guy. It's Javier de Arcos, and he's the main maintainer of the REST builder, and he has a lot of information which very, very interesting in his GitHub account. Okay, like for example, a matrix of version that you have to use with which life of Liferay and which life of the REST builder. That's very interesting, very quick, because you don't find this information anywhere. So it's very important. Another thing that it's very interesting is the detailed information that he has here about the REST builder. What is it? All the parameters that you have, structures, architectures, the information about those parameters, if they are required. This is something very important because you don't have this information in our place. So follow this guy. Follow this guy is very, very, very interesting. Okay. That's the first part, and then let's start the code. Okay, go to my IDE. I'm going to use the Liferay Developer Studio. I know some of you hate it, some of you love it. In my case, I love it. I am the person who like this IDE. And I'm going to use the Liferay workspace. You can get it as the community version. You can get it from the Liferay repositories. And I'm using an instance of Liferay, the last community version that we have. Okay. That's are the requirements. Just have it, have these pieces, and your instance of Liferay running in your computer, your laptop, wherever. First thing that is important is you have to create the modules manually. Okay, in other builders, such as the service builder, the modules or some modules are created automatically. It's not the case. It's not the case. You have to create all of them, at least 2 modules. Okay, 2 modules that are those modules that you can see here. The API module, where you get your objects and your POJOs and on all that information that you are going to define, and your implementation module it's a classic. It's a place where you have to put your code. Okay, that's the right place. If you have the doubts about where place the information, the code, just think on the implementation mode. Okay, so if you want to create or you want to have a client, you can to create a client module that will be auto-generated by the REST builder. And if you want to have a test unit, okay, you can also create it automatically with the REST builder. Just create the two models and it will work. Okay. You can create the models as you want. Only say that we don't have in the Liferay Developer Studio, in the Liferay workspace, we don't have a template for the as you have, for example, again for the service builder. You don't have a template. So my recommendation at this point is use the template which less code, because you will have to remove it. So for example, I always use the API. You have to call your model as you want with, in this case, API or implementation or something like test if you want the test unit, or something like client if you want the client to make requests and test that your APIs, your web services are working well. Okay. In this case, I already create the modules. I have the modules created with the information, and as I said, they have some pieces of code that I have to delete, okay, because it's part of the template. So I delete the code, and I will delete the exports that I don't need in this case, and also in the other case. Okay, let's do that, and let's do that. Now everything is clean to start code. Okay. The first thing that we have to do is install the REST builder, the REST builder plugin. Okay, we have two versions, the REST builder of the REST builder. We have the version for Gradle we're going to use here, and the version for Maven if you prefer use Maven. Okay, we are going to use the Gradle version. For that, as I said, use the implementation model to configure your plugin. To configure the plugin, the best option is go to the official documentation that we have here, okay, and go to the page called how to install the REST builder. It's easy to follow, okay, and just copy and paste the code in your file before the dependencies description. Okay, the only tricky thing here is the version. As I said, the REST builder has changed a lot during this year, and we have, let's say, hundreds of versions. Okay, so it's difficult to know which version to use. Okay, you can follow the matrix that I said before, that it's in the Javier de Arcos GitHub account, or you can use the last one. In this case is 1.1.9 that you can find in our repository. Okay, you can search in our repository for REST.builder and see what is the last version that we have. Okay, let's save and let's run the Gradle command line. Okay, we have here the Gradle command line. As you know, you can run it using, if you are in the root path, you can use this command. Okay, if you prefer, you can use this command. And for the REST builder, you have to use, let's list first the tasks that we have for Gradle. And now we have here a new task, okay, which is called, this one is the, it's a little bit bigger, it's the build REST task, okay, that you have here. So if you want to execute, you have to do it in this way, using build REST, okay, or directly, in my favorite way, using just this. Okay, if you do that, it is going to fail because I don't have the configuration. So let's go and let's create the configuration. To create the configuration, you have to create two files. The first of them, of course, you have to do it in the implementation model. In your root, in the root of the implementation model, you have to create then here, you have to create a new file called, easy to remember, REST config YAML. Okay, it's a YAML format. To create this file, again, follow the documents, the official documents that you have here. Go to the next page, where you have here how to name. You don't have to remember it. It's in the documentation. You don't have to remember. So you have here the name, and you have here how to configure it. Let me just copy my configuration, not the configuration that you have here. Let me copy it, and that's that you have here. You have the path of the API that you are going to use. You have the name of the package of the API, and you have, that's important, the path that you are going to use for all your endpoints. It's like the beginning path, okay, the first part of the URL. So that's important, because when you have to call your services using your favorite REST client or wherever, or your GraphQL client, you have to use this path, okay? So that's a configuration. If you want to configure also the client and the test unit, you must use these parameters, okay? You have all the information about these parameters in the Javier de Arcos GitHub account. You have here, and you have here all these parameters, which are required, which are not required, and a short description about them. So that's the idea. So if we save this information and we run again the Gradle task, we will have a successful build. Okay, that's great. That's great. That's because I have a configuration, and some code has been auto-generated. That's good. Okay, the code that has been auto-generated, let's update this. Is the JAX RS endpoints. It's the implementation of JARX. Okay, at this moment I'm not interested in it, so I'm going to delete, and I'll let the REST builder to create it again when I run again the Gradle task. So let's create the configuration, the place where I'm going to configure my objects and my endpoint. So let's create, it's a new file in the implementation module called REST OpenAPI YAML, okay? And to create this code is the trickiest part in all this process, is the trickiest part. So let me give you an advice. To create this, use the Swagger editor. Okay, you have the Swagger editor here in Swagger, excuse me, in here in editor.swagger.io. You have here, and you have a graphical interface to create your OpenAPI profile and show what is happening with the errors, or if something is misspelling, or if you have some fails or some mistakes with the indents. Okay, that's the idea. To create the profile, follow again the documentation. Here you have a example, a basic example that you can follow, and you have the example in different pieces of code. Okay, let's start from the beginning with the info section, where let me copy my own info section and let me paste in the Swagger editor. As you can see, things start to happen in this editor. Okay, now I can see in a pretty way my API, and I can see that I need more parameters here. Okay, I'm going to make it a little bit bigger. This first version is just a description, and it's not important. The next section, where we are going to describe our objects, it's very important. Okay, I'm only going to create one object called dev24 object, and let me do it here, and which using with this tag, with this parameter, it's the way to create it, using this name, dev24 object, add a short description, and the properties. The properties must be whatever. This object has only two properties, the ID and the name. You can specify the type, you must specify the type, and you can specify the format. For example, if you want to use not an integer, but a long, for example, you can use a format to do it. You can check it, or you can get that information again in the Javier de Arcos GitHub account. It's very detailed. For this case, this is my object. Okay, you can see the object here and the parameters here, and I have an error. The error is about the endpoints. I have to create the endpoints. Let me create 3 different endpoints. The first one is just for list the objects. Okay, let's go to the beginning. The first one is just to create to list the objects. The second one, which is here, is to create one object. And the last one is to get a simple object, a single object. Okay, that's the idea. Here we have a few tricky points, okay, that you must take into account. First, the name of your endpoints. If you want not have errors, issues in your code, you must follow the REST naming guide, the best practices in this guide. Okay, this is here. For example, I will give you the link, and you have things like, okay, use the plural if you want to get a list. If you want to get a single object, use the list plus the object ID. Okay, and if you want to get a singleton, just use the singular. Right? That's the idea. It's going to work if you don't use these best practices, but probably you will get weird results in some points and in GraphQL or something like that. My recommendation: follow the best practice. It's the best way to do it work well. Okay. When you define an endpoint, you have to define the name, you have to define the verb that are you going to use, and you have to define first the parameters, second the request body, and then the response that you are going to show. Okay, the response is the easiest way. If you want to show a list, just use this schema, items and array, and say, okay, I'm going to use this object. It's a list of these objects. Okay, and this is the way to say, okay, I'm using this object. As you can see, I'm providing these two kinds of responses, and this is something that is going to do automatically the REST builder. First one is the JSON, and the other one is the XML response. Okay, if you want to create an object, you should use the post verb. Okay, and you should define a request body. In this case, it's pretty easy. It's just, okay, I'm going to have, if you use just JSON, I'm going to have the 24 object in JSON format. If you use XML, I'm going to have here a dev24 object in XML format. Yes. The last one, you also have to define an answer with the code. You also can define a 404 code or a forbidden code, whatever you want, you can define here. Okay. These parameter tags are not mandatory. You can do it without it. It's just it is used to group the endpoints. Okay, but it's not mandatory. But I don't know if I recommend use it, because probably the REST builder is doing some generations regarding this information. So if you want to do it, if you are going to do it using this way, use tags, and in tags use the object that you define that this endpoint it's going to return. Okay. The last one is get the single object that is in the bottom. And it's the same, but here I'm defining parameters. Okay, in this case, I'm defining a path parameter, but I can get here a query parameter that you can get, as you know, in your URL. You can get also query parameters. You can do in both ways, and you can define if it is required. You can define the type. Be consistent, please. If you define that the ID it's an integer, don't ask for a string here. It makes no sense. It's not consistent. Okay. And other thing that it's important is don't use reserved words. I mean, if you are going to create an ID or to ask for an ID, don't use ID, because you are going to have problems in your code, because it's probably the REST builder is using this word for wherever. Okay, so use something like, in this case, object. I said this one, object ID, and you will have no issues with that. Okay, so that looks great. This looks great. I have awesome colors here with my endpoints and my services. I have a lot of information about my objects in JSON, XML. So it looks pretty well. So let's copy it and go to our file. Okay, so we got we have the profile here. Now we can run again the tasks of Gradle. Okay, if everything is okay, your indents, spelling, everything is working well, you will get this. If not, you will get an error. Okay, if you get an error, you can get an error like, okay, your indent is not okay, or something like that, or you have a misspelling here. Okay, but sometimes you get Java null pointers active. In that case, I recommend you start from the beginning with little pieces of code. Use the templates, use the code from Javier Gamarra, Javier de Arcos, David Navinger. Use that code, those codes, and start, go step by step. If the minimum step works, go to the next step, and that's the only way. That's the only way if you get. But this tool it's improving, and you get more logs, which in any version you get more logs and more information, more documentation. So, but at this moment, you can get a Java null pointer is active. So, okay, we have this, and let's update our code, and we have a lot of code that is generated. Okay, now here, let's move. The dependencies are not completed automatically. It's something that you have to do manually. Okay, so this is the aspect, or the way that you have your file. Okay, so you will have problem with your issues with your dependencies. In the old times, you have to go looking for different artifacts, different versions, and which version Liferay. It was terrible. Okay, but now from 7.3, and I think that is backport to the 7.2, we have this great, beautiful artifact, magical, where you can use this and the version that you are using. Okay, the version of Liferay that you are using. In this case, in my case, is excuse me. I'm going to copy the complete line. Okay. In this case, the version that I'm using, which is this version, and just save. All the issues with the dependencies have gone. That's pure magic. Okay, that's very that's something that saves a lot of time. You have to do the same with your implementation model. Okay, I will copy the same line. Okay, but you have here also dependencies with your API. To solve that, go to your API, export your packages, both of them. Okay, this is something that you have to do manually too, and save that. Okay, and go again here and import your API module. Okay, import it. Let me make it bigger and import it, and that's the way, if you save, that you are going to solve all your dependencies. Okay, with all this code generated, and the first time in the API module, you have your object here. Okay, you have some resources. In your implementation module, you have all the mutations for GraphQL, all the queries for GraphQL, all the servlets that you need, the JAX RS implementation, and of course your resource that you have. It's the place where you have to put your code here. Okay, if you notice that everything is not well generated, that is not right, you can remove all the code and run again the Gradle task. Okay, if you do that, don't forget remove this operations ID. These operations ID are created automatically by the risk builder, and here you get the name of the method that you have to implement in your code. Okay, if you are going to remove that, don't forget remove all these operations and the operations IDs that are created in your endpoint. So you have one here, and you have other one in your post, and you have other one in your list. Okay, In our case, it seemed to be good. So let's deploy the models in our server. First, the API, and then we will deploy the implementation model. So now it's time to test. So let's use this client. And note that the path that we have to use is the path that we defined in our configuration and the name of the endpoint that we defined in our profile. We have a version in the middle, but it's something that you have to know. You have this information in the documentation, and you have also this information in your code. In the base object, you have the way to call your endpoints. Okay, note that you have created, you have here the method that you use to get the list of the objects, the method to create the object. Automatically, it's created a batch creation, a batch to create massive new objects, and you have the object to get, the method to get your object. That's generated automatically by the REST builder in if you want to change it, because now it's returning anything. It's not returning anything. You have to implement in your own code. Okay, let's try it. And let's call, for example, the list of the objects. Okay, so we have a list of, excuse me, I'm using the wrong verb, and I don't need a body here. It's none, and let's send again. Okay, I have a list. I have a result. It is working, and it is working well, but I have no results because I didn't configure anything here, so it's a well result. I can do the same using GraphQL. I can get a list. This is the way to do it in GraphQL. So I can send, and I can get an empty list again. And if I want to get an object, I have the same result. Okay, the only endpoint that is working now is the endpoint to create an object. Okay, I can do it in well. Let's try after that. So let me copy some code to test that it's working well. Okay, this code just called to the users in Liferay to get information about the users. It's just an example. You have to implement your own objects here. It's not. It makes no sense to call again to the rest to the users, because you already have these services in Liferay. Okay, so but let me go to my implementation here, and let me paste some example code. I'm implementing the methods that I had in the other class. Okay, let's solve the imports. Vulkan, it's okay. In URL, it's perfect. And now we have code. We save. We redeploy the models, and let's make again the queries. Okay, so now we have information here. We have the default users in the library, so it's working perfectly. I can use one of the IDs to get one single object, which is great. I have just the information that I defined, and I can send the same result. I can get the same results in GraphQL with I have a list, and I can use, for example, this to get a single object. Okay, using a query and get again this information. So that's the way to make it work in just 30 minutes. Okay, then you have to create your logic, your objects. Of course, that's important, but that's the way to create your own APIs, your web services in just 30 minutes. Okay, let me just summarize the ideas. Okay, I think that we have 5 minutes to do that. Okay, that's the information that we need. Where is the information? Where is the documentation? Okay, and in the help center, in the blogs, you have the David Navigator's blog, which is very important. Okay, you have the Javier de Arcos GitHub account, where you can find advanced information, advanced documentation. If you want to go further and you want to create a big open API profile, you can do it using this documentation. The Swagger editor, which helps a lot to create your profile, but take into account, let's go after that. Okay, you also have the REST resource naming guide that you must follow. Okay, you have our Nexus repository where you can find the last version of the REST builder. And we have, I created an example of this code in my GitHub account that you can get. It is public, and you can get and use it as template because, as you can see, it works perfectly. Okay. My suggestions, my advices, create your profile using the Swagger editor. That helps a lot. But it doesn't mean that if it works in the Swagger editor, if everything is beautiful in the Swagger editor, it is going to work with the REST builder. You must follow, you have to review your indents, review your spelling, that you can do it in the Swagger editor, and you have to follow the best practice. Don't use reserved words, avoid to use it, okay? If you want to go further, check the Javier de Arcos documentation and check the required parameters that you don't forget, do that, okay? And if your profile don't compile, don't work, if you get a Java null pointer error, use a minimum template and go step by step, okay? And if your code is not generated properly, remove everything, don't forget the operation ID, and let the REST builder create it again. At last, don't forget the magical way to solve your dependencies using this artifact. And well, that's all. I am time. Yes, great.
Thank you, Martin.
You're very welcome.
Hold on, I'm damaging everything. I've already answered David's tweet where he posted a photo of his setup. I can't post a photo of my setup. It's too messy, and I'm quickly rather confused by all of the different screens here.
Cool. Oh, if you want to take a screenshot, it's the right moment.
No, the screens are very orderly. There are just a lot of them, and it's the desk that doesn't look nice. And I'm happy to find everything that I need to find. Thank you for this. I want to quote. I didn't find a question on YouTube when I last looked, but I want to quote one statement, which is where is it?
I think
I'll just paraphrase.
That's
Power to the APIs. Go ahead.
One question actually from Robert Meissner.
Okay.
He says on the Slack channel, he's asking, will target platform work with this?
The target, you mean the Liferay version? You mean, what do you mean with the target platform?
Maybe he can clarify a little bit.
Yeah, let's send Martin over there. I would say target platform, the way I understand it, is rather the way that that the build environment figures out which versions of which dependencies to take so that you can omit the versions. And the question would rather be which target version works with that. So is there any minimal version for it? But we can push that to Slack, because if I find my detailed agenda here with a little bit more than
I think
I will have some time. So is there a minimal version?
Yeah, the minimal version, I think that's the 7.2, the 7.2. But I think that Javier Gamaro is going to talk about this, but in 7.3, the REST builder is not beta anymore, okay? Because until now, the REST builder is considered beta. It works pretty well. It's easy to use. And as you can see, I'm not an expert backend developer and I can use it. But at this moment, they are been working very hard and improve the logs, improve the documentation, and now it's not beta anymore. So if you want to use the Headless APIs, I recommend 7.2. If you want to use the REST builder, I recommend the 7.3.
Okay. Anyway, Martin, if you can stay around on the Slack channel a little bit, because there's some other comments and maybe someone want to ask something more. So
yeah, I'll do it. Great.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Bye. Have a nice day.
Okay. Thank you very much for your contribution and presentation. And there he's gone already. We'll be able to see that later in the stream, or when I'll send a thank you afterwards. We are continuing with a couple of things in the front end. That is the area where I have, how do I do that? Two left hands. That is on come on, SPA. Help me out. Single page applications. That's it. And when we got the submission, I said, I love this because this is this is a provocation. I didn't have enough coffee yet. This is a nice provocation, and I totally want to have this. We've had a couple of things again from Liferay employees, but this is all about bringing in all of the knowledge, all of the experience from different people. So we now have two presenters from one of Liferay's platinum partners, that is Prodina. And if I don't butcher the names, I've practiced up front, then we are hearing something about SPAs, building SPAs in Liferay in a modern way. And the beginning of their abstract, let me read that out to you, is Liferay doesn't have a solid and developer-friendly solution for building SPA inside of Liferay. That sparked my interest, and I'm really curious to hear the gist for that. So with that, I'll hand over to Miloš Nikolic and Vladimir Vukadinovic. Welcome. And please unmute yourself.
Okay, thank you, Olaf, for the great introduction. I think there were not other way to accept our presentation than to make that really good summary. Okay, hello everyone. Thank you for joining us and welcome to our presentation. Let's first introduce ourselves. My name is Vladimir. I'm a senior software engineer and Liferay architect and specialist. I'm so long with Liferay, and I could say I grew up with Liferay together. Beside me, here is my colleague Miloš, who is a front-end architect with such long experience on front-end frameworks and libraries. We are from Prodina company, a Liferay Platinum partner, and I will give you a short introduction to the topic, making a small overview, and later Miloš will show you the demo of what we prepared. The introduction could be started with the question, why do we need front-end frameworks and libraries on the top of Liferay? Why Liferay is not enough with its own UI implementation? Nowadays we are witnesses of very fast and rapid development of UI application, which requires more flexibility and performance. The UI applications are becoming more and more complex, and front-end scalability and usability are very important. Not so often, but sometimes customers require a dedicated technology which should be incorporated in their solutions, which dictates our proposals. Then the community worldwide is bigger and bigger and forces us to stay up to date with technology trends on the end. Not negligible, we should satisfy our young front-end developers, which is very important nowadays. Okay, the main goal is to take the advantages of Liferay Headless API concept and make Liferay an integration platform agnostic of any UI or client implementation. The first conversation on this topic started almost 4 years ago when we had got a project which strict requirement was to migrate standalone Angular application in Liferay. In that time, we were with limited capabilities of Liferay, for example, version 6.2, basic templates, deploy after each change. For example, we only display Angular application inside Liferay page, and 2 years later, forced by some project requirements, we came up with the idea to make a complete framework which can improve the development and make the environment more native and user-friendly. In that time, we already incorporated Angular, React, and Vue.js frameworks. During this time, we met a lot of challenges. The starting point was to create a portlet structure, which was basically solved by Liferay. We used their plugin template as a starting point, as well build and deploy. The main question was how to make development environment more native and use Liferay objects and services more friendly. The developers should have an opinion that the tools are incorporated and their changes are promoted automatically. Beside that, depends on different application requirements. We faced also a lot of other challenges like routing, permission, language keys, and other Liferay specific things. On the end, we have started to reaching our goal, Liferay as a headless endpoint. And please don't forget, everything was happened in 2018 when the first idea came up. Okay, now is time for demo. I would like to hand over to Milos, who will lead you throughout our implementation. After the demo, we plan a time slot for Q&A where you can ask your questions. Milos, go ahead.
Thank you, Vladimir. Just share the screen, guys. So I hope you guys see my screen. Okay, so let's just quickly give some short summary about how and why we jump into this topic. When Vladimir mentioned that on 2016 we had a project with with an Angular to incorporate Angular application in Liferay, we had a developer and a really great colleague of ours who had to switch from his development and learn the Angular to be a professional, deliver the project. He finished everything and he quit and he left company because he didn't want it to work in a way that modern application is incorporated inside the Liferay. So that really brings some question for Vladimir and myself, and we basically wanted to create the development environment that is exactly the same or as close as possible to be exactly the same as for when people are starting a new project with any kind of front-end framework library whatsoever, and to just rapidly develop their application. So we started with the project and we name it Golf. That's a Vladimir idea, and the Golf is short for a game of Liferay. When we gave opportunity to the people to beat the Liferay, basically, that Vladimir is creating one application with all the assets that he has in Liferay, and everybody else is doing everything they can to show that any other technology could be better as an implementation platform than Liferay is. So we basically based, and I have to just mention this one, based on the documentation that we found on a Liferay, on a Slack channels, in a community, wherever we could find, we discovered that the only way to deliver a front-end application to include in a Liferay is to deploy your application on every single change. Which is completely problematic for us in terms of speed, in terms of quality, in terms of time that the developer will do any kind of changes or developer do anything, because all the modern framework and application literally instantly show the changes on the page. And we had a really challenging task to find a way how we can do it. And not just for the one framework that's supposed to be generic, so we can use it for any other framework. That's what we are actually going to show here. And as I saw on as I saw that people are posting the topic for the front end and single page application, almost everybody targeted the React framework. So I'm going to show the example of React, how the React is built inside the Liferay now. But also, as Vladimir mentioned, all the other frameworks, how they're working. I'm going to show you that all frameworks are actually working inside the Liferay, and everything is working as smooth as possible. First thing to notice here, I already deployed the Liferay portlet, and this is how my portlet structure is look like. So this is the MVC portlet. The first change that I did here is that we supposed to add the context path for application, because we wanted, because as we were using the Webpack and we want to serve all our assets, we have to tell the page and the Webpack from which place exactly we are going to serve the assets for this particular portlet. The second thing is that we created the structure to be more or less like this one. We have the source folder, we have the JS, which are going to hold the JavaScript application, and we have the main. This is like as usual as possible. Configuration for the portlet is actually what bring the magic, kind of a magic here. This could be written however every developer wants, but this is something that we bring as easy going for anybody to catch up. We are using Webpack. Webpack version is really not a problem. You can use whatever you want. We suggest the latest one, but you can choose whichever you want. We have the common rules for building the React application. We use the Babel loader, style loader, etc. This is the global plugin that we want to have for the environment variable, where we just put the API URL, which is going to point to the Google. That's not really important. The important stuff is actually here on in a developer configuration, which you can see look exactly the same as you would use for any kind of application, with a really couple of tricks here, and that's the public path. And if you remember, I mentioned that we added a web context path here, and we are telling to the Webpack on a development server that we are going to use the public path that are going to target exactly the one that Liferay is targeting. For this application, we are just building on a port 8083. Our Liferay is working on port 8080, as you can see here. Yeah, and one more thing to mention: there is a production version of this one that we are just basically saying where we want to build our application, where we want to send the build folder. That's the destination. We're just going to follow everything that we have for the Liferay from Liferay, and when we are building application, is actually building it here before deploy. everything else is more or less the same. Vue.jsp, we need this file only to deploy the ID of the application of the div where the Webpack is going to download or fetch the ID and deliver the single page application. More or less, you need this kind of ID or a container for every framework or the library you are going to use. Let me show you what exactly this thing does. So we deploy the application only once. So from the Gradle and the build, sorry, we deploy application only once. I click deploy, but I just didn't need this one. I'm gonna even stop this one. So you see my application here. You can do whatever you want, basically. And let me show you, if I'm here on a component, that's the checkout component that I built here. I want to do some changes, anything like really basic stuff. I'm gonna show my name. React application is building, and it's automatically delivered inside the Liferay. Here it is. This is not something that we saw with any npm bundler from the Liferay or anything else. This brings all the benefit of using the single page application inside the Liferay on a completely new level and a modern way, because you can prototype your application as fast as possible. So there's no single barrier in this way that stop us to just have the completely modern application, even inside the Liferay. What's the benefit of this approach completely is that we are using the Liferay object inside our front-end framework. We use all the benefit from it. I even use somewhere for the root. Yeah, I'm even fetching the base URL and just base path and just putting it in inside the router. This application is using the Redux. I'm using the store behind this one to store all the information. This navigation is just with using the store. But actually, I can do even more than that one. Let me show you. I can, yeah. So I just added this click method that to show you that it will work even with the routing. So if user click on any of those three step point, I'm gonna send user to the new route. It's called test and printing my name. That's basically what I added here in this file where I define my routes. So on a base route is my home application. Let's call it like that. I'm rendering the checkout. The checkout is basically this component that I show you. But also I add a new route which will render a component which is just an h1 and just a header point and to print my name. So when we send user to the test, we are going to just print my name. If I'm gonna go back, I'm seeing still the same the old component. So for us, a pretty cool stuff. I mean, to show you even this one, this could be also interesting for someone. I can even add a debugger here, and when I load the application, debugger is loading, and I can do live debugging of my application in a minute. That's something that we couldn't find anywhere in a documentation, or we couldn't find anyone who did something like that one. To be fair enough, there's only one more thing that have to be done. So your application is visible to the page. I'm going to show you in the Java and your portlet definition. We are adding a few things. If you remember, I told you that we are rendering our application on a specific port. We are actually putting on a footer of the portlet the JavaScript file, and or to be fair, to be strict, we are putting the exact same path of our application. In a development mode, we are loading this path from the local host and the port, which is defined in a webpack. We are hearing a web context and the name of the file for a development. That's basically it. On every change, this file will be updated and your application will be visible. We got to this point to discover this one because if I build our application and bundle it for the production version, I'm gonna deliver it here on I show you this one in a meta-inf dest, and here is my application. It's gonna be here. This is the application. So we got to the point to understand, okay, if this is possible to do for a production version, we definitely can do the same one for the development environment. So we basically swallow the React application, which is built on completely different port. We actually for us, it doesn't matter on which port it is, as long as you define it in your webpack. This principle give us so much freedom that we can do basically whatever we want. We have this one in a production for so long. We basically found this one in 2018. So far, we added support for 5 major frameworks. It's React, Vue, Angular, as well as Svelte and Aurelia.js, which completely bring a lot of attention to the community these days. And I'm gonna show you that all of those are working inside the Liferay. So we deployed the React application. I'm gonna now deploy, let's say the second one, let it be Angular, Aurelia, Vue, Svelte, and when I refresh the browser, it seems that I did it Vue twice, which is not needed. So here is my Vue portlet. This is my Aurelia portlet. Username is a language key. I can show you the file where I just added the language keys. This is the Angular portlet, and this is the React portlet. Exactly the same principle is followed as I show you here for the React. Let's remove everything from here. So Vue and React is basically just a copy paste. You can achieve exactly the same result for everything else. So for example, here is the Svelte application, just a basic one. I'm just defining the variable, the property name, and I just print whatever I have in the language key portlet username. I mean, look, I can just delete this one and again. And I can do this one. I had all of them somewhere here. This is supposed to be Angular. This is Aurelia. This one is, I guess it's a Svelte. Yes, it's Svelte. Let me see where the Svelte is. Vue, Aurelia, React. Okay, maybe I didn't include Svelte. Svelte. Yeah, here it is. So if I change to great, oh, let's say that Liferay is great. Here it is. Maybe the one that was kind of a challenging for us was Aurelia.js, because the loader for Aurelia.js is kind of different, but still it followed the same principle. We are just defining what files we want to include in our application, where we want to include our files, and we just leave the Liferay to swallow the application and show it on a page. That's more or less everything that we have to show you. If there's maybe a questions, or not sure how much time we have for the demo.
I guess that was the questions for me, right?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear the question.
Okay. So no, I am just getting started. You would have a little bit more time, which means we can actually go really well into questions. But I don't yet have YouTube here. There it is. So nothing caught up on YouTube. I would just like to add once more that I totally support the message that you gave. That is, the Liferay doesn't have a solid and developer-friendly solution for building an SPA inside of Liferay, where I do know that some people disagree and some people think like, oh no, this is blasphemy, to use a very strong word there. But as long as it's not explorable, it's not there, according to me. And I'm not an SPA guy, so if I can't find the documentation, then it's not there. One way or another. You probably, if you would be available in the Slack channel as well, there's a couple of links already posted to some documentation, and it might change. So your experience is with wait a second, history, future, that's the history side. So your experience is with not with the current version, but with the one that you're using in production. And with that, let's open to the questions if we have some. There's none on YouTube. David, do you see anything on Slack?
I was checking because there are some questions, but it seems to be related to previous talk with Martin. And I think there's a comment by Robert Meisner, but I'm not sure if this is completely related to this talk of the previous one.
Yeah, so maybe I see one comment on a Slack. Should I pick up that one?
Sure, go ahead.
Okay, so the first one from Jonas Warner. Sorry if I pronounced it bad. I'm gonna provide you guys the template for this one as soon as possible. As you can saw on a Vladimir presentation, we are currently working on creating the IntelliJ plugin for the template. So when you are creating the template for the front-end framework that you want, you're gonna do it just in a few clicks. Right now, you will have to copy and paste the files, but that's just for now. The work is in progress. So I'm gonna deliver this one, guys, as soon as possible. If you need any question for now or anything, I'm gonna be on a Slack and I'm gonna help you with anything. The second one from Marco Andres. So yeah, I mean, this file really look kind of, let me open. So this one is from Aurelia. Look on this one. So for Aurelia, I'm building the chunk and I'm building the bundle. When I'm in a development mode, which means we are in a progress on developing the portlet or the application. We are serving this one and we are commenting this one, or we can just remove this one. When we are done and we are going to provide production version, we just comment those 2 lines and uncomment those 2 lines, and that's it. This is not the prettiest solution, not even close to the best solution that we wanted, but this is the working solution and production ready. And we was kind of satisfied in a minute that we were creating this one. One more thing to mention: we are not we on the first place, of course, build this one for the company employee, so they can leverage this one and go on, not quit from the company, and just because they can't have the developer friendly environment. But Vladimir and I, we are driven by the community. We wanna show what we did, and if anybody is willing to continue and have a better solution how we can improve this one, we are completely open. So we want to make Liferay kind of let's say like this: we want that people stay and work with this one because we see the benefit. We see a lot of benefit. Clients are asking for the modern framework inside the Liferay, and with this approach, we are proving that it's possible. So we want to be easier for everybody inside the community to work on this one. So guys, if anybody have a better solution or some point, we're open for anything to continue. Yeah.
And I see a question here in the webinar, which is, can we convert existing Angular applications to Portlet easily? That belongs to this one, right?
Easy as easy as possible. Like so.
That's your way of saying it depends.
No. I'm telling you, that's as easy as possible. I know and I understand, and specifically with people who are building the Angular application and bringing Angular inside the Liferay is in conjunction with Senna. It's kind of, it could be tricky, but with this approach, you can just copy paste more or less with literally just a few adjustments, and you can continue with this one. So yeah, and as I showed the Angular, here it is. We can even to prove that it's working and everything. Let me change something inside the application, which is So as you can see, I'm still getting the language key and printing there. Yeah, and please just don't be confused with this one. I just did it with a completely rush. You should just declare your Liferay variable and it will be visible. This is just a quick solution to bring something. So I don't know. Should I print Milos Nikolic again? And here it is. This is not really possible with a current solution that Liferay provides, because you have to deploy constantly. On every single change that you do, you have to build, you have to deploy. That requires some time. In a best case, like 20 seconds, in a best possible case. But with this one, it's just a seconds or 2 seconds for this one. Yeah.
Okay, then checking back. Nothing else on YouTube, but well, nothing else here. David, anything on your end?
No, I can see anything, but again, Milos, if you two could be around a little bit on the Slack channel, because maybe some questions can come around. And yeah, I think it's a great, if this approach that you have to be really open to community, it's what makes it interesting. And so I encourage every one of you to give feedback and interact with them.
Yeah, definitely. Thank you for the opportunity, Vladimir. We are really happy to be as a part of the community, and also to see what the other people are working at. It's really helpful. So all the topic that we see it really beneficial. So thank you, everybody.
Okay, well, we are a little bit over soon. We are behind the schedule, but we are going to keep the conversation around the front end and how to develop front end applications with Liferay, and how to integrate the the current technologies in the way that we develop on top of Liferay. And for the next talk, we are going to have one of those magicians that is trying to support and make Liferay support all this infrastructure and all these technologies that we want to use in Liferay. So basically, the front-end infrastructure team is doing a really great job, and this is something that I've been seeing, and I really think that because I've seen what they are doing, and they are trying to integrate and to bring into Liferay what the front-end developers are really using these days. So for the next talk, a part of his very much skills around other kind of keyboards, we are lucky enough to have Carlos Lancha, who is part of the front-end development, front-end infrastructure team, and he's, as I was saying, one of the guys trying to integrate in support of front-end technologies into Liferay. So welcome, Carlos Lancha, and go on, Carlos.
Thank you, David. Hello, everyone. I hope you're having a great time. Let me share my screen. Can you see it? Okay. So some of you may remember that the last year at DevCon, we made a journey to the stars with our front-end developers guide to the galaxy to make our boss happy. Unfortunately, this year, the galactic borders are closed due to a pandemic you probably heard about. But that doesn't mean that we cannot meet using our communication devices to take a closer look to that journey and to get our hands a little dirty with some live coding. What can go wrong, right? But first, we need a little context. The boss of our company wants us to create an application for our new Liferay DXP website. But the thing is that we are front-end developers. We know little about JSP, Java, OGI modules, tag libs, and all that backend stuff. But we know about front-end things, about a lot of different frameworks, NPM packages, Geoman generators, and all that front-end ecosystem we are used to and we know how to work with. So the challenge here is to create this application using only front-end tools and forgetting about all that backend things we don't know about. And for that, we will be using the Liferay JS toolkit. With it, starting with a React, a Vue, Angular, whatever your favorite framework is, or even a vanilla JS application, we can create an application that will be automatically transformed to something that DXP will understand and will be able to work with, without having to worry about anything else, about any backend thing. Okay, but before talking about the Liferay JS toolkit, we need to create our component, right? So let me go to here. Okay. First, we need to create, as I said, our component, and we can create it using Angular, Vue, or whatever we want to use. In this case, we will be using React. And to create the component, we will use Create React App, that, as you know, is one of the most used and most known tools to create React application. To do it, we just need to use Create React App with the name of our application. I already did it, so we can save a little time. And I already created the component, so we can focus in the important part, that is the Liferay JS toolkit. But before entering into the toolkit, we can take a look to the component. This is our entry point, as you can see. Here is where we are rendering our app component in the root element. The app component renders a spaceship with a name, a description, a picture, and a list of parts. Because I forgot to show you that this is what our boss wanted us to create, an application where a picture of the ship appears with the name and the description on it, and with some dots that when you hover over them, some information about that piece, that part, or whatever we want to highlight appears in the bottom of the component. So now that we know how the component we need to build is, I continue. We here are rendering this spaceship with the name, the description, the picture, and a list of parts, each one with a description, a name, and some coordinates to place that dots that will be over the image, just to position them in the correct place. Well, and this is it. This spaceship component just receive those parameters, and we are rendering the picture, the name of the ship, the description. We are iterating over the parts, rendering a circle for each one in its correct place. And when we hover over it, we just set that part as the active part, and we show the extra information. So a simple component. We can, in our application created with Create React app, we can start our server to see if it's working as expected, the component. And here we have it. We have the picture, we have the name, the description, and these dots in some places that when we hover over them, we have this extra information about that piece. Okay, fine. We have the component working, but it's working outside Liferay. We need it working inside of Liferay DXP website. How can we do this? Using our Liferay JS toolkit. One of the features the toolkit provides is the adapt one. With it, we can automatically transform our component created with Create React app in this case, or with Angular CLI for Angular application, or Vue CLI for Vue ones, into something that DXP will understand. To do it, we just need to first install the generator that the Liferay JS toolkit provides with npm install generator Liferay.js, and we will install it globally. I already have it installed. And we just need to call the generator, in this case with the subtarget adapt. Now, the generator will automatically detect which kind of project we are trying to convert, in this case, Create React App 1, and we will be prompted some question. Under which category should your widget be listed? Spaceship, for example, in DXP. Do you have a local installation of Liferay for development? Yep. Where is your local installation of Liferay place? Yes, I just copy and paste the path of my local installation. And now it will start modifying and creating some files. And we will ask for permission, just grant it. And we'll install some dependencies that we will need to use the two new scripts that we will have available in our project. In the meantime, we can take a look to it. And the things that we have new here are, for example, this npm build.rc file, where we have defined the Liferay directory with our local installation path that we can change at any moment. The npm bundle.rc with the preset that the bundler in DXP will be using to handle our application. And in the package.json, we have some changes. For example, we have this portlet property with some configuration that DXP will use to deal with our component. For example, the display category of the component, the spaceship, as we specified before, or if we want the component to be instantiable or not. We have some dev dependencies that we need to run these two scripts that will allow us to do the magic. Build Liferay will compile all our application and will package it into a jar file that you already know that we can throw to any Liferay installation and will work. And deploy Liferay that first will run a build to create that jar file and will automatically deploy it to DXP. So now that this is done, okay, we can run deploy Liferay. The rest of the application stays the same. Here at the bottom of my screen is my Tomcat server, so we can see here when the deploy process ends, how the new module is installed and is started. Okay, it's built, it's deployed, it's being started. Okay, here we have it. Spaceship 010 is started. Now we can go to our Liferay DXP homepage, for example, and we can edit it. I need to move this. Okay, and in the list of widgets, we have under the category spaceship or new spaceship component that we can just drag and drop to the page. Whoa. We publish it, and we have our component running exactly in the same way as we have it before outside Liferay, but now is inside Liferay. But okay, this is working with some mock data, and we should show some real information with some zips from our catalog. And our catalog is located in DXP as structured content. Here we have two structures created: a spaceship part with a description of the spaceship of the part, and a spaceship. The spaceship structure with a picture, a description, and a list of parts, each one with an X, a Y axis to place that pieces in the correct place. We created some pieces like the combat ready wings, an engine, emissions, each one with its description, and a couple of spaceships, for example, the Milano with the picture, the description, and some pieces already linked to it. So, okay, now we know that we have this data, we know where is it, but how can we get it? Because we are working outside Liferay, and this information lives inside DXP. Okay, as you probably know, Liferay provides powerful APIs built with API REST and since 7.2 with GraphQL. So now that we have this option, to work with GraphQL, we are going to use it. And we are going to use Apollo, that is a great library to handle GraphQL queries, and that works pretty well with React and actually provides a hook to use in our function components. And we will be using Apollo to deal with it. Let me change to the branch where I already have it done. What happened? And I install the dependencies so we can save time. In the meantime, we can take a look to what I have done. Basically, I installed the Apollo dependencies, the React hooks and the Apollo Boost, and GraphQL. And in our entry point in the index.js, now we have to configure our Apollo client, just specifying the authorization header and the URL of our GraphQL endpoint. That we have it defined in our constant file, that it's the domain /o/GraphQL. And we need to wrap our application inside an Apollo provider with the Apollo client configuration. And that's it. Now we, in our app component, we can use the use query hook to do the GraphQL query. We will be looking for this unstructured content by key, and we will get all the data we need, as like the title, the picture, the description, all the parts of the zips with its own description. And we will need to pass a site key and a content key to the API so we can get the correct content. And we are doing it here using variables. We are passing this content key that we know that we want this one because we can go to the component and we can see it here more or less because the cameras. Okay. and the site key that we can see in our site settings, that is this one. So we just put it here, and when we receive this data, we can process it. And what we are doing here is just shaping this data into something that our spaceship component could understand. In the end, we just have this spaceship object with a name and description, an image, and some parts, and we are passing it to the spaceship component, and the rest works exactly in the same way. So now we can again run deploy Liferay to deploy these changes. Again, this compiles the project and creates that jar file that is automatically deployed to our local installation. Okay, and now this should be restarted here, this module. That's it. And now in our homepage, we can refresh the page, and now we should see new information. Okay, it's the same component, but now we are showing real data. We are showing this ship that we get from our DXP platform. In the same way, we have the name, our last create proof model. And when we hover these dots, we have this extra information about that, the specific piece. Okay, this is great, but what can be improved? As you see, now we have these values hard-coded in our application. So if we add different instances of our widget, we always have the same ship. So we should be able to configure this in DXP. To do this, we cannot use the adapt function of the toolkit, but we have another option that the toolkit provides, that is the generator. With the generator, we can create a project from scratch in the same way we use create React app, for example, or Angular CLI. And we will have a project already prepared for React, Angular, or whatever we specify to work in DXP. Let me change to the new branch, not this one. So I can install the dependencies. Okay. And in the meantime, we can take a look to how this generator works. So it's the same. We need to run with Geoman Liferay.js, but with no subtarget in this case. And we will need to choose which kind of widget we want to create. Or maybe not. Okay. So we can choose between JavaScript, Angular, React, Vue, Metal, or Shadband. So now we select React widget. What name shall I give to the folder hosting your project? Spaceship test. What is the human readable description of your project? Spaceship test is fine. Do you want to add localization support? Yes. Do you want to add configuration support? Yes. For this, we need at least Liferay 7.1 with JS Portlet extender, or 7.2 or higher. We have it, so yes, we want to add configuration support. Under which category should your widget be listed? Whatever. Do you have a local installation for development? Yes. What is your local installation of Liferay? I just copy and paste it again. Do you want to generate a sample code? Not in this case. And this will start creating this main structure and install some dependencies. We will not be using this project, but we can take a look to what was generated in the spaceship test. Okay. We still have this npm build.rc file and npm build.rc file, bundle.rc file, and in the package JSON we have the same scripts as before, the deploy one and the build one. The main difference is that in our entry point, the index.js, now we have a main function that is receiving portlet namespace, context path, portlet element ID, and configuration parameters. And it's here inside of this function where we are going to render our component. The rest is the same. Now we have this feature folder with some stuff that we will be seeing later. But now we can switch again to our project. Here, I already generated the project and I copied the already existing component to this new structure. But as you can see, well, the only thing that changed is that now we are rendering our application inside this main function using portlet element ID as the element where we are going to render it in the DOM, and passing to the app component the configuration that we will need. Right now, if we deploy this application, we will have exactly the same result because we done nothing. We did nothing. We have the same. Now we need to configure. How can we configure this application? We have two types of configuration, and we do it here in the features configuration JSON file. We have two types of configuration. I was saying the system settings and the portlet instance settings. The system settings will be shared between all the instances of our widget. So if we add 2, 3, 100 of instances of our widget, everyone will share this configuration. For this example, I added a points color field. For this, we just need to add it to the field object here. The type of the property is a string. The name is points color, and we can add a default value that right now is the blue color that we are showing. Because, for example, maybe our theme in our site is more red, and we need these dots to be red to fit with our theme. So with this system setting, we can do it. When we specify this configuration, we will be receiving it in this configuration object that we are already passing to our application component, and that we are passing through to the spaceship component, getting it from configuration system, in this case, points color. In the spaceship component, the only change is that now we are receiving this new parameter, and we are using it as the color field for our SVG. We can now deploy our component. It's exactly the same. Whoa. Okay. I think I need to remove this. Okay. Let me clean. And we will install again the dependencies. I don't know why it's failing, but probably it's better to just reinstall all the dependencies and try again. So as I was saying, the deploy process and the build process work exactly in the same way it worked with the adapt application. The only change is that the script, instead of build Liferay, deploy Liferay, is just build and deploy, but it's the exact same process. We need to wait a little to internet to be installed in your computer. Okay, cross your fingers. Now it's building it. It's a fresh installation, so it takes a little more time. But this should work. It's taking longer than expected. Okay, so if you have any question, guys, just leave it in the Slack channel or YouTube, and I will be answering there. Okay, it's deployed. Now this will be restarted here. Okay, so now we can go back to our page and we can go to control panel, system settings, and we will have a new category spaceship section where we can configure the color of our points. For example, red in this case, we update it. And if we just refresh our homepage, these dots now should be red. Okay, it's working. And this would be the same for all the instances we have in our page. Okay, that's for the system settings. But we also have, as I mentioned before, instance settings. Portlet instance settings will affect only to each instance of our widget. So this is a good place to configure which content we want to show. And we'll be adding the content key and the site key fields of string type with its name. And in this way, we'll be able to configure each widget separately. Again, we will receive this in our configuration object and in our app component, we just get content key and site key from configuration portlet instance. And we will use it in our GraphQL query instead of the hard-coded values we had before. Now we are using these variables. So now it's configurable. We deploy it again. That was faster. Wait for the restart. Okay, and now if we refresh the page, we should see nothing because our component is not configured. That's it. We need to go to edit the page. Okay, we still have our widget here, but now we can go to the configuration panel. Just trust me, that configuration, okay. And here we can specify which content we want to use. Again, we have the ID, not here, of the content key and the site key. So we save it, we close the window, and we are showing again the correct content. If we add another instance of our widget here in spaceship, now we can configure it with a different content. The site key is the same, but we are going to change the content key. We are going to use USS Enterprise site key, content key. We save it. We publish it because we need to refresh the page. And now we have our component twice in the page, each one configured with different content. So now we can use it in a proper way. What else we can do quickly because we are running out of time. One of the things that the toolkit provides is localization support. For example, let me switch to the last branch. Okay. I added here in the app component this part where if the content key or the site key is not configured, we show this message. This is not the zip you are looking for using Liferay language get, as we were in Liferay DXP. Please configure the widget. And this case, this language key, we need to add it to our feature localization language properties in the exact same way we do it in Portal. We have it here with the translation. Okay, this is not the zip you're looking for. And if you have a valid Microsoft Translator key, you can configure here in the npm build.rc the translator text key with that key, or using an environment variable, which I have it do here. And we specify here which languages do we want to support. In this case, I added Spanish, English, French, and Italian. Having this configured, we can go to our cell and run the translate script. Okay, and this will automatically generate the translation for the languages we specify. And now we can see here these new files, one for each language we added to the supported locals, with everything automatically translated to Spanish, to French, and to Italian. So now that here we are using those keys, we can deploy the application for the last time. Wait for the restart. Okay. Now if we refresh, we will see no changes because everything is configured, but we can go edit the page, add another instance of our widget without configuring it, we publish it. And now we are seeing this message translated. This is not the zip you are looking for, please configure the widget. But if we change the language of our site to Spanish, for example, now we can see the message in Spanish and the same in Italian and French or whatever languages we supported. And that's it. Now we have the application our boss wanted, and we did it using only front-end tools. So if you guys have any question, as I said, leave it in the Slack channel of the event, and I will be answering there. I hope you enjoyed the talk, and so long.
Hey, Carlos.
Hey, Olaf.
There's lots of things going on in the background, so not all of the times I'll be ready. And now I see that my camera is
Don't worry,
way too white. Dial that a little bit down. Maybe that's a little bit better. Great, awesome. You made it. You kept the time, even though you said it will be a hard job. So that leaves us a little bit ahead of time, and that leaves us with a couple of options to ask some questions or to look for some questions on YouTube, on Slack. Surya, are you here as well already?
Yes, I'm here. So I'm just checking up. Okay. So first of all, Carlos, there people are appreciating a lot. You are like a celebrity in Slack already. Okay. And apart from that, there is a question from LGD. That is, what are limitations behind not being able to use configuration with adapted apps using Liferay JS adapter, and is there a plan to support it something in the future?
If I understood well, if we will support configuration or localization in the adapt feature. That's the question. Okay.
Yes.
No, unfortunately we can't, because we need to add more processes and to make it configurable and localizable. So this is kind of silos where if you just need to create an application and test it inside Liferay with no configuration or nothing, just use the adapt function. If you need something else, you need to use the generator. And if you need to use more specific, more Liferay specific configurations, just you will need to create an OCI module and MVC portlet and whatever you need inside Liferay DXP.
Okay. We got one more question from Jack and Jack Becker. So he asks that whether is there any possibility where a Polymer lit element app can be deployed into Liferay?
I have no answer to that question, but please leave it in the Slack channel, so maybe one of my front-end colleagues could answer that question. Sorry.
Sure. So that's all from Slack.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
If you have anything else, just leave it there, and we will be answering when we have time.
Great.
And I can't go without saying that's one pretty and good sounding microphone that you have there.
You too. Thank you, Olaf.
Yeah, it's all about the front end. Whatever you have in the front is good. And this is the kind of front end that I can do, and you can do way more front ends.
So we also have Jorge with us, Olaf.
Just a question, Surya, you're speaking from the void. If you can switch on your camera, that would be good. Or if it doesn't work.
Sorry about that. I just missed it out. So Jorge has also joined us in the session now. So welcome, and Olaf, you can introduce us.
Okay, I'll be happy to. Jorge seems to be there. Yes, he is there. That's good. So we're coming up to a content-heavy section, and I hope that, again, the battery of my camera still makes it until the end of this introduction. Otherwise, I will be speaking from the void to you, from a black void. Our next presenter, we're still a little bit ahead of time. That's good. Our next presenter is the VP of Engineering for Liferay, and as such, funny enough, he has some time to implement a little bit. He's going to speak about the info framework, and he didn't only help designing it, but he also helped implementing it a little bit, which means he will be the authority on this topic, and he can definitely give us all of the information and everything in all kinds of detail. And I'm very happy that over all of the years, I think those are now 12 years that I've met you first, Jorge, I have learned to pronounce the name the way I pronounce it without first stopping the sentence, switching to somewhat of butchered Spanish, and then switching back to English. So without further ado, introduction to the info frame. See, now I get even problems in English.
Yeah, you can pronounce my name, but not framework.
Yeah, the rest doesn't work anymore. So introducing the info framework, leveraging modern site building with custom content types. And I cannot go without teasing you on the modern site building, which is as opposed to antiquated site building. Well, we'll see what that all is about. Welcome, Jorge Ferrer.
Thanks a lot, Olaf, and thanks a lot for putting so much effort into pronouncing my name properly. You definitely are one of the best. So I'm very glad to be in Dev.24, and yeah, as Olaf said, I did a little bit of coding in 7.3. Most of my days just doing managing work. So I'm very happy when I'm still able to do a little bit of coding, and with the info framework, I was able to do so. And yeah, I think this is a great opportunity with a very technical audience to be able to talk a little bit about it. So let me share my screen, and then I can get started. Perfect. Okay, so the info framework. What is the info framework? So this is actually one of the newest frameworks that we've introduced at Liferay. It's still quite small, and we actually want to make it as small as we can. We don't want to make it larger than necessary. We want to learn from experience. It was actually introduced in Liferay 7.2, the last stable release, although we're about to release 7.3 in the next few days, the final release. And in 7.2, it was actually quite small, just 3 simple interfaces, and it was created to solve some internal needs, which I'll talk about. And we didn't expect people to actually use it outside. It wasn't really very well documented. It still isn't, but we're fixing that. But what we found out is that people actually started using it more than we expected. and even started talking about it. There is even another session about the info framework, or one of the specific services of the info framework later in this same event, which makes us super happy. And in 7.3, we've implemented several new services and several new capabilities in the info framework. So I thought it would be a good idea to finally speak openly about it and explain what is our rationale and what is our vision for the future. So that's what I'm going to try to do in the next 20, 30 minutes. So I'd like to start with a question, which is, have you noticed that many of the applications, not only the ones that come with Liferay, but the ones that I see our customers, our partners, Liferay developers in general develop, they're very, very similar to each other. Of course, there are some very unique applications as well, but I see a lot of applications which do some of these things, such as displaying information. It could be in lists, it could be in tables, it could be in some other way. Retrieving that information from a specific source of data, or processing that information before displaying it so that it displays in a specific way. Could also be providing some capabilities for the end users of that application to search or filter that information. Of course, to be able to create new information items, and in some cases, even to be able to customize how that information is displayed. If you look at these 6 things, you can probably think of several applications that you've developed or you've seen at Liferay, which have these things in common, or at least some of these things in common. And yet, we are still mostly developing each of these applications as a silo with little reusability. Each of these applications have their own UI, their own processing of the information to display it on that UI or allow entering it through that UI, and then some independent storage. And 2 very good examples of that would be document management and web content, which are 2 of the most useful and popular applications that Liferay provides. They obviously have their own database tables and file repository in the case of document management, which that makes sense, but they also have their own processing. In some cases, the same for both. And definitely they have their own widgets, their own administration applications to manage each of them. And in some cases that makes sense, but in some others, we are just repeating the same thing again and again. And when we invest in one of them, and we don't do the same in the other, then we're losing an opportunity. And now multiply this not by 2, but by 10 or 20, if we count not only on Liferay applications, but also the applications that third-party developers also do. So a little bit over 2 years ago, we started a super ambitious project, a modern site building project. And you'll have to forgive me for using the word modern. I joke about it with Olaf, and he gives me a hard time. But that's the name we started using internally, and it's stuck. But the basic idea is simple. We wanted to rethink the way sites or web experience, even digital experiences in general, are built with Liferay. Before we started the project, it was still very portlet-centric, which was fine, at least for developers. It was, and it is, because it's still possible to use it. It's very flexible, but still, it didn't empower non-technical users enough. And it was really lagging behind compared to other more modern tools to build pages or even applications. So I'm gonna try to show a little bit a quick demo of a site that was built with some of the features that have come out of modern site building. And you can see here, this is a page. It's a pretty regular page of a modern site nowadays. And I'm gonna edit this page to show one of the most important applications in modern site building, which is the page editor, which is a new application that allows non-technical users to edit the page. Okay, so I'd like to confirm, Olaf, I hope you can listen to me. Is the browser, is it possible to see it? You say you switched to a new screen?
Oops, yes, your, hold on, need the right camera. Your browser is currently, it looks like it's the right half, or the, what's it, the screen or the slide that you're sharing. I see Item Building Project.
Okay, yeah, then no, it's not showing what I want to show. So let's see if I
that's
can
a whole
fix
slide.
that. Yeah. Yep. Can you now see the website?
I can. Oh, no, actually, yeah, this is Google Slides, yes.
No. Okay, so let me see if I can fix this then, because I was trying to show something else. Okay, so now you can see the site, right? And not
No,
Google
still
Slides.
Google Slides.
Still Google Slides?
Yep.
Okay, so I need to share screen again, and hopefully that'll fix it for me. Good. Okay. Okay, how about now? This is good, right?
That looks like a site, yes.
Okay, perfect. So sorry about that. So I'm gonna go back. What I was trying to show is this is a website, right? Built with the modern site building tools, right? You can navigate through it, but I want to focus on the page editor, as I was saying. So the page editor is a new application, and it's very flexible for end users. It's meant to be really empowering for end users. You can do a lot of things. You can do inline editing, right? You can say hello dev.24 audience. You can select a different image here. So you can create very powerful websites. So instead of the girl, if you speak a doctor, say, you can also decide that you want to display not inline content, but let's say you want to show here a specific field of a specific existing content, right? So let me just pick a web content. Let's look for a claim. Yeah, and I want to show the title, right? And I want to focus on this because when I click here, the selector for content, we had this. This is the item selector, which was covered in a previous session by Alex and Ambrin. And you can see here that we support 3 types of content, or 3 types of items in general: web content, documents and media, and blogs. And this is one example where we thought, okay, how do we do this? Do we support, do we want to support any type of content, any type of item? And the answer was yes, clearly yes. We don't want to make it limited to just a few of them. So we could use the asset framework, but we realized that we wanted to go beyond the asset framework because we wanted to be able to show any type of information. And it doesn't have to be an asset, and it doesn't have to comply with everything that the asset framework requires. So we needed something simpler, and that was one of the beginnings of the info framework. So let me switch back to the presentation. Right? Basically, we needed much more reusability than we've had before, even more than the asset framework, and also more flexible, because we really wanted to support any type of information. So basically, what we decided is let's break down the functionalities that we need to reuse into smaller units. And once they are broken down into smaller units, we can combine them to build new applications. And those applications could be the page editor, which has leveraged everything that we've done in the info framework, but also other applications that we do or that third-party developers can do, and they don't want to reinvent the wheel, right? So this is very high-level simplified structure of what the page editor looks like, and it provides a lot of flexibility for a non-technical end user to be able to decide how information is displayed, but it also provides a lot of flexibility for developers to actually provide or support displaying different types of content, different types of information in general, processing it, or provide options for processing it so that it can be displayed in whatever way this page creator, who can be non-technical at this point, wants. So as I said, this is how the info framework was born. And what is it? Well, I tried to come up with a simple definition, and basically it's a family of small independent interfaces that facilitate reuse for applications, specifically for applications that deal with information. So I'm going to focus on several words here. Interfaces first. Everything in the info framework is built around abstractions. It's a small abstraction which is represented by a Java interface, And then we leverage OSDI, so those interfaces actually are registered, and the implementations of those interfaces are registered as OSDI services or OSDI components. Right? Each of these components and each of these interfaces is very small. They are designed to be very small, and they are designed to be independent. So there is no such thing as implemented the info framework, and then you have a lot of things that you want to do. There is more like, hey, I want to be able to provide a list of items, which we'll see in a minute. And if that's all you need, you just have to implement an interface that does only that, and you don't need to do anything else if that's all you need. So let me show you some more details about what these services are, and then we'll dig deeper into 4 of them. So as you can see here, these are not all, but these are the most important. Some of them which were ready in 7.2, some of them which were introduced in 7.3, and some of them which are still work in progress, the ones with an asterisk. But as you can see here, there are abstractions for displaying information, for processing information, and for retrieving or storing information. So I wanted to focus on 4 of them because I think it's easier to understand if we focus on 4 of them. But if I try to cover all of them, then that wouldn't be very useful. It would be too much information. So I'm going to focus on 1 for display and 3 for retrieval of information. So the first one I wanted to talk about is the list provider. This is one of the earlier services that we introduced. It's already available in 7.2, and is the one that there is actually a session about later by another developer who has actually used this for real world use case, which is going to be a very cool session as well. So what the list provider does is it allows a developer to provide a list of items of a certain type according to any desired programmatic logic. So the need for this actually predates everything that I've said so far of modern state building, although it augmented the need for it. But it also comes from people who were already using Asset Polisher. An Asset Polisher is actually one of the early attempts, a successful attempt actually, to have a common UI that can serve any type of content type, any type of information, or in this case, limited to anything that can be represented within as an asset entry, right? Which is what the asset framework requires. So the asset polisher, I'm going to try to switch to it again. Hopefully this works. So the asset polisher, probably many of you already know it, but if not, it just lists a set of information, and the page administrator can configure it, and there is a bunch of options to select what are the items that are going to be shown, what are the assets. You can have manual selection, you can have dynamic, which has a bunch of configuration options that you can choose from. You can filter by tag, by category, by keywords. And basically the feedback or even the internal need that we found again and again is that sometimes this is not enough. Sometimes I need more advanced logic. And we kept getting a lot of requests for, hey, I want to be able to make this more configurable because I have this specific case and I love Asset Publisher, but I just need this thing. But many of those things were very unique. And if we were to introduce all of those options in this UI, it would be very, very complicated. And it's actually very complicated the way it is for many users already. So we didn't want to do that. And we would never be able to cover all of those cases. So these list providers, or the way we are calling them in 7.3 in the UI, the collection providers, solve that. Basically, developers develop the collection provider, and then the user, all they have to do is select which one they want. In 7.2, this is already possible, but we don't ship with any collection provider out of the box. In 7.3, we've introduced 4: highest rated assets, most used assets, related assets, and recent content. And these are actually a very good example of reusability, because previously, if you've been using Liferay for a while, you may recognize that these things are also widgets. There are widgets with these specific functions, but because they had very specific logic, they required their own silo. They required their own widget, which didn't have many of the capabilities that Asset Publisher has. For example, for configuring how it's going to be displayed. Now, by implementing them as collection providers, people can just select one of them and then reuse and all of the functionalities that Asset Publisher has, right? So this is one of the users that we have. So this is how an implementation of a collection provider, technical name of the interface is InfoList provider. This is how it looks. Basically, it's just two methods. One accounts for pagination, the other one doesn't. And it receives a context that contains the current user, etc., the current site, if there is a site, the current company, and then you can implement them as a developer, whatever logic you want. So I'm going to show a quick example. So let me show, for example, one that comes, one of these ones that we just saw, the highest rated assets, right? So here you can see that has an implementation, it receives the context. And here from the context, it creates an asset entry query, right? And we can see, come here to see that it's just using the asset entry query API, obtaining information from the context, such as the groups, if this is part of a site or an asset library in 7.3, and then build whatever complicated query is desired, way beyond what is supported by the UI to support this. And yeah, I said that this is used for Asset Publisher already, and we are shipping with 4. But also in 7.3, one of the new usages is a new fragment, which we call the collection display fragment. And I'm going to show it too. So I think I have a page here. Yeah, this is a great page. So as part of this site, we have this list of policies, and I'm in the page editor right now. I can show that this list of items is the collection display, and this collection display is it's very similar to Asset Publisher. It's a little bit more limited yet in some ways, but it's more powerful in some other ways. In particular, it also allows selecting any collection, including collection providers, right? And one of the cool things is that you are not limited to things that are assets. I'll show you an example in a minute, but I want to keep that for a little bit later. And then once you selected the collection, you can select what is the style of the list, and you can select the style of each of the items. And how does it know how to render each of the items? And that's where a new service in Info Framework comes in, which is the item renderer. The item renderer, again, has one single purpose, which is to render in HTML any information item that can be represented as a Java type. Okay, this is the interface. It's really, really simple. It just has a render method that receives the item that wants to be rendered, and then the request and response, which is often needed in order to be able to render into HTML. So let's see a quick example of that too. Let me see, for example, for file entry. Yeah, file entry. I'm going to make this presentation mode now that I think of it, because I think that will make it easier to read. Yeah, okay. So you can see here that this one is quite simple. Actually, this leverages JSPs. That's one of the cool things of this interface. You can use JSPs if that's what you want, but you can also use FreeMarker, or you can use straight HTML string concatenation here in Java. Choose your poison, use whatever makes more sense for you, and find the right balance between performance and maintainability, or whatever other requirements you have. You can take a look at this JSP. It's very simple. Basically, if the file is approved, it shows the title. Super simple. It could be much more complex, of course. So rendering, it's again something that it's simple. What are the out-of-the-box usages that we have for the item renderer? Well, we have a fragment which was introduced in 7.2, which is the content display. And the content display, you can think of it, if you're familiar with Liferay's web content display widget. It's similar to web content display, but again, thanks to the info framework, it's not limited just for web content. It actually works for any type of content. The requirement is that it has an implementation of an item renderer. As long as there is an item renderer, the content display fragment will be able to display it. And in 7.3, we've also introduced collection display fragment, as I mentioned before. And I'm going to go back to that page that I was showing. And here we are actually using one list style, which is pretty powerful, which is the grid list style. And inside, basically, it allows you throwing fragments and widgets inside each of the cells of the grid, and it's showing the content display, or it's using the content display fragment inside. But I'm gonna show a different way of using the collection display fragment, which is you can use any of the any renderer. There are item renderers. There are also list renderers, and I'm gonna choose, for example, inline renderer. And then if you choose that, then you can select the list item style, and the list item style lists the item renderers that are available, and also the templates. So the item renderers, you can think of them as a way to programmatically, with templates or with anything that you can develop, define how a given information item can be displayed. And it's a very simple way to distribute it as code and deploy it and make it available system-wide, which is a great complement to what was already possible with templates. But even that is only possible for certain item types, such as web content. Okay, so we've already gone through this. So let me go through the next two and last two services and interfaces that I wanted to go over. The first one is form provider, and this is making things much more interesting. This is new in 7.3. Basically, what this allows a developer to do is declare the fields that a custom item type has, and then organize them in any way desired in custom, in field sets or whatever way, right? This is how the interface looks. As you can see, it's quite simple. Again, it has two methods. One to return a form, which is generic for this type. For example, if this type is blog entry, this is a form with all of the fields for blog entry. But it also supports passing over the specific item for which the form is desired. And that allows customizing the form a little bit, maybe hiding some fields, depending on the information that is available in some other fields. It actually provides a lot of flexibility to be able to do that. But if that's not needed, by default, implementation, it just invokes the generic form for the type, and then you don't have to think about this. So this service actually comes with a friend, with a cousin, which is the field values provider. Often, when you want to know the fields that an item has, it's to display them in one way or another. So there is another service which allows retrieving the values of each of the fields. That's all it does. So again, it's very simple. Basically, it's just an interface with one relevant method, which is get info item field values. Okay, that's all it does. And one of the usages it has is to implement what I showed earlier, which is how to map a specific field of a specific content or any type of item to be able to be displayed in a page. So how is this done? I'm actually going to show it to you right now with one example that I did, which is for asset category, actually. So I chose asset category for several reasons. One of them is actually that we want to support out of the box asset categories and category display pages in 7.4. So we started the implementation, but also it's a great example because it's not a content and it's definitely not an asset entry, right? So here you can see that implementation in this case, it uses some nice builder that we provide to make it easier to build a form. And it has a field for a title, a field for the description, a field for the display, a field for the vocabulary, right? That's mostly all it does. And it provides a label and a name. And then we have the cousin, which is the field values provider, right? And this one, again, is not builder. It provides a value for the description, which in this case, it's quite easy, just the description, which is localized. A value for the title, which is also localized. A value for the vocabulary, and this is interesting because retrieving the value of the vocabulary, it's sometimes costly, it may require another access to database. We use a supplier so that only if it's really necessary, we incur into that cost. So even if all the values are retrieved at once, actually retrieving the actual value can be lazy using suppliers. So there are other usages. So another very interesting usage, new in 7.3, is this interface. This interface is a new interface to facilitate translating, in this case, on out-of-the-box web content to any language, and it's a UI focused on translators. And this form that you can see on the right, and also the one on the left, of course, this is automatically generated from the information provided by the implementation of the form provider. Okay. This is another example for the configuration of SEO on display pages, also a new feature in 7.3. Instead of being hard-coded, a non-technical user can actually decide that the title or the description can be a specific field instead of whatever comes out of the box with Liferay. I've said it before, but I wanted to highlight, we support Liferay. We support, these services, and we provide implementations for web content, documents, and also for blog entries, but it's useful for any type of information. And here I've linked to this work in progress 3 examples for asset category, because what I would like to inspire anyone listening is to be able to implement not only list providers, which is awesome, but also form provider, field values providers, or any of the other services for any type of information, and not be limited even by the information that is stored in Liferay's database. This information can be stored anywhere. Okay, so again, this is a full view, and what I wanted to highlight is several things that I've kind of said during the session, which is one of our big goals is simplicity. We want each of the services that are part of the info framework to be super simple to use, super simple to implement, and super simple to reuse. So these must have one single purpose. Okay. Then we also want these services to be independent from each other, but at the same time composable. By composable here, I mean that you can choose to use them together as an application developer. And I've shown an example how the page editor or the new translator uses together the form provider with the field values provider. So the application developer, like we've done for page editor and web content translator, can choose to use several of them, or just one of them, whatever is useful. And I wanted to make a point of what I said a minute ago, which is the information that is handled with the info framework services. It can come from any source of data, not only the database. It could be LDAP, it could be RSS, it could be APIs, it could be from the search index. Everything is designed so that it deals with a Java type. So as long as your information can be represented as a Java type, you can use the services of the info framework. Okay. So apart from the 3 implementations for many of these services that come out of the box in 7.3, we have several that we want to implement for 7.4 and beyond, such as for the custom objects of App Builder, for commerce products, and once again, for your own item type. So all of this is part of an ambitious vision, right? We want to make it much simpler, much easier to develop solutions. We want to make sure that developers don't have to reinvent the wheel, and also so that non-technical users can also do their part in building certain types of solutions or customizing the solutions that have been built by developers, because the end goal is to provide much more agility in changing those solutions. So I hope I've given you at least enough information about the info framework to make you want to try it out, to make you want to leverage it for your applications, or maybe support it in your custom content types or information item types, and leverage it with the page editor. I hope you use it, you enjoy it, and please send us your feedback, because that was the main motivation for doing this session. So we hope that we can hear from you soon. So Olaf.
Thank you, Jorge. So Olaf would be joining us shortly.
Okay.
You know, after 5 months of being in digital meetings, sooner or later you'll figure out all of the mute buttons and all of the video on, video off, be on this screen, be on that screen. That will happen. And I see I don't have a picture yet, which always happens. That's it. So always tweak the camera cable a little bit. Thank you, Jorge. And the framework, I admit I didn't really follow everything in there. I followed a little bit, but then I've been working in the background. So I gotta go back to the stream and check the stream for all of that content. But I got the reference that you have related to why this is modern site building and not antiquated one. So good job there. That's what I picked up. So we are in a content heavy section, which means, and we are a little bit ahead of time. If I get that correctly, let me see. We are actually almost
we are ahead of time.
Yeah, we are almost 20 minutes ahead of time, which means we really can go into questions if we have that. But if we don't, I already said we'll rather stay a little bit ahead of time with Sebastian, who is already here. Hi, Sebastian. And
hi.
Yeah, and so we'll rather let you start early, and then we'll have a little bit more time after his presentation because he is going to cover more about content. And then I've said we want to have some discussion. So there's lessons learned. What are people who are using the API? What are they using from the content management, or the people who are using the content management system? What are they using? And people who are programming, who are providing the APIs and the features. Is that what they envision? Or let's get a couple of more ideas what we actually need. So that will happen after Sebastian's presentation. For now, let's see if Jorge answered all of the questions implicitly or if we have something left over. I see nothing on YouTube, but that gives me...
No, not on Slack either.
Okay.
Okay, I'll pay attention to the Slack channel anyway, in case there are questions later on.
Yeah, you seem to have...
answer there.
You seem to have made a good job in answering all of the questions that you didn't yet answer. And let me see. Yeah, we are really getting ready. On the info framework, I gotta say something like a warning ahead for the people who are on the older versions, where older is the current version for DXP, that is 7.2. You gotta say, if you use things like, what's that, info list provider and stuff like that, Jorge, help me, then you want to be on at least Service Pack 1, because there was an accident with the APIs that I took a while to find, so there's no need for anybody else to step into that and find that as well, or search for it. Is that for the whole info framework? Did all of those packages change? Or,
yes,
or
yeah, I think it was 3 interfaces, including the list provider and the renderer that I talked about, that was moved to a different package. So while there was effort made to ensure backwards compatibility, it was not entirely backwards compatible. So yeah, I think it's just the interface moved to a different package. So that's what happened.
Okay. Well, then let me, we're really getting ready here to have a good content discussion. We're getting more and more people into the session, but we'll start with Sebastian. Just as I said up front, we are preparing for a content heavy section. Jorge started with the info list providers, which are rather the back end of content management. So for those people, for the target audience of this event, for people who write curly braces for a living, Sebastian is going to introduce us to a new topic in version 7.3, where I gotta say, I haven't seen it yet, but one of the comments that I got was, hey, that abstract is, or sounds really good. That sounds like you found something that nobody knew existed. So I'm happy to see what you found in the content dashboard. Sebastian is, well, actually, I don't know what you are, and I'm missing my, but you are, well, you're a French guy. That's
yes,
it.
I'm a French guy with a bad English.
Well, you speak way better English than I speak French, which we all share. I mean, that's one of the things that I always say within an international company. Somebody once said to me, like, do you really want to do this? This is English, you're a German guy, you have a German accent. I was like, yeah, well, have it done by a British native speaker, have it done by a Texan native speaker, have it done by an Australian native speaker. Everybody has their accent, their own vocabulary, their own way of, well, saying something in a way that others don't. So there's no shame whatsoever, because, as I said, your French is way better than my English, and we'll keep it as we will keep it at that. So without much further ado, let's see what you found. Let's discover and extend the new content dashboard. Welcome, Sébastien Lemerchant.
Okay, thanks. Okay, just need to share my screen. Some technical problem, sorry. Okay. Okay. Do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, perfectly.
Perfect. Thank you. So, hi everybody. I'm very pleased to talk with you today to talk about the new content dashboard. So, today we will see what is the content dashboard. We will I will see you a demo, and we will discuss about a potential new feature in the next Liferay version, and we will see an example of customization of the content dashboard.
We can hear you, David. Welcome back, and I can see you got a new T-shirt.
Really?
I was
okay. So I work with Liferay since more 12 years, and I'm a freelancer now. So content dashboard, what is it? So this is a new way to visualize and make a sort of reporting for contents. All this stuff is at the company level. It's for all the whole portal instance. So let's go for a demo. Okay. It's okay, you see my screen? Okay, so if you want to access the content dashboard, you need to use the new application menu. There is a link, content dashboard. So you can see a new screen, and I remove the filter. So you can see all the content. You can see the content is there is one content for each talk in the dev.24 live stream. Okay. Sorry. Okay. So with the content dashboard, you can use some filter, okay, by category. For example, topic. If I want just see the backend topic, yeah, I select it, and yeah, I have only the backend talks. Okay, this is really a great feature, but you can visualize data with the upper part of the screen. We will configure it. So if we need to choose vocabulary used to display the graph, so we will display country and okay, circle, okay, and yeah. So you can see the repartition of talks between different countries. Okay, so we can see Spain is very represented. Okay, and you can see the repartition between staff of Liferay and community present speakers. Okay, so as you can see, Content Dashboard is a very visual tool. It's very relevant to make some data viz report. So the key to get the most benefits of the feature is to add the right categories to your content. This is the key of the experience. Okay. So okay. Content Dashboard as it is great, but it could be improved. So I have make a kind of wish list of what I'd love to find into the next release. For now, I can just display web content in the Content Dashboard. So I like to display other type of asset. It will be good too to have more filter criteria like that, and batch action to add category, a tag, move from one site to another site. Content will be good too. Now you can just edit from the Content Dashboard, but if you want to, you can edit one by one the content. Another good feature would be to have a site-level dashboard, because now you access the Content Dashboard as a global administrator. Is a portal-wide tool. So it will be good if they are equivalent at the site level. The two last feature I'd love to have in next release is the favorites for filter. Because when you need to select each time each category, it's a bit repetitive. If you use always the same filter, it will be good to have some kind of favorite. And because reporting is the finality of the Content Dashboard, it will be good to have CSV result export, so you can use the data in Excel, and when you need to send data to managers, they want some Excel export. They don't want to connect to the portal. Okay, but you don't need to wait for Liferay 7.4 to get some of this feature, because I have already implemented two of these features as an open source extension module. The two features are CSV result export and filter favorite. So we will see this new feature in action. Okay, it's demo time. So I need to deploy the module. Yeah, it's magic. Okay, so Now I have some new feature. Okay. This link add to favorites. It's not native. It's added by my module. So if you have selected some specific category for the filter, maybe only I select only staff talks. Okay. Oh, sorry, some bug. Sorry. Okay. If I click here, okay, the module proposes me a name for the favorite. It's okay. So now I have this this query as favorite. Okay. So if I clear, okay, I want to use another time the same filter. I can just select the favorite. Okay. And if I want add another favorite, okay. Oh, there is some bug. For example, selecting author. Okay. Okay. So I have two favorites and I can remove my favorites. So yes, I have. This is the first feature. I clear. Another feature is export. So you can click here. Oh. Wow, bad. Seems to have a bug. This is the demo effect. Ah, it's okay. So I can export as a JSON file, as CSV file, and with two different separators. So if I want export as CSV file, I click here, and the file is not download. So what you can see this CSV file with all the data inside. Okay. 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 Now we will see how the module is implemented. What are the challenges imposed by the native module? First, there is no Liferay dynamic include inside the GSP, so it's not simple to override the UI, and all packages of the native module are internal. So it's not easy to override some OGI component. And last but not the least, the toolbar is re-rendered client-side by the JavaScript of Liferay Portal. So it's difficult to override the UI. Okay, we will see how it's implemented. Okay. The main mechanism used to override the module is a portrait filter. So I use an abstract portrait filter. We intercept the content of the portrait HTML and delegate some kind of rewrite. Okay. This filter is generic, so you can, if you want to reuse for your own plugin. And the more specific filter is this one. It extends the previous filter, and inside this portlet filter, I will get the content of the HTML portlet, and I will modify the HTML generated with GSoup library. GSoup is a Java library who can parse HTML and modify HTML with some method very similar to the JavaScript DOM. So if you have if you usually use the JavaScript DOM API, you're not very surprised by the API of GSoup. So I use GSoup just for inject two values, two tag, a tag to import some additional CSS and another tag to import additional JavaScript. And with another instruction, I will insert additional HTML. Okay. The more interesting part is in the main.js file, because I use JavaScript to build most of the interface, and the main challenge is to have a workaround to the client-side re-rendering of the toolbar by the Liferay portal, by the native portlet. To do this, I have used, where is it? At the end of the file, and observe function using a mutation list of JavaScript DOM API to detect when the rendering is achieved. So I can launch my own method to re-render some part of the toolbar. But as you have seen during the demo, there are still some bugs, and the behavior is not exactly the same each time. So I need to refine this mechanism. But that's it. This is the principle used. We inject some additional JavaScript, and the JavaScript repaint some part of the UE and add some event listener to handle the new feature. Okay, and last things on the backend part, I have added some MVC command to handle the favorite adding and the favorite reading and the export. And last things, I have the need to use some component in the native module, but because this component were internal, I need to copy paste some of this in some package of my own module. Okay. Presentation. Okay. That's it for me. So if you have a question or you want to talk a bit more about this, you can join us on Slack and rejoin the chat. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Sebastian.
Thanks, Olaf.
Oh, merci, I have to say. I got to use a little bit of my foreign language knowledge, and that is always good. And again, my camera leaves me I got to work on that cable, I guess. Now, why does it not work? Now it works. One way or another. Well, great to see this. And I have followed the YouTube stream a little bit where we got some comments from, for example, Sarai, who, as far as I know, has worked on these topics, and she's coming up after the next one, after our discussion session. So she says, for your information, the bug about the bars out of the chart limits is already fixed. So with the next release coming up, that would be, I would say we can expect the bug to not appear any longer. And where's my video again? Why is this always missing here? It's gone, right? I don't have any video here. That is weird. Does this go through? No. Okay, then I'll use my built-in camera, which currently shows you my ceiling. Then I'll go this way. Okay. One way or another, we'll get this. Now your video is gone. I hope that's deliberate and not accidental. Do we have any more questions? I see a thank you from, is it Julia or Julia or applause? And we have a comment from Tariq, which I won't read because Tariq will be in this meeting shortly for the content discussion. I hope to see him joining soon. He's a few seconds behind us as he is on the YouTube stream. So Tariq, if you see this, when you see this, come in and we will bring up the next session. David, do you see any questions on Slack or Surya?
Yes, Olaf. So there are not a lot of questions on Slack. Okay. Slack's looking good, so we can move ahead.
Okay. So there we have everyone on here, I believe, that we need for the next session. And if there are no questions, that's great. Then we can go ahead and start with the content discussion, the session that is labeled content discussion, which is a little bit vague. I wasn't sure what to write in there for an abstract because this is a session that has not been submitted. Let me bring in everyone and see what we have. We are all here. Gentle people, then as he's just appearing, then we have one more topic that we do just before the content discussion, which is we'll bring in yet another co-host. Surya stays with us for a bit, but he's in India and sun goes down sooner or later. And so we are moving with the sun to the other side of the ocean, David and me from Europe, and Andrew just joined us, Andrew Jardine, in front of his signature brick wall. And I'm happy to say hello to our new co-host, Andrew Jardine. Hi, Toronto. Welcome, Andrew.
Good morning.
Good everything.
Good. I don't know. Mornings are not really my thing, so I'll just say morning, not good morning.
Fine as well.
Could be around 8 o'clock in Toronto, no?
Yeah, it's way too early.
But that's your own fault because you named this time as the time when you wanted to start to help us out.
Yeah, but you tricked me because you said UTC and I'm not good at that math. So, you know, if you had said EST, I probably would have said a different time.
Well, it's the one time zone that all other time zones relate to. And
which one? EST? Yeah, you're right. I don't know why you just don't do the agenda in EST. It makes way more sense.
Well, the fun fact about UTC is, do you know what that abbreviation means and why is UTC?
No.
Universal, then I don't know.
time
It sounds like that, no?
constraint.
Yeah. Actually, let me try that. We have native. Yeah, Andrew, you count as native English speakers. So, but you also may count as native French speaker. Sebastian, do
that's
you
not
have an idea where that's coming from?
Sorry?
Do you have an
From
idea where
France.
UTC is coming from? What does UTC mean?
Ah, UTC, yes. It's a universal time coordinate. No?
Yes, but there is a trick to that. It's an abbreviation, and it's Universal Coordinated Time, which would be UCT. And how do you properly say that in French? It's some other way, which is, I think that's like in French, it would be time something. So you also use the
TCU,
three
I
letters,
guess.
but in a
Something
different
like that.
order. So in order to not be wrong with anyone, or to not prefer the English or the French spelling,
Okay.
they just said,
This
okay,
is a
we'll
mix.
shuffle them
Okay.
around in a way that neither makes sense in English nor in French. So now that's how we get stuck with UTC. Enough. Well, we said we're a little bit early, so we can extend the content session and not the lecture about UTC. So let's bring in, apart from Sebastian, who stays here, who has extended the content dashboard and knows a bit about content management. We also have brought in Jan Binder, I guess, because he's from Germany, or Binder for when I speak English. So Jan, welcome, also from one of the Liferay partners, so from outside of the company, but with good insight into content management. He will be on with his presentation later on. From the Liferay side, in the Liferay corner, we see Jürgen Kappler and Tarek Demnati. And I hope I haven't butchered those names too much. With Jürgen, I never know if I shall pronounce German or English or Spanish. And Tarek, I haven't practiced so far.
Yeah, that's correct way to say it.
Okay, well, I'm butchering names for a living, so I'm happy that I'm remotely correct. Welcome, and I would just open the discussion. We're talking about everything content. I would just open the discussion with, what do you say for what you have just seen with Sebastian?
Yeah, I would say that it's really interesting, looking at the comments from Julia, that is also watching, I guess. Yeah, that's plenty of things, good ideas that we are looking at, yeah, I think that was really interesting to see in practice, this original idea to extend content dashboard. And yeah, it's a bit above my area, because I'm myself a product manager, more specialized on the site building side and content management. But yeah, that's really nice to have seen that and concrete, let's say, usage of it. Yeah, probably I could ask you my question then, Sebastian.
Okay.
Yeah, I saw the export function that you have just shown. I would be interested in knowing if I guess if you export it, is to import it somewhere else, right? So if you could give us a bit of information about.
Not, but because it's not in my export feature, I don't export the content itself. I just export metadata, just for reporting usage. You know, this is the idea.
Right.
But yes, exporting the content itself will be good, but it's not the same. It's not really the same features. But sure, in general, in Liferay, import and export are a very, very useful feature, and so many times the only way we have to do it is just use Liferay archive, but Liferay archive does not fit many use cases because it's not human readable. It's not possible to save Liferay archive in Git repository and to monitor the history of the change in Git. So there are a place for an alternative import-export mechanism, but it's not, I think, specific to the content. It's for all the data in Liferay. And maybe it's a bit another subject like the original subject of the panel, but yes, this is the most, maybe the most requested feature by all customer I can cross because it's not specific for one or another customer. All customers have extended needs for export and import the data into and from Liferay.
So probably a question from my side. This is part of the 7.3. Are there other features that you guys, I don't know who can answer, but have tried and are interesting to look at in more details? Other features on the 7.3 that you are
I have tried,
trying or...
I have tried the fragments, but fragments are already in the previous version, but fragments are improved in the last Liferay version. But my main preoccupation about fragments is how to explain to the customers there is now two CMS in one, you know, because there are the traditional web content display and the new fragments. And for now, it's not possible to use only fragments because there is some use case or for what fragments are not sufficient. So it will be good in the future. Then it will be possible to do to cover all the use case with fragments, to have the possibility to build some project only with fragments and web contentless, maybe, because fragments and modern site building is here to simplify the contribution for the customers. But if the customers have the need to use the new system near the old system, it's not more, it's not simpler because you must continue to use the old system and you need to learn the new system. The new system is more intuitive, it's better, but if you can't completely leave the old system, there is no really a simplification for the contributor and customers. And that's the main point. I think we will need to wait for several years before have the possibility to completely not more use the old CMS system. But for now, my question is how to tell the story to the customer, and maybe a workaround could be in Liferay to add some wizard or helpers to explain the things, because for now the new interface and fragment system is intuitive and cool, but it's not so easy to discover without read some doc or without have someone who show you how I make the things. So it will be more efficient. There will be some kind of assistance for the first time, and another point, more sample site, because when you start with a new Liferay, the new Liferay is empty, And maybe you remember some years ago, Olaf, there are the 7 cogs theme and data. And it will good to have some complete sheet. And in my dream, I imagine in a next result of Liferay, a Liferay with maybe 5 or 6 different sample sheets. Yeah, you know, make complete sites like real life sites, and it will be very concrete and relevant for the customers, and better to make demo for pre-sales, etc. So I think it will be good to have more concrete samples for sites and modern site building.
Yeah, that's a really interesting feedback. This is exactly what we are looking at right now. We are trying to see how we can bring more content, more type of fragments out of the box. So we are aware of that, and I'm happy that you hear and do the same conclusion as us. As for the usability, we also plan to do things to improve it in the future. But when you are talking, yeah,
I have an aspect there to add, which is the contrast between the two systems, and I want to bring in a couple more here. As we had some crash here in the background, I was a little bit distracted in the beginning. But like we have the two content management systems, which is kind of the classic and the new one, or web content management and the fragments. And I like the parallelity between the two, and I like to be able to combine them. And I call them the asset-based versus the page-based content management. So which to me is all the same, but in Liferay we have completely different teams on both of them. So I'm wondering how they work together. And I don't know, without going further in that direction, I think Jürgen is on one of those teams and actually gets his hands dirty on one of them, right? Like, to me, all are the same, but which one are you getting your hands dirty on?
On the modern site building one, as you mentioned before in Jorge's talk.
And as opposed to antiquated site building.
Yes, well, antiquated. Yeah, but I wanted to mention also something that Sebastian mentioned is about the documentation. Jorge mentioned it also in his info framework talk, that we know that it's lacking a little bit and we want to provide better examples for it. So we are working on the documentation to improve it. Yes, that's one.
And I think you mentioned an important point, Olaf. You could see it like before and after, or like make them in kind of let's say put them in two different categories. But we are also looking at the approach to combine them and to enrich each other. Like we would, like, I don't know if you know that feature, but we can map the web content from a page. And the idea for the future is to see also this possibility to combine, not only say, okay, this is more modern, this is all the way. But I think if we look at this in more detail in the future, we could probably show that aspect as well. So as for what you said, Sebastian, about helping to make it more like helping to start with, because you say like helper, or you mentioned things like this. I would like to know, when you're talking about like users or clients, you're referring to what kind of type of users? Are you referring to somebody in particular, or even, let's say,
contributors, but all people who are not familiar with Liferay. Okay, so often we have contributors. We have they have already used another content management system, more mainstream CMS. And these people are often very frustrated by Liferay because they don't know how to make things. The features are here, but something features are a bit hidden, because for example, with fragment, the composition, it's very hard to guess. You can create fragment by composition, because this is very hidden. It's not so.
Yes. Yeah. And I think, I think you have a good point here. And really, that's, I think, some area that we will look at in the 7.4 that is actually,
So I need to more first time help message,
Yeah, like click here to do that, etc. That's
just some sentence is maybe sufficient. So maybe just more tooltips or not so many things, but just few details can change the game, I think. But it's difficult to see that when you know already the things, because when you use it too often, it's natural for you. So it's very interesting to see someone who had never used the product. I don't know if you in turn you use some external people to test as like a cobays, or with person with they have never used Liferay, and to show the behavior. Maybe it will be interesting, because it's difficult to. The same person can't test the first discovery experience, because you can discover just one time. So
let's do a call then during this. If anybody wants to do a user test, be really happy to hear, so that we could do that. That's a really great idea.
The problem is that we're currently, everybody who's watching probably disqualifies for the user test because they know too much.
They already know.
It's a problem.
But like they're gonna do everything.
We need to get people outside of our community to have more relevant feedback. Okay.
I've recently been with a customer who I want to say suffered through the asset-based content management, because like the way the editors work is not really pretty, while like on the page-based everything is pretty, and the asset-based everything is not so pretty. I would like to bring in Jan a little bit, because he has been quiet so far. Jan's topic that he will present later is on the asset-based content management, so on the less pretty one. And I'm wondering what kind of users you would speak for the people who are coming in very new, or for the people who are dealing with what they're dealing with. Like me, I'm suffering from the asset-based one, which is not too much of a suffer to create the agenda for on liferay.dev/24. Go ahead, Jan.
Yeah, so I come more from the side of the asset-based approach, because we have a lot of dynamic content elements that we need to fill, and there are many things you can do with the asset-based approach, but we have reached the limits at some point where we had to trick a little bit. For example, we often get the request to add users to structures. So a Liferay user needs to be linked to some journal article or other asset, and then we had. This is a common case that we had sometimes with customers, and then we had to trick a little and either add the users as an additional web content that could be linked, or we used a form navigator to add the user to the metadata, and then they are added via front end to the structure fields. So it works, but it's not a nice approach. So
I'm wondering if there is a possibility to create own structure field types or something like that, to create a structure field type to use to add users, or if in the new approach there's a better possibility to add those users to a web content that we have on a page.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So if I understand well, what you just to illustrate it in a concrete case, you're talking about, for example, presenting the team. This is our team doing this kind of thing, right? Because in this case, you have probably profiles created in the system, you have users already registered, etc. And what you would like to do is to have it presented on a page. And that's true that currently the only manner to do that is to use web content and to repeat the information. Yeah, that's a good one, and we will have to look at it further. That's a good one.
It's kind of like with the info list provider where you can customize it. It would be very nice if you could add users or similar things programmatically to add a new type of structure field, for example.
So how did you solve that for now? What was your approach to that? You explained a bit before, but just if you
the one approach was to create web contents for users that share the information of the user profile, or to use form navigators to add a field on the metadata on the right margin of the page, where you could programmatically fill it, and then it was copied by JavaScript to an existing structure field. And so we did fill the structure fields, and every time the metadata field was changed, the information was transferred to the structure field. And that was our approach to more or less dynamically fill it by the creator of the web content.
Just by curiosity, is it something used for intranet use cases or more like for B2B?
It's more like the intranet, but I could imagine every use case where you have something else than a web content that you want to link to that web content. So just like getting the name from a user, or getting I don't know. That was the most common part. But maybe there were some more use cases where you could use that.
Good.
I have a very selfish question, as we covered a few of those editors already, just stepping in because I can. But that question goes out to either of you or to somebody watching the stream, being in the webinar, people anywhere. So we're at solid 150 people all the time, which is good. Has anyone ever worked on prettifying the structured content editor to make it a little bit nicer, to make it more pleasant, more visivic?
I can answer that, Olaf. It's something planned for 7.4.
Nice.
Or better, after this release.
Okay, but that's...
But it's in the roadmap.
Okay, it's good to know it's on the roadmap. Too bad it's not on the roadmap for the upcoming release, but well, that's just a random one, but I know someone who will be happy to hear that it's on the roadmap. That's very good.
I had a question, if I may ask, and it's for Jan. Since you have been working on the info list provider, what were you expecting, or what did you found that you liked and you didn't like? I know that you are going to mention it in your talk, but as someone who worked on that, I would really like to know and what you can envision for it in the future.
Yeah, there very nice things like you could basically do everything or access everything that was in the is in the code. You can use all the services that Liferay provides, and yeah, basically all we needed. But there was one boundary where we didn't accomplish to get the URL parameters of the page we were on, for example, for relating assets to an asset that was placed on that page, for example. We couldn't use them, the info list providers there, but for anything else that we could imagine of sorting assets in an asset publisher, there was very nice possibilities. For example, one thing I can shortly mention, I will show that later in my presentation, is, for example, using the configurations, the system configurations or instance configurations on and so on, and yeah, dynamically change those assets that were listed, not by changing the code, but by changing it in the system configurations and being more flexible with that. That was maybe one key thing, and also the interaction with other frameworks like Service Builder or these things. So you're really flexible in what you are using, and that was definitely one of the pros to work with the info list providers.
Thanks.
I got maybe one request or one question about the old framework. Maybe it's I get some information about that, and that's historizing the versions of a web content. There is you can see what changes in the content, but there's some specifics about the dates that we are sometimes falling over, not falling, but a bit it's a bit stumbling, and it's like if you change the versions of a web content, there's always the dates, or a lot of the dates are confusing afterwards. And I would like to know, maybe you can enlighten me. Is there a possibility to be more flexible with the dates, or to get more information? What changed about the expiration dates, publish dates, and the dates where one version was modified, and one version on what time one version was shown?
Yeah, so just to understand a bit, so you're talking about the web content list, and within this web content list you have web content, and within each web content you have multiple versions, and for each version you could have a different date, right? This is where the struggle starts, because you might want to display a certain date for the users and not have, for example, the latest version date. Could you explain a bit more, like what you would expect?
Use case. Yeah, okay. We have a use case, for example, where we have to specifically say to other, we have to prove what kind of what state, what version of a web content was displayed on which time on the internet. So if someone comes to the site and to the website and sees web content, and then needs to see something and ask us some question about the content on that time, and we have difficulties to find out which version was shown and which version wasn't, because
okay, I see.
yeah, because we can't look up, except we have the database, which article was the one exactly shown, or which version. It's not that easy, for example.
Do you guys use change list, the new change list feature, or staging? Or you have live? No, for the moment. So you don't have like testing environment, and then you would roll out progressively.
No, rolling out immediately, like directly publishing.
Okay, so probably that's one area I would try to look at. I'm not sure if it's 100% solving your issue here, but I would at least look at it and see if this could somehow answer some kind of your challenges. Yeah, as for being able to change, let's say, dates or the way we display dates, I think this is something we could also discuss, probably not now, but I take the point if you want to continue the discussion.
Yeah, just a bit more showing of some different configuration dates, for example.
Yeah, okay, that's interesting.
We
would like to
also have some interesting dialogue going on YouTube that I want to bring in, which is a question, and the answer comes right with it, because Jorge is on that stream as well. But it might be interesting for you to find a new topic, or it might be interesting for everybody else who doesn't follow the YouTube stream or reads about or sees this a lot later in the recording, where it says that's VFB 91. A big problem with InfoList provider is that you cannot access the request object. And Jorge says that's by design, because it would limit the ability to leverage list providers to the cases where there is a request. Is there anything in particular that you need in this context? And then the discussion continues. We used a display page to show an article and tried to use the second asset publisher with an InfoList provider to show related content. But we weren't able to determine the shown article from the URL. If I read too fast, just go over to YouTube. You'll find that link on liferay.dev/24 and read again. So basically then Jorge answers, when the InfoList provider is shown in a display page, the optional, I don't know what that is, will be present. The option will be present, I guess that's it, and will provide access to the display object of the page. So there seems to be a way to go without accessing the request, and I'd be curious to see that fleshed out, because I'm an early adopter of the InfoList provider as well. As I said, I suffered from the change of packages, so my recommendation on InfoList provider is use everything from Service Pack 1 in DXP, or what's that, 72GA2, I think, in Community Edition.
So probably another question, did anybody use collection display, a fragment for showing collections?
Collection pages, or I do remember I spoke
or
about
collection pages.
Collection
display is the fragment showing collections.
Okay, I remember I spoke about that with Brian Chung, our CEO, within just before that was, I think it was already end of August. So it took us a while. It took me a while to edit all of that. And he spoke about content pages, not content pages, content collections, collection pages. And he was curious to learn if he got it right or wrong. So if somebody could comment on that, but you might not have heard the podcast yet. Andrew is a past guest on Radio Liferay, and he's smiling. Did you listen to that? And do you know if he was right or wrong?
No, I have to admit, I have not heard that podcast yet, but I'm smiling because I think it's funny that the CEO of the company is asking if he knows about the thing he's building. That's all. I guess he's got a lot of things to worry about, so he's probably not in the trenches all the time, but
yeah, that's the way I introduced the topic to him. I was like, yeah, we're preparing something for the rather technical people. Is there anything that you would like to see here, or that you can that you're looking forward to in terms of features? Are you on top of the features? And that was what he said. And then he was doubtful. Did I do that right or not? I'm not sure. So if you listen to Radio Liferay, if you listen to the latest episode, go ahead, check if Brian is right or wrong, and then I'll be curious to learn if he is or not. So have that come our way.
So I encourage anybody to use a collection.
Minutes. We have a couple more minutes, and then we'll need to bring on Sarai, who is already ready to go. So let's see if there's anything that anyone really wants to get out, as long as they have the opportunity to do so here.
Yeah. If I can just add that, I'd be really happy if people in the audience try collection display and collection pages and provide some feedback. That's a part of the new features for the 7.3. Yeah, leveraging collection providers and collections. So yeah, we're really excited about it. So feel free.
Yeah, I guess I'm excited about it too, but I don't know anything about it yet. I hope to learn more about it during the day today, or well, a little bit later. Oh, we have something here from Rob Hazel from the webinar questions. Let me see. I'll read that just completely unprepared. Has Liferay considered allowing conditional fields in web content structures, like you can do with a form builder? Let's take it at that. Is anyone aware of that or in dire need? Tarek, Jürgen?
Conditional field would be like something like, if something happens, show that, but if not, don't show it. Yeah, so something like that. Yeah, that's I think something that makes sense. We need to see the usage and how we can do that in complement of the app builder and forms. But for sure, yeah, that could be interesting. That's something we are looking at. And happy to hear more about use cases.
People have been asking for that one for a long time. I can remember back in 6.1, maybe 6.2, in the forums, lots of people saying, I have these fields, but I only want them to show up, or I want certain values only to become available if other fields in the structure have different values and that kind of stuff.
Yeah. Well,
it would be really great to unify them. Yeah, it would be really great to unify them all. Like we have dynamic data lists, forms in various incarnations, data mapping, structures and templates, which are kind of all the same, but they're not the same. So it'll be interesting to see them all merge.
Yeah, that's part of the challenges we have. We are aware of that, and that's well, what I can say is that in previous version of Liferay, the context was different. Now we are in a new context. We changed plenty of things between the 6.2 and the 7.3 now. So yeah, we are open to consider that in our roadmap. I'd like actually to continue the conversation and see the use cases. Andrew, if you could share some.
Perfect. Speaking of Andrew, he is on next for a very short section, but you said you shall be working on something in the future, like on these topics in the future. Let's not keep you here any longer so that you can start working on them right now. Is there any famous last word from Sebastian, Jan, Tarek, or Jürgen? Make it a like sentence with not too many commas. Otherwise, I'll just say thank you for giving your opinion, for giving us feedback, for thank you, Tarek and Jürgen, for answering some of that, for taking the feedback, and for telling us what to do. Thank you so much.
Thanks a lot.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
And with that, I'd hand over to Andrew, I guess.
All right, so this is early day for me, and this is my first introduction ever, not just for Dev24, but for any kind of presentation or conference. So let's see how this goes. Next up, we have Sarai Diaz. She's going to be talking about the different ways to personalize experiences in Liferay, specifically with Portal CE, of course. The boring stuff you want to know about Sarai, she's a Liferay employee for about 4 years. She has worked on the mobile stuff, the APIs and the personalization and segmentation, but more interestingly, she loves board games and beer, which is a great combination, of course. And then I asked her what her favorite board game was, or what board game was the one you don't want to play with her because she'll beat you every time. And she said Mansions of Madness, which I now have to look up because I have no idea what that game is. And then she went on to say she likes it the most because she won, but she only won because everyone else lost. So we're going to have a conversation after that so I can understand what Sarai thinks winning is, because to my knowledge, you can only win when everyone else loses.
Yeah, I lost my mind in the board game. So I picked up a card and the card said that if everyone lost, I won. So I have to lose for winning. So, yeah.
Right. Very good. All right. So with no further ado, I will pass the microphone to Sarai, and she's going to share with us everything we need to know about personalized experiences in Liferay.
Thank you, Andrew. And thank you everyone for attending this talk and for being here in Dev.24. First of all, my name is Sarai and I'm part of the segmentation and personalization team. And I'm going to share my screen right now and start with my talk. Okay, so I hope you're seeing my screen. If anyone can give me
Yes, we do.
signal. Okay, so this is our web page about board games, because as Andrew said, I love board games. So I'm going to start a little bit of a summary here. This talk is about personalization in Liferay. I want to talk about the different ways to personalize pages. And for that reason, I prepared here some of the objectives today. Here you can check the links to get the portal, as you already know. And let's go into the objectives. One little disclaimer here, sorry, I'm not a designer, I'm a developer, so I tried my best. First, the first objective is to create a segment. I mean, we have to create or to segment our audience. And for that, we are use a segment editor. Then with the segment, we are going to create an experience, personalize the content, configure widgets differently between experiences, mapping data and fragment fields that you already know because Jorge talked about in her session. And also, finally, we are going to use a content set or collection that is the same feature for personalize a page. So before starting, the first objective is create a segment, but before starting, this is our web page, and I add some content and some fragments here. As I said, I'm not a designer. And first of all, let's play. But our page board games is empty. So quick note here, I just created an organization that is a board gamers organization. This organization, I'm going to use it in our segment and then create an experience with a segment. So let's get into it. I'm going to our site. Then here in the menu, people, segments, and I'm going to add a new segment. Okay, so here is the segments editor. As you can see, you can add user properties like email address or job title, or maybe if you have some custom properties, you have it here too. Also, you can use organization properties like specific organization or country or tag. Also, you can use session properties like local date or singing if the user is singing, or cookies. Also, you can use a segment. This is a new feature in this segments editor. You can choose a specific segment that you have already created. In this case, I have library members, so I can choose this one for my segment. In this case, I'm going to use the organization that I just showed you, that is board gamers. So I'm going to choose board gamers. And here we have that these conditions match one member, that is Pablo Lopez, the same as we saw in the organization. I'm going to add a name, and this is going to be called dev.24 for gamers. And save it. So right now we have our segment. We define our first audience, and we can see that Pablo Lopez is a member of this segment. Great, so we complete our first objective in just a few steps. Now we are going to create an experience for that segment over there. So we are going again to the site, and we are going to add a list of board games here. So I'm going to edit the page, and with all the power of the page editor, I'm going to create a layout. For example, I'm going to add a heading, and this heading with some padding. Also, I'm going to put the text in the center. Okay, and this is going available and for the 20. Okay, so now I'm going to use an asset publisher, and I'm going to configure it with web content articles in this case, because I just created a few ones, and I'm going to select board game structure and save it. Okay, so now if I publish this, we have a text at the beginning of the page and then a list of board games in this case, but this is not really attractive. I just show you the web content or the board games in this case. For example, Mansions of Madness. And my structure has a title, description, the average rating, the number of players, and an image here. So let's go back to our page, because the idea here is to personalize this content for gamers. But in this case, this layout that I prepared here is for default experience. That is anyone, or in this case, the users that not belong to a board gamer segment. So I'm going to create a new experience, clicking here in the drop-down experiences, new experience. Here we have a new button that is create a new segment. If we just missed create our segment, or we want to create another one, we can use this this button over here and create our segment. If you save it, for example, I'm going to add something like library, something. Okay. And save it. The page is returning back to the experiences creation with the selected, with the segment selected, and we can add an experience and create the whole experience with the new segment in a few clicks. In this case, I'm going to use board gamers, and this is going board gamers experience. And see. Now we have the same experience for both users, for anyone and for the board gamers, in this case, Pablo Lopez. But for Pablo Lopez, I want to create another layout or for board gamers. So I'm going to add, for example, another heading here. I'm going to put some space, also centering this. And welcome board gamer, and a little message for them. And this heading, I want to put some color, and this is for there. I'm looking for background. Yeah. Okay. So now we have a message welcoming our board gamers. And then, for example, I want to use a social widget, but I don't want it here. I want it at the bottom. Okay. So for the first draft, I think it's okay. Okay. So if I edit this again, I can choose between the experiences and see the difference between them. But just a quick note here that I'm going to use after complete this page is that we can use the simulation panel to view the difference between the segments. At this point, I just created an experience for our board gamers. I personalized the content, just adding a new fragment at the top and adding another widget at the bottom, but still not very pretty. So I'm going to configure the widgets. In this case, I'm going to configure the asset publisher. And in this case, I'm going to use a template. So I'm going to go to the configuration, display settings, and use one of the templates that I already have, that is for game item. And for example, 2 items per page and regular pagination. Save it. And now it's more like a page. Publish again. And I have to configure also the board gamers experience asset publisher, because the default one is changed, but this one I have to change it. So in the board gamers experience, clicking configuration again, and in this case, I'm going to use another template that is pretty similar, but in this case, 3 items per page and simple pagination. Okay, save it. And if we use the simulation panel, that is this button over here, we can see a section with the segments that we have in our site. In this case, I create a personalized experience for board gamers. So this is the default experience, and this is the experience for our board gamers. As you can see, here I have 3 items and this pagination that is really simple. And here I have only 2 of them and a more complex pagination that is the one that I choose for this experience. So in a few minutes, we just complete those 4 objectives, but we have another pages right here that are also empty. And I'm going to personalize and close the simulation panel. Okay, so in this case, I have a page that is top 2020 page, and my point here, I want to display the most selling board game, but I want to be different between audiences. So for that, I'm going to use mapping data in fragment fields. And first, I have to also edit this page and create a card or a information page for my board game. In this case, I'm going to add a grid and 2 models, sorry, just like that. I'm going to put some space. Okay. Okay. Now I'm at an image here. I want this image fragment to be the image of the board game. The heading here for the title. Here for the description, and also I'm going to add another grid. Sorry, 2 models again, but the same size. some padding top, and here another heading for other information, but in this case it's less relevant, sorry, so I'm going to change to H2. Okay, saving. And then some paragraph here and some paragraph here. So I think my card or my layout for the board game to map fields, it's completed. So I'm going to create an experience and use our board gamers segment. Okay. Now we have the same template for both experiences, but I'm going to map it with different board games. So here in the default one, for example, if I select the image mapping, I'm going to select a web content that is Shushigo, that is a colorful board game. And in this case, I'm going to use the board game image. And immediately you can see that the field is mapped and you can see the image of the board game. That is a field in a structure that I have. And I'm going to complete all the layout with different fields. In this case, as I said, it's the title. So Shushiko title. Here, Shushiko description. Okay. This one is going to be a plain text, number of players. And this paragraph, the number of players of my structure. This one is another plain text that is rating. And this paragraph, okay, I'm going to map it with the average rate and publish. So immediately, if I publish the page, I can see that I map web content, in this case with an structure that is called board game, and any user that access to this page is going to view this Shushigo card with the board game information. But I have the other experience, and I can map it with another board game. In this case, I'm going to use the one that I really like, that is Mansions of Madness. So, Mansions of Madness. Okay, and I'm going to do the same as before, and the same as in the other experience. Here, Mansions okay, Mansions title. Right. Here, Mansions description. Again, this is a plain text. And this rating. Okay. Mentions number of players and mentions average rate. Publish. And again, with the help of the simulation panel, we can see the difference between the two experiences, and we just map two different contents into different experiences using, in this case, a custom segment, sorry, and in another case, anyone else that access this page. Okay, so with that, we completed personalize a web page with mapping data information fields. And finally, there is only one page missed, that is feature games, that is also empty. I'm going to close simulation, okay. And for that page, I'm going to use a content set or collection. Well, just a quick note, if you want to add some fragments here that are custom or yours, there is in design fragments, you can create your own fragments and add it to the page to personalize. And also you have the fragment toolkit to do it. Let's go back to the home page, Feature Games. And yeah, we are going to use a collection. So I'm going to create it, the collection that is in Site Builder Collections. And here we have the new button. At this point, you can choose between manual collection or dynamic collection. Manual collection is the one that you can choose manually the assets that you want to display between segments or in each segment, or in this case, it's called variation. And you can choose a dynamic collection if you can create some rules to display the assets. In this case, I'm going to use a manual collection with this name, for example. And I have to check here web content article and board game structure. Okay, so this is the personalized variation for anyone. It's like the default experience or the default list of assets. In this case, I'm going to add, for example, the Sushi Go and the Magic Race board games. Okay, it's save it. And I'm going to create a new personalized variation for the segment that I'm using along this presentation, that is dev.24 board gamers. And for this variation, I want to display Gloomhaven, Mysterium, and Mansions of Madness, for example. Okay, so we can add more variations here for all the segments that we want. But in this case, there is only two, anyone with 2 board games and board gamers with 3 board games. So I'm going back to my page, edit. In this case, I'm not going to create an experience because with the collection, you have the difference immediately. So I'm going to add an asset publisher. I'm going to configure it. And in asset selection, I'm going to choose collection. And my collection, that is feature games that I already created. Okay, save it and publish. Okay, so you can see here our 2 board games, and again with the simulation panel, we can see that if we choose another segment, the content or the assets change. Also, we can configure this widget with another template. Configuration. And the same template is going to be used in every variation. In this case, this board game item. I think that's it because I have only 2 and 3, so I won't have publish. Publish. And here we have our 2 board games for any one variation and 3 board games for board gamers variation. Okay, so just with these objectives, we complete our page or our pages that was empty at the beginning. First, I'm going to close the simulation panel. First, in board games, we set a list of board games, with some pagination, some configuration differently between experiences. Also, we add some fragments only for one of them, for one experience. Okay, one experience that is this header over here and the social widget. Also here in the top 2020, we map different content between experiences. This is for core gamers and this is for anyone else. And in feature game, we select manually the assets that we want to display for every segment, in this case, our core gamers. Okay, so I think we just covered all the objectives. Just a quick note for the first one. In less than an hour, my colleague or my teammate David is going to give a talk with some segments extension that you can create your own segment criteria contributor and your custom fields for that criteria. So you can create your own group here and with some fields. So in a couple of minutes, he will be on a stage. And this document is going to be available after the talk. I'm going to give the link for the agenda, and also I'm going to share it in the community Slack. So after end this talk, below I have step by step. That is the same steps that I was doing during this talk, and some tips here. So create a segment, create an experience with some images, personalized content, configure widgets, mapping data in fragment fields. That is a link to the fragment toolkit that I already talked about. Content set and collection, and at the end of this document, I have some interesting links, some blog posts, some videos, both in English and in Spanish. So that's it for different ways to personalize content in Liferay. I hope you enjoy this talk, and if you have some questions, maybe we have a couple of minutes or not, I don't know.
We have a couple of minutes.
Okay.
Andrew, do you want to take it from here?
Sure. Did you change your shirt?
No.
Somebody realized finally.
I only recognize it because I have the same one upstairs somewhere. So, any questions? Let's see.
Okay,
do you know that Olaf has been changing shirt after every presentation? You know.
Yeah.
Seriously?
Yes,
Okay.
yes, he has been doing that.
This is my first presentation, so that's why I haven't noticed yet. That's why. So
I'm going Madonna style. That's what I said.
I don't know. That might mean you have way too many shirts. Are they all Liferay shirts?
No.
No. Okay. Any questions?
We probably have a couple of questions for Sarai. I think I saw something flying by on YouTube, but I don't find it yet. Maybe maybe Surya or David, maybe you have them right at hand.
I did see one from Eduardo, but it was really more of a compliment than a question.
I will take compliments as well.
He says, it's great to see how much the new experience features have improved in the latest versions of Liferay. Great job, Sarai and the rest of the team, with 3 clapping hands.
Thank you.
There's another question from Jan, which has already been answered by, do I say Julia? How do I say that? In Spanish, it's probably Julia, right?
In Spanish, it's Julia, but since it's going to understand it by Julia. Also.
Okay. Yeah. We are on the way to get those features done, but we are on the way. So Jan just.
For those who aren't watching the YouTube chat, the feature was a request for, it looks like, being able to apply or copy settings, configurations between the individual experiences so that you don't have to do them manually each time.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nothing else?
Let's see what else we find here.
Well, if anyone have
some question after
I
this?
actually have one. I have one. So since all of this is backed by an API, has anybody tried an approach where it automatically puts users into certain segments so that the content changes within the same session because their segment changes in the session? Does that make sense? Let me give you an example. So a few years ago, James Faulkner showed me a demo where somebody was on a site and they didn't really have any kind of personalized experience. But over the course of navigating through the site, they went to, I think it was like a shoe area because it was a commerce site a few times. And so eventually the system decided that this person was interested in shoes. So it placed them into an audience target specifically for footwear. And then the next time they went to the homepage, the content for the homepage was adjusted because now they had been assigned to a specific segment. So what I'm curious is, has anybody tried anything like that with the API?
I don't think so.
No.
No.
Now you know what to talk about next time.
It's a great case to do it, yeah.
Maybe we can hook it up to Analytics Cloud and make it magical.
Yeah, you can use Analytics Cloud because they regard some information about behavior and pages view and all that stuff. But with CE, you don't have those properties available.
Right.
You can create your own.
Right.
Understand that, but you can you can use behavior ones.
Right, but the underlying API between the Community Edition and DXP is the same, so you might have to make your own logic, but it should be possible to do. Okay.
With mentioning that demo, you open up old wounds, because I do remember that example or that demo. I did it once. That was in Paris. Sebastian, if he is currently listening, might remember that. I did it on stage, and you know what can go wrong when you do a live demo on stage in front of 150 people in a brilliant environment as the first speaker of the day. What can go wrong with a live demo? Everything.
Well,
I've been working on 2 different servers, and they were, of course, not clustered. So I've been trying to enter the shoe segment on one server, and then was trying on the other if I was there. So that goes like into the history books as the one big failure on demoing segmentation. That's my history.
Was that one recorded? Like, can people watch that one somewhere? Because I think watching you try and recover from that might be the entertainment factor.
There was no entertainment.
Not for you.
Just slaughter.
Not for me. No, actually for nobody. I do remember that Milan, who was there in the first line, he said, I was wondering if I should go on stage, grab him and take him out for a coffee, or if I should let him die. He decided to let me die.
No, that was nice of him.
Hello, Milan, if you see that. But, well, I guess we should continue after this story, as we ran out of questions. Sorry for bringing in this question and hijacking the situation.
Don't worry.
And thank you, Sarai, for being available, for sharing your experience. I guess the next time, if we bring you up, or when we bring you up again, in case we have a spot free today, we'll ask you for an impromptu session on beer. Because now
yeah, seriously, look at that wall behind her.
That is only a few, because I have like 400.
400? Are they unopened or are they finished beers?
Are open, but yeah, that's it.
Wow.
that brings me to our catering situation at Dev24. So first of all, let's go. First of all, let's stick with beer. We have free beer all day, anytime, because like we can't tell where in the world you are. So we'll have it there in case you are someone who wants to have a beer. Have a beer. It's free. Anything in your fridge, by the way, anything in your fridge is totally free. Just
for free.
Anything there is totally fine. And just for everybody who has been at DEF CON already, you do remember, or you probably remember, that we always have a barista there who was the German Barista Champion 2010 to 12. It's Thomas Schweiger is his name. And I'm happy to say that I have ordered some coffee from him, and I have excellent coffee throughout this day. But let's continue, because the next speaker is already here, is already available. He stayed here actually during the content discussion, or since the content discussion, and I'm talking about Jan. And there he appears magically out of nothing. We already know that you have dealt, well, thank you, Sarai, thank you, Andrew and David. We already know that you have dealt with info list providers and with all of that within Germany, within one of the partners of Liferay. So you are deeply familiar, or how deeply you will tell us, but I guess you are quite familiar with the asset-based framework, and you have had some interesting use cases that you are going to talk about now, which is providing custom asset selection with information list providers, quite a mouthful. Jan Binder in German, Jan Binder, if I stay within the English pronunciation. Welcome and take it on.
Thank you, Olaf, and welcome to the audience. Yes, Olaf already mentioned the topic I'm going to talk about. Let me just share my screen. I hope you see what I'm sharing with you. And yes, just 2 sentences about me and my company I'm working for. Very quickly, I'm Jan Binder, as Olaf said, working for Unimira, which is part of the company USU, and I'm developing in front-end and back-end Liferay technologies. So I came around some things, and basically for the last 1.5 years, I am enjoying developing with Liferay, and so I'm joined that experience when 7.2 was already a thing, and I directly adopted the info list provider because I thought it is a very nice tool that you can use for great things. That being said, I'll directly jump into a live demo, because that probably best shows you what we did with info list providers when we came to boundaries with the possibilities that Asset Publisher provides. First of all, we have a simple asset publisher with a few web contents that he displays. And I don't think I have to show you very much about how you can configure an asset publisher, because probably all of you know the functionalities. Just one thing, you have a lot of possibilities, and there's still one thing that you can't really show with the asset publisher, and that are user preferences. We came to that because of a requirement of a customer of us, and he wanted to select or show web contents or assets based on the preferences of a user. So he could say, I only want to have the highlights of this category and this category. And can you do that for us? And then we thought, yes, of course we can. And we can do that with info list providers. So basically what we did do is we wrote an asset publisher. I'm sorry, we don't really, we wrote an info list provider, namely the personalized assets info list provider, which shows in this case all of the web contents I have selected, which is here, all categories. This is a portlet we wrote and placed on the profile of every user. In this case, it's just a demo where you can see it on some homepage. And if I'm selecting or deselecting some of those categories, you will see the list of the assets changed. So imagine this is the profile of your user. He goes to his profile and can say, wow, I'm just interested in things that contain are linked to web CMS and or web CMS and journal articles. So I will select those two types. And if he goes to the homepage of the internet, he will see only articles that are linked to these categories. So if I'm going to one of my different tabs here and I'm creating a new basic web content, and I'm giving here it a link to journal article and publish it, it will appear here because I've selected it in our JSF portlet. Don't mind the styling. It's really demo-like and it's nothing like, really nice design or something like that. It's just for demo purposes. And in this case here, we did just use one vocabulary. You may be free to use it different ways. Everything InfoList provider enables. And if I'm choosing a different vocabulary, you will also see there will be shown different categories. And if I'm going to the asset publisher, that's the demo effect. This time it's not shown correctly. Maybe I missed something, but to stay with the focus, you can select anything on dynamic propose and it will be directly updated in your asset publisher. So now you see all of the articles. Yes, and how did we do that? I'll show you the code for that. Basically what we did, we developed a service builder module, which stores the basic logic and the links in the database, which person did select which preferences. And so based on the user, you will see different assets. I can show you that later in the presentation. The second thing we did was develop a portlet, in this case a JSF portlet, which holds the preferences. You can see just the init, maybe a bit bigger so everyone can see it. This loads the vocabulary and the categories that belong to it. So if you click on one of those buttons shown previously, like those buttons here, the save method will be called, and so the subscriber information in the service builder will be updated. Yes, that's basically what the portlet does. And now to the interesting part, the information list provider. Here we have the provider. One preview. There's always also another. I will show you that later. but the personalization info list provider just needs some methods. Here we have those that get written automatically, and where you don't have to do a lot. We have the get content method that holds our whole logic. The logic here is we get the info list provider context that is delivered to the info list provider. From there, we are getting the group and the currently signed in user. And so we can get the subscriber categories. So the categories the user did subscribe to, and we add those to a list. And this list will be delivered back to the asset publisher. And this is what the asset publisher will deliver to the user in the front end. So this is basically just a little sorting which asset shall be presented first. Yes, there's one thing more. We also have another info list provider. Liferay provides us with portlets to show all most best rated or most liked assets. This is one very nice thing. We did some thing different, which was not provided, the most commented assets, for example. And we did link that to a configuration. So basically, we can say here which type of assets shall be displayed dynamically, and we will go with the basic web content first, and we will see here are some basic web contents. We just need to show the comments. And with the comments enabled, you see the one with the most comments is displayed first. And if I'm adding some more comments, and one more, you see the showcase, that's the wrong one. You see the showcase is the first one, and journal article will now be with one comment more. So basically this lists them dynamically based on the logic we have implemented in the info list provider. So a very simple way just to implement some new logic and some new display logic, basically to show things you might probably not be able to display with the asset publisher out of the box, but with some customization. Well, you can see we have here the basic web content as I've shown before. If we now use our config that I showed you and change the structure we are using for our asset publisher, this will get loaded directly by the info list provider. And if I'm refreshing the page, you see there's a whole new list presented. So info list providers in combination with configurations could be used by us very nicely to just change the presentation or the list of presentation of assets without changing the code, just dynamically with access to the backend. To show you that in the code as well, we have the comment list provider, and basically what it does is we have the message local service that provides us with the information and rates the amount or the size of the amount of comments and fills the list accordingly. And this is very basic. We have just one thing, the configuration, that makes that a little special. One second. Here we have the configuration that we have added in another package. And this is really simple. We just have one interface where we defined the interface for the configuration and a lot of language keys which can be which enable us to localize the configuration. So for you to see, this is just in the system settings, and we could have also brought that to another section or category. So you can absolutely freely choose where to place this in the system configurations. So it's more, easier to understand what this configuration does. For this demo, it's sophisticating, and we can easily change the list of assets published to the front end like that. One second. Basically, this is it about the live demo. I hope you got some information about what can be done with the information list provider, how it can be easily used in combination with other frameworks like the service builder, like the configuration, and what benefits it brings to dynamically change the information given by the information list provider, by the asset publisher. So thank you for your attention. And if you have any questions, please feel free to ask them. I'll happily try to answer those.
Good.
And there's Olaf with a new shirt.
Thank you. Yeah, of course. Thank you, Jan. And I'm curious to see if we have any questions. Otherwise, I can say I said earlier, I have been an early adopter of infolists or infolist providers, and there's something coming up which I'll just blatantly use for self-promotion, which is Radio Liferay. The homepage, if you look at that, if you go to liferay.com/radio, is horribly outdated and doesn't even update with the content anymore. So we really need to do something about it, which we'll do as soon as liferay.dev is updated. And part of that implementation is already done and is based on an infolist provider. Yay.
Yeah, maybe one thing more I just forgot to mention.
Sure.
This was a little promotion to our earlier discussion. We already mentioned infolist provider shortly in it, and there was one point, one restriction that we found. You can't read the request parameters, which is basically on purpose, and this just got a little problem. I had a little problem by we wanted to show related articles to one article that was also paid, shown on the page, and we got one small discussion that proposed the new version of the CMS, which maybe bring a solution to that problem. So we can have two assets on one page and link related assets to one another. maybe if you're interested, that what was brought up in the earlier discussion.
I have a question that's not related to what you presented, Jan.
Okay.
I'm curious about the room that you're in, because I see behind you a whole bunch of empty shelves. Are you in an office, or are you in your house and you just don't have any stuff?
Yeah, that's the big house where I'm not able to fill it. No, it's in the office, and we got a new office, so there's not that much in it by now. But
right.
I'm sure there will come a lot more stuff that will be there.
Right. I think all of us have been on hundreds of Zoom meetings in the last 6 months, but I've never seen an empty bookshelf ever.
Yeah, that's just because of the new office.
Right. Fantastic. Okay, so next up, we're going to switch now to Sébastien Lemarchand. How about that for some French? Pretty good, right? Thumbs up, Sébastien. Go on. Pretty good.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's actually a little embarrassing for me because Sébastien has been trying to get me to agree to speak at one of the France user group talks, and I keep avoiding him. So the fact that I now have to introduce him, I have to face this man. It's a little bit hard for me, but we'll talk after, Sébastien. Okay. For those of you who don't know who he is, you must be new to the community. He is famous in the community. 13 years of experience with Liferay. I don't know how many times I've seen his name in the marketplace with apps. But over this time, he's actually done several custom content converters and loaders for Liferay Portal. And today he's going to show us the latest one that he's been working on. And the topic for today's talk is how to turn any existing website into Liferay Content Pages, which sounds awesome to me. So okay. Sébastien, over to you, my friend.
Thanks, Andrew. Hi, all. It's, I need to share my screen, sorry. Okay, it's okay. Everybody see my screen? Okay, perfect. Thanks, Andrew. Okay, so for this second presentation of the day, I will speak about how to turn any existing website into a Liferay content page. It's maybe a little ambitious title. It's most how to turn almost any existing website into Liferay content pages. Okay, keep in mind it's a very experimental talk and session because it's a kind of labs. It's not production tested or production deployed procedure. Okay, it's experimentation with the last version of Liferay. Okay, so the idea is to start from an existing website and migrate to Liferay. This is a common task for us, Liferay consultants. But the idea of the talk is to automate at the maximum the operation. So the principle is to use a kind of pivot format with the static pages. So you scrap the original website with some crawler tools like HTTrack, for example. This is a good example, and I use it, and it works fine. So if you use HTTrack, you can obtain a static version of your existing website. So with this static version of the website, I will use a custom Groovy script, static to Liferay, to generate Liferay content pages. Okay, and my script have a dependency. This is a gsoup library. This is a famous library to manipulate HTML elements in Java server side. Okay. So why this chain tools is to automate manual operation, and the other idea is to avoid to use the traditional way of using OTL to get the data from the storage of the other CMS, because this approach using OTL and storage level extracting is very dependent of the original technology. So often for each project of migration from another CMS, the CMS is different, so you can't really reuse what you have done in for the extraction part. So if you use static pages as pivot, is a good way to reuse your code. Okay. The ambition is to make a kind of universal migration tools, but it's just a lab. So let's go for the demo. So to so to make the demo, I need a site example to convert to content page. So I have choose a synergies.com site, because this is a site not realized built with Liferay. Okay, this is essentially static pages. If you use a tool to detect the technology under synergies.com, a tool like built with, for example, or Webalizer, you can see this is not a site powered by Liferay Portal. Okay, so I will try to convert this site. So for this, I have already scrapped the website. I need to Voilà. Yeah. So in this directory, I have the static version of the site scrapped with crawled with HTTP track. So you can see the index pages, doc pages, and about pages. This is a very simple site. There are only 3 main pages, but it's perfect for a demo. So now I will connect to the Liferay. Okay. I will go to the scripting console. Yeah. Now I will take my script up. It's a little weird, because normally I need to have some logs of converted pages. Okay, it's okay. Okay, the script will output to the path of each pages converted. Okay, so there is 3 pages. So if now I go to the control panel, to the website, up. Oh, there is some problem. I can just access the website. Yeah, yes. So we can see there are the 3 pages created with the the HTML of the original website. Unfortunately, the pages are not what's the term? Splitted in multiple fragments. There are only one big fragment with the HTML inside, but this is better than nothing. Okay, that's the demo. No. Okay. Alors, what is the feedback of this experimentation? My first feedback is the difficulty to create content page and fill it with a fragment programmatically with Java API. Because in the past, I have many times created layout and widget pages with a web content display inside programmatically, and it was very easier. Content page, creating content page with the UI is very simple, very cool. But if you want to create content page with Java API, it's a bit more difficult. Okay. Keep in mind, this is very experimental, yes. And now I propose you to discuss about this approach and what are the drawbacks and the opportunities of such approach. So just a last word about the experimental status and the difficulty to create content page. To be totally honest, my script don't work fine completely. I need to improve it because, as you can see, there is the page. But if you want to edit the page after, it seems be some problem in data consistency. So if I try to edit the page, poof, all disappear. So bad. This is because it's experimental. So I need to find a best way to create the fragment into a content page and to fix it. But if you have a look at the script, you can see this is a bit not the word, a bit wired, and I have done some different trying, but it's difficult to reverse engine the way that the fragments are created from the UI, from the content page, the way that the content page are created by the UI. So I need to refine my script. Okay, so I think Andrew, we can go to the question and feedback.
Yeah, there was one question that was in the community channel, but then it disappeared. So I guess they changed their mind. It had to do with like, why would you take a site and put it under a different domain? But I guess this is more a demonstration of if I have an existing site and I want to migrate it into Liferay, if I don't have Liferay already, you would use this tool, right?
I'm not sure to have understand.
So let's say I had, well, the example you used, or Senna.js, I decide I want to move that site into Liferay because
yes,
I own Senna.js, and now I want to use Liferay to manage Senna.js.com. Then I would use this tool as the starting point to get all my content into Liferay so that I don't have to copy and paste everything, right?
Yeah. The main use case is for some legacy pages, you know, because sometimes you need to migrate a website. Maybe there is thousands and thousands of pages, but only some very limited percentage of pages are very active, contributed, etc. But you need to keep for archiving the other page. So it's not very important if each of this legacy page are only one fragment on a content page, because for this page are not intended to be edited in the future, because this is cold content just archived, and for this kind of page we need to get a mean to migrate this page at the lowest cost possible, because it's just legacy pages.
So I'm curious, actually, have you used this tool or other versions of this tool for your everyday work to migrate sites?
No. It's experimental. This is why I have inserted slide with experimental mention, right? Because like I have done similar things, but with widget pages and basic web content, etc. It's a very common task activity in previous project, but inserted fragment in content page programmatically was new for me, because fragment were and content page was not extensively used for now in the day-to-day project. But my goal was to try to do the same thing I usually do with a traditional widget page with content page,
right.
to test the capability of content page against my usual use case. But yeah, it's like I say in the slide, it's far more difficult to create a consistent content page than a consistent widget pages. Maybe I think maybe I don't use the right API, but I have with debugger make some kind of sort of reverse engineering of what the UI do to create the fragments, and it's a bit complex.
I know in 7.3, I haven't tried this feature yet, but I know in 7.3 there's actually the capability to convert a widget page to a content page from the page administration area. I wonder, have you had the chance to try using the tool to migrate an existing site to a widget page the way you normally would, and then using Liferay's internal features to convert the widget page to a content page?
Yeah, it's an idea. Good point. We will try this, but it will be more smoother, more intellectually satisfying if we can do the conversion directly.
Yeah. I wonder if you can convert to widget page, but then in your code use the same mechanism in the API that Liferay uses to then convert it from a widget page to a content page, so that you don't have to figure out the plumbing yourself.
I think I need to do more reverse engineering to understand what are the problem, and maybe it may be good to publish a library as an additional layer to propose a kind of API to create a content page from Java, you know, for all the person who want to automate content page creation. it will be good maybe to have some of kind of builder API.
Yeah, definitely. Well, very interesting talk. Thank you for sharing that with us, Sebastian. It was awesome.
Thank to you, Andrew Jardine, to host me.
All right. So I think, David, you're going to do the next intro, right?
Yeah, it will be. Yeah, for the next talk, I want to take the chance to introduce someone that is almost my brother or my buddy in Liferay. Not only because he shares the name with me, but because we joined Liferay right at the same time. I think that we were joining Liferay in more or less in the same month, right?
Yeah, that's true.
So,
I still remember.
Yeah, the main difference is that he joined the engineering team, and I was joining also the engineering team, but for the developer relations team, and he's actually coding part of the features that you can enjoy on every release. He started joining the what we call the pulpo team, which will be like octopus team in English, and he then went to join eco team, which is basically right now coding all the personalization and segmentation features. So he's going to talk us about how to create segment criteria, and again, as he's part of the team, he's one of the magicians that is creating this feature. The information is coming right from the source. So welcome, David Arques, sorry. And it's all the microphone is yours.
Well, thank you very much, David, for the warm welcome, and thank you very much for attending my online talk. Also for the organizers for giving me the opportunity to share the work we are doing in Liferay. So let's start. Let me share my screen. Here it is. I suppose you can see my screen. Okay. For today's talk, I'll be focusing on segmentation and personalization. And to do this, I anticipate that we'll spend most of the time viewing actual code. In fact, I'm going to use a GitHub repo, the one which is linked here. Actually, I'm going to share it in the Slack, on the Slack channel. You want to take a look? Okay, here I have. As you can see, I've added a section like this that explains what we'll cover here. First, I'm going to give a brief introduction to segmentation and personalization. Secondly, I'll show an example of personalization in action. And then we'll see how easy it is to create complex segments in the segments editor. And finally, and the most important part, we'll create a segment criteria contributor from scratch. Okay, let's start. Liferay's segmentation and personalization was introduced in 7.2, and it shows the right content to the right people at the right time. It provides the tool you need to manage different audiences and dynamically provide personalized experiences for people using your site. Now, I'm going to show how to personalize the content of the homepage of my Liferay portal for a specific audience. So to do so, I'm going to show you my portal. There it is. This, as you know, the default page for the 7.3. I'm going to log in using my test user. Perfect. And I'm going to show you as well the user I created here. As you see, I have 4 different users with different job titles, but there are 3 with the job title developer, and two different organizations, Liferay and Partner. Perfect. As well, in addition to this, I've created a custom fields. I've enriched the user profile adding a custom field. Let's see. For example, for this user, I'm saying that his hobby is cycling. See, he likes cycling. Perfect. This is the custom field. Actually, it's a selectable list. Perfect. Okay, now let's get back to our site. Perfect. Let's see the personalization in action. For example, imagine that we want to customize our homepage for users who works as developers so that they are shown information about that dev.24. First, we need to segment the users whose job title is developers. And to do this, go to people segments. And here, we already have this segment, developers segment. And if we go inside, here, there's the criteria that we needed. Job title equal developers. Actually, we also can see the current view members. We have David, Lance, and Anastasia. So our test user doesn't belong to this test, to this segment. Sorry. Okay, the next thing we have to do is to personalize our homepage. In order to do that, we need to go to Site Builder, then Pages, and edit our homepage. So here we have the experience selector. This is the default experience, the one defined for anyone. And we need to create a personalized experience for the audience developers. Actually, we've already created this experience, developer experience, for the audience developers. And if you click on this, we see the personalized content. Perfect. What is happening? Why the test user it's not able to see the personalized content? Why? Because because this test user doesn't belong to the developer segment. So if I sing in with the user, for example, Anastasia, which is inside this segment, let's see the personalized content. Here we have. All right, perfect. But if you want to know more about the different ways of to personalize Liferay, my teammate Sarai just gave a talk minutes ago about this topic, and I suppose it will be available soon. And apart from that, there is also documentation about it, a lot of documentation. And I've added some links at the end of the repo. Here it is. Please check them out, but after the talk. Okay, and now let's move forward and jump back into the segment editor to see how easy it is to create complex user segments. So let's get back here, people, segments. Let's create a new user segment. Perfect. As you see at the top of the editor, you can set the name and the view the current members of the segment as it is defined. In this example, we'll create a segment for Liferay developers who like scuba diving and are visiting the homepage. So I think this will be a proper name. And on the right side of the page, there is a properties menu with the following options: user, organization, session, and segments. In addition to the various properties, there are operations and conjunctions that you use to define criteria. Let's start with the first section. The user properties are user attributes you want to capture. This is made up of user metadata as defined in their accounts, and it also contains their custom fields. For this example, we are going to filter by one of these custom fields, the hobbies. the one I just saw it. Here it is. Okay, let's drag it. As you can see, 4 different operations, like to equals scuba diving. Here we have our divers. Perfect. Okay, let's continue with the next section. Organization. Organization properties is a selectable list of organizations to include in your segment. They contain similar criteria as the user selection. Here, we'll select a specific organization. In our case, because of this, I'm going to choose the Liferay organization. Okay, here again, equals or not equals, equals, and select. Here we have a organizations selector, Liferay. Perfect. Okay, we can continue with this section. Session properties contains criteria based on the user's activity, browser, and system information. In our case, let's filter by URL. For example, URL contains home, because we want the home visitors. So let's drag it here. Contains home. Perfect. By the way, these session properties don't affect the preview of members. As you see, the membership is updated as the criteria is defined. Perfect. Let's finish this presentation with the segment part. This functionality was introduced in 7.3, and it provides the ability to create segments based on already existing segments. This new segment will filter those users that belong to the segment simultaneously. So let's filter by the developer segment. Let's choose developers, and here we have. Perfect. Now we can save our segment, and I want to show you the view mode, which is pretty nice. Okay, perfect. As you can see, the default segment capabilities are robust enough to cover most use cases, and many types of third-party integration can be performed without developing a code extension. But in the event that your use case is not covered by one of those described, the segments module provides extension points to allow you to add custom segmentation criteria. Just remember that you must only develop a code extension if you have to add a custom session property, and this is done through the request context contributor, or extend the criteria query with new queries based on either on existing model entities or on custom model entities. And this is done through the segments criteria contributor, and that's exactly what we are going to do in the rest of the talk. So let's move on to the next point. Next point is hands-on creating a segments criteria contributor. First, let me introduce our use case, this use case. Imagine that we want to segment users based on the knowledge-based articles they have authored, they have created. And we also want a new section in our segments editor UI, in which you can filter by the article title and by a specific article, using, of course, an article selector. Okay, let's continue. In order to get it down, these are the main objectives that we have to achieve. First, we need to make our related entity, in our case, the KB article, searchable through OData queries. OData is a standard that defines a set of best practices for building and consuming RESTful APIs, including how to define complex queries. We'll need a couple of classes for that: an entity model and OData retriever. And secondly, we need to customize fields of type ID to use an entity selector, like the second one, like this one. And this requires to provide an item selector, of course, and a segments field customizer, which is responsible for connecting the item selector with the field itself. And what else? Finally, we can create the segments criteria contributor, which is in charge of contributing a query to filter users based on the articles they created. Okay, now that our objectives are clear, we'll go step by step through the comments. I'm going to change to my IDE. I'm not sure if it is everything okay, suppose. I'm not sure about the time. Okay, here I have. And you see IntelliJ. Let's start. Step 0. The first thing I do was to create the initial module. I've used the modules XSplit template and simplified the structure. And let me say something about the build Gradle. I'm using the Liferay plugins here. And I've overridden the deploy dir property to point to the deploy folder of my Liferay con when running the deploy command. And on the other hand, here it is, my deploy dir. And on the other hand, I'm using the latest release portal API dependency. Okay, now we have our module created. Let's start making our entity OData aware, and this will be covered in the next 2 steps. The first one, we need to create our entity model for the KB article. Here we have our class. This class represents the associated entity, in this case the KB article, with its fields of interest. And these fields are searchable using OData. Now let's see the interface. As we see, we need to implement a couple of methods. To implement the name, we have created a key. And we have provided an entity map here, which defines the available OData fields. For each one, specifies the type and its corresponding field in the search framework. This is the field that is actually going to be used when searching. As you see, for the title, I'm using the type string entity field, and the field that the search framework is going to use is the title keyword. And for the KB article, for the one with the item selector, KB article ID, you're going to look for the entry class PK. Nice, perfect. Let's continue making our entity OData aware. The next thing we have to do is to create our OData retriever. So step number 2. This class obtains the KB articles that match a given OData query. This one. Let me show you the interface. As you see, we have to implement a couple of methods, but don't panic, because Liferay provides all you need to easily implement these methods. Thanks to the OData search adapter, we just have to take care of the conversion between the Liferay search document here to a KB article, because the OSearch adapter is already providing the count and the hits, which in turn is the documents found. Exactly what we were looking for. Okay, nice. Well, I forgot to say that we need to define this property. Well, we have declared the class as a component, and we need to define the model class name. In our case, KB article. Okay, perfect. Now we have our entity ready to be used with OData queries. Let's continue with the field customization. Note that if we didn't have ID fields, we wouldn't have to customize any field. And we could skip the next 3 steps and go directly to the creation of our segments criteria contributor. But since we have it, let's go for it. Okay, perfect. The first thing we need is to provide an item selector for knowledge base articles. As you see, I've created 4 classes. We need to use a knowledge base articles selector for our KB article ID field, but since there's none in the portal, we are going to implement our own one. And likely for 7.3, a new API, the Item Selector view descriptor, has been introduced that simplifies a lot the process of adding item selection functionality for any kind of content, and it is mostly declarative and removes the need to write a custom GSP file. As I said, 4 classes are required. We are going to be focused on this one, but let's take a look at the rest. We need to define an item selector criterion for our KB article, an item selector criterion handler, and an item selector return type as well. Now let's focus on this one, the KB article item selector view, which is implemented this interface. And they have some methods here to implement, and the render method, this one, used to be one of the most complex, but now let's see in our implementation how easy it is with the help of the new item selector view descriptor rendered API. Let's jump into the implementation. Here it is. There we have the descriptor calling the rendered HTML, and here basically we will define the selection view with an item selector view descriptor, which in turn defines the selectable items with an item descriptor here. As item descriptor, we are going to define the following: the title and the subtitle. By the way, we are going to use the username as subtitle because it's interested in, because we are segmenting users. And as payload, the payload, it's important because it's the JSON object that is being sent along the event that is fired when an item is selected. So this is the JSON object that is going to receive our segments editor frontend. So let me tell that apart from that, we have set the data source using this method, the get search container, and we are just using the KB article service. We would have used the search framework, but let's keep it simple for now. But by the way, if you want to learn more about the item selector, there was a talk, amazing talk this morning, having fun with the item selector, given by Alex and Ambrin, that I highly recommend. Okay, now let's move forward. We need to make a little trick here, because we need to make our this JSON object. We need to make it compatible with the one that the segment editor frontend is expecting. So in order to do that, step number 4, we have added a GSP dynamic include with this little GSP back here. And as you see, we are overridden the segments editor event of entity selection in order to accept the JSON sent by the item selector. Okay, that made the trick. Perfect. And now, continuing with the customization of fields, let's jump to the step number 5. Let me close these tabs. Perfect. Step number 5. Okay, in order to connect, now that we have the item selector, we have to connect this item selector with the field itself. Perfect. We are going to do that with this interface, with the segment field customizer. Okay. We need to implement this method, the get select entity here. And as you can see, we are setting the URL of our recently created KB article item selector. Easy. Here. Here. And apart from this, we must implement the method get field value name, which is here, so that once the entity is set as criterion, the segments editor UI shows a meaningful name. Well, we want to use the title of the KB article in this case. All right, the customization of fields is over, and it's finally time to create our segments criteria contributor. So let's jump to the step 6. Perfect. And this is a key point in the process because it connects all the parts. Let's see the interface. Spoiler. This API defines the subquery that will contribute to the global segmentation criteria of users and the fields that will be provided to the front end. Now, let me show you the implementation. It has been declared as a component, and in this, with this property, we are indicating the model in which we are contributing. In this case, as you know, user. And the most important part, maybe, is this method, contribute method. It consumes the previous classes here to retrieve the articles that match the query generated by the criteria editor, and then here it transforms this query to be based on users in order to contribute to the global criteria. That's why I'm using here the KB article ID, get the user ID of each KB article. Okay, and lastly, I'm going to explain this method and get fields. Perfect. Okay. This method defines the fields that the front end will receive. In our case, the title and the KB article ID. We are almost finished. We just have to try this implementation in our portal. So to do so, let's deploy our external module into our Liferay deploy directory. We just need to execute this command. First, we need to set our Liferay home and then execute the deploy command. All right, build successful, process in the jar, and start it. Okay. Let's jump to my portal. Of course, it expires with user, with test. Perfect. And people segments. Let's create a new segment. New user segment. And voila, here you have our new knowledge base article section with our the two fields we defined. On one hand, the title with 4 different operations, and on the other hand, knowledge base article with an item selector and with the equals and not equals operations. Okay, before finishing, let me show you that I've already created some knowledge base articles. Some of them are related with digital experience. So in order to prove this segment, let's create a segment for digital experience content writers. Okay, so to do that, let's create again our new segment. Let's go to knowledge base article. Let's say that the title contains digital. See, we have a member, Anastasia. Perfect. And we also want to include another article, which is this one from Lance, by Lance. Of course, 0 members, but if we change to or, here we have Lance and Anastasia. Perfect. Let's set a name and save it. Perfect. Now we could create new personalizations with this segment. Actually, with this, we have created our contributor of user criteria, but I think it was easy, right? Well, at least I hope you enjoyed it. I think that's it for my part. Can you hear me?
Thank you.
Thanks. It was a very good and elaborate presentation.
Thank you.
We are watching we're monitoring the Slack channels and YouTube stream, and mostly people is clapping palms, or it seems that there's no big question in that. But again, what we are asking to everyone is if you can stay around a while, it would be great to in case anyone asks a question.
Perfect. Did I finish ahead of time?
Yeah,
I didn't
so
the clock.
We have time. If you want to share something more with us, welcome. If not, I think that we are already having some panelists of the next discussion panel. Let me enable my camera because I was charging my batteries. So there we go.
I'm going to stop sharing.
Okay, and now if I'm able to enable the camera, which should be okay, should be done by now. Now, thank you, David, for your presentation, and
I hope you enjoyed it.
Again, if you can stay around on the Slack channel, maybe someone may ask any question, and you will be able to reply them. So I want to, I love the idea of that you stated, saying that if we want to create assignment for the Dev24, should be developers, because that's basically just of the conference. And this is a good example to reinforce that. And I would love to see now another segment, or I would love to create, I think I'm going to ask you a question. If you will have to create a segment for what the community is, because you have used the developers, if you had to create a segment for reaching out to the community or to the user groups, what would you what would be your criteria to define that segment?
Good question. I suppose I would create a custom field for users with, for example, hobbies. I would add another option in hobbies, saying, for example, open source. So what is one of your hobbies? The open source. and then segment using this criteria, the open source lovers, for example.
I was basically asking because we are going to move into the next segment, because we are already having all more or less all the panelists. You are more than welcome to stay if you want to discuss about what the user group is and how many user groups we have, or you can stay around or you can leave. It's completely up to you.
Okay.
For that matter, if you see the panelists here, I will ask you to start enabling your cameras so that we could see you as panelists. And
thank you, Levin. Bye.
And just let me try to put my camera on focus. Perfect. So I would love to introduce you to some of the panelists, because what we are going to do right now is talk about one key pillar of the community. For me, this is for me it's a personal belief, but you may think otherwise, or we may have different types of developers or people joining the Liferay community. But first of all, let me introduce my colleague, Jamie Salmons, who is also part of the developer relations teams. He's, again, as we are moving into the late hours of our afternoon, we start seeing more people coming from the other side of the ocean. Jamie is based on the States, so welcome, Jamie.
Hello, everybody. Good to be here.
You may have attended some of his talks at DEF CON, in which he basically explains how he ran the updates on the. Sorry, I see that I'm out of focus right now. How he ran and how he upgrades the Liferay portal, the portal for the community. So he's, again, the magician who is keeping everything working for the community on liferay.dev. And he's part of the developer relations team. So we are here basically to see how the different user groups are part of us. Okay, let me, because we have different representation from people from Germany, from Italy, from Brazil, from Portugal, and from France, and of course from Spain. So let me do a quick round, and I'm going to start introducing some of them. Let's start with Jader. Jader Francia. Jader Francia is is based on Italy, and he's one of the prominent members of the community there. And he's also helping to organize the Liferay user group in Italy. So welcome, Yoder. Tell
Welcome. Hello.
us a little bit about your user group.
We are a small user group, respect the other countries, but we are all technical people. We more or less once a year create a user group meeting and start eating something, talking about technology. And we love Liferay too, because it's a great product for us. Is a way of work and also play with technology. So we are more or less 30 people around all Italy. So mainly in Milan and Bari, but also in Bologna and other part of Italy.
Okay. So the next one, I'm introducing you in no particular order, just how I see you on my screen. So
sorry, David, can you turn my webcam on, please? Because said that is turned off by the host.
I don't know, maybe Olaf can
okay.
Okay.
Try now.
Perfect.
Something was weird. That was the second one.
So, well, now that Santiago has enabled his camera, I was going to introduce Brazil, but let's go with from Italy to Spain, and let me introduce Santiago Perez. He is also a long-time user of Liferay Portal in Spain. He has mainly been developing or using Liferay Portal for some scientific group and for research on the medical community. And he has been also part of the Spanish community for a long time now. And he has started to help organizing as co-organizers like a couple of years ago in the Liferay user group Spain. So welcome, Santiago. Tell us a little bit about you and about the Liferay user group in Spain.
Thank you. Hi to everyone. I started to work with Liferay, I think in 2011, 2012 with 6.1. And after a few years, 4 or 5 years, I decided to join the Liferay user group in Spain, and I have been working in this group for I think 4 or 5 years. I'm co-organizer of the group from the last year. And I think we are more than 400 people, I think, isn't it, David? I think more than. So we have meetings every month with a lot of issues and many participants, and well, we are happy with the way the group is moving on.
Okay. So let's go now to Portugal. Let me introduce Fernando Fernandez, who has been, he was actually moving from one job to another, but he is always been looking to keep working with Liferay. And I met Fernando, I think a couple of years ago, or maybe a couple and a half years ago, because he was actually interested in restarting the Liferay user group in Portugal. So let us know how that went.
Hi, David. Thank you. Yes, I started with Liferay in 2007, and it didn't go very well because the product was a bit harsh at that point. And then later I started again around 2013. And I tried to help to build a user group since then. The user group has one mission, is to get all Liferay users together
in Portugal and promote their common interest. And we are around 150 people since the last couple of years. Well, growing from in the last couple of years. We meet every 3 months, late in the afternoon, between getting out of work and going home around 5:30 p.m. And our meetings are mostly about community news, what's happening in Liferay, what's happening with companies in Portugal, what's happening with national projects, and we also do some tech talks.
Okay, and now let's move to France, in which we have two members, two of the organizers that have already delivered some talks. So you will probably already know their faces. One is Sebastian, and the other one is Louis Guillaume. So it's up to you. Just decide who of you are going to introduce your Liferay user group.
What do you think, Sebastian? Should I go? Okay, I take that as a yes. So in France, we are, I checked the numbers here, 276 members now. And like any Liferay user group, we try to make the most, more events that we can during the year and talk about the new things around Liferay. What's coming up in new versions, maybe something that is, well hidden in the documentation, and dig it up and talk about that. And we encourage, of course, the community to do also some tech talks about Liferay, and to have I think it's really important for us to have their feedback on Liferay, how they use it, maybe something we didn't see, and then share it internally and see how it can go. And last year we tried to be more open, because it's mostly in Paris, but I don't like to put aside some people in regions doing a great job in France, and we can't be everywhere. So before COVID, we started to do some lives and also include not only France, but French-speaking people, and it can include, any part of the world, like North Africa or Canada.
Yeah, and that's where Andrew is going to help in the near future, right, Sebastian? Or Andrew, are you going to
Sorry,
join?
No,
I was just joking. I was just trying to help you to put a little bit more pressure on Andrew, and saying that as you are going live right now, and you can have speakers from other, or French speakers from other places, you could have Andrew speaking.
We'll see. It's still being negotiated.
Yeah.
Okay. Speaking of that, there's another user group that could help you with that, because they also have started with that experience. Is the Brazilian user group, who happens to share the same language that Portugal is using, and they have in fact started because Andre from Brazil is right now trying to restart the Liferay user group in Brazil. She is in the exact same point that Fernando was a couple of years ago. So they are trying to help. So Anne, tell us about what are your plans and how are you dealing with that?
Hello, everybody. Good morning, everybody listening at home and on YouTube too. Hello. And thanks, David. Yeah, this is exactly our perspective here. We had a thriving community by 2012, and the efforts got lost a little bit. So we're trying to get it back together and to reestablish our community here. and I'm learning a lot from the Spanish and Portuguese experiences. So I hope to also learn from you too. And we're promoting right now, as Louis Guillaume said, it is really interesting because we don't have those frontiers anymore because of pandemic. So it is really an opportunity for us to leverage from connecting to Portugal and also to connecting Spain with the Latin America perspective too. So Spanish-speaking countries here in Latin America around Brazil, we can also have leverage the community there too. So that's one challenge for us. And I'm in Liferay, I'm part of the team, and I'm always working. We started this from Liferay, but we already have a lot of people from the community engaged, and it's getting to be a great experience. We're having monthly meetups, and the second one in Brazil is going to happen today, later on during Dev.24, and the fourth and fifth one for this year, the third and fourth for this year are also already scheduled. So that's it.
Okay, and lastly, I will like to give Olaf the opportunity to, because we were going to have someone from Germany, but finally she couldn't attend. So I don't know if Olaf, if you want to give a heads up on how the community is in Germany.
Of course. So we currently have a, how would I say, a group for universities, which is there. We don't have any formal user group that I'm aware of that is meeting in 2020. Anyways, not, but we should build one again, if only. I would say the last times I've been involved with individual user groups, that was a very selfish one. I've been traveling left and right on business, and I've been going to the individual places, and from time to time just called for a user group meeting there, and I'm missing those, and we really should bring them back, hoping that the traveling time comes back.
Okay, next question is more or less an open question. I'm not going to say who should reply first, but this is my main question for you today. Basically is, what do you think as Liferay user group organizers or co-organizers, what do you think that is the main struggle that you are facing, or which is how we could, from Liferay or personally from our personal perspective, how we could improve and support better the user groups? Which is the main struggle, or which is the thing that you would love to see happening in order to grow your community?
Can I start with that one?
Yeah, please.
Yeah. So yeah, it is our main struggle today. Our main challenge is that we have two different audiences. We have people that were engaged with Liferay in 2013 and everything, and really know the technology and want to be up to date to everything we're doing right now. And we have people that don't know Liferay at all, but already work with other technologies that are complementary to ours and everything and like that. But we need to get them on board with Liferay, right? So we have these two audiences. And our challenge right now is how we can combine those two audiences. So during meetups, we're trying to take some time to talk about the new things that are coming and to get everybody that is already on board excited for what we're doing. But also we're trying to be a little bit more educational, like to get people to know the basics and to start doing something and building something. And I think that's one of the things I think we could have some support in that area, like how can we get new people on board? So what are the first steps? What can they do? what are the small challenges they can make on our platform, on Liferay's platform, to start feeling like they're advancing and they're getting to know better and everything like that. So for us here, our main challenge is that right now in Brazil, and for Spanish-speaking countries in Latin America, which I'm also trying to gather, it is really trying to find people. Where are they? So it's the effort to try to raise a flag and say, okay, we are here, let us help you, and that's it.
Anyone else? Because I think that one of the struggles that you mentioned is one of the main things that Fernando was fighting against at the very beginning. Like, where are the developers? How do I reach to them? Right, Fernando?
Yeah. We started to think that we needed a user group because I was talking with customers and they were saying to me, well, Liferay is not very well known. We don't know who works with Liferay. We don't know of any projects that are successful. We don't know how many people are working in Liferay. So we had to somehow try to fill in on this lack of information in the market. So we started to try to show about what the product is. It's not a legacy product as many people think, because Liferay has been around for many years. There are really very good projects being built on Liferay, either DXP or Community Edition. But people, because Liferay is not very well known, people don't care about telling this very good project has been built on Liferay. So this is not coming back to the community. Companies also don't publicize that they are working with Liferay. So technical people have little trust to invest in knowing the product. So that's why we try to develop the user group, and our actions are towards this, to build trust in the customers, to build trust in the tech people, so that everybody can have more confidence in going into projects, either the customers or the developers.
Okay, Jader, I think that you had something to add here.
Yeah. One of the most complex thing that we have to manage now, in my personal point of view, but talking with each other in my user group, is a common problem, is that we are basically technical people. So for us, it's not so easy try to make the shift that Liferay made some years ago, when he tries to shift from the technical portal to the DXP platform. So I think that for us could be fine, would be very useful if someone teach us how to change our minds. So I know that Liferay is working very hard for creating both documentation for the end users and then documentations for the technical people, but there is no glue between two parts. I don't know how to create a solution that manage the DXP paradigm in my projects, because I am a technical person. So if someone give me some hints or some documentation about how I have to shift my mind, could be very fine for me.
Because this is more or less the same problem, or the same thing that Anne was telling before, is different audiences, different levels. Have you tried, this is also an open question, have you tried to set up talks or mini talks on your meetups, which will mix different levels? Because, for example, this is something that I know for sure that Fernando was doing in the Liferay user group in Portugal. He was dealing with different audiences, or at least in some of the meetups that I've been lucky to join them. They were inviting people from business and also technical developers. And for me, having this kind of two different audiences with different probably talks targeted to them, it's a nice initiative. Fernando, how did that go?
Well, it's a bit boring for business people to listen to technical presentations, so that's a big danger. But sometimes we technical people need to listen to them more. And I must acknowledge the big shift in Liferay marketing for last year. And I think that can help us, because focusing on solutions instead of technical features is the way to go forward to sell more, and the way to get new people into the Liferay community. I think that's very important, and we technical people must make an effort to go further than the technical difficulties. And Liferay is a very complex product and takes a lot of study, but we also have to learn about the customers and understand the needs of them.
Okay, we are running out of time, so let's try to close a little bit. Let me ask Olaf if he wants to add something, and then we will try to close with some conclusion.
Okay, yeah, I just wanted to ask or to add two things, but if we're out of time, I should have looked earlier and thought of this earlier. We have one, at least we have one with the same name as somebody from the university's user group in the audience right here in the webinar. It's probably too late to bring him in, but I also wanted to have a short shout out to Switzerland, where Raphael Crivelli has posted this this morning. And they have a group there, not sure how pandemic safe that is, but they will know, and they do work together anyways. So that's a group. And if they want to come up and say hello and turn the camera into their group, I would like to encourage them as well. And if we don't have time for that right now in this session, we'll arrange it sometime later.
No, if you can promote them as panelists, I was in the meantime, I will try to close, because another thing I want to do is, I don't know if there's someone in the audience that is interested in, because maybe as you were saying, Olaf, we have formal user groups, but there could be a bunch of people that are getting together, and that's in fact a user group. And maybe there are much more user groups that we know of, just because they are not formal or they are not registered at meetup.com or whatever. So if that's the case, please reach out to us, or if anyone in the audience is interested in creating a user group, just let us know. Because another question that I had in my mind, but we are running out of time, was to ask the audience, is it really useful to have a user group? Some of them have already more or less explained that. In France, this is something that they do, and it reaches to new people. Fernando in Portugal is helping to reach out to business people what the technical people is doing. So I more or less guess what the answer, but anyway, I started this summer a series of blog posts trying to explain which is the approach that every one of us has to the community, why it's important to be part of the community. So please pay attention, because I will probably ask all the panelists here to add their own thoughts on that. I've taken some notes. I've taken some notes of what we could be improved, but I guess that you have too many different things. And I was thinking my idea was that this could be the first of a series of meetups for Liferay user group organizers all over the world, in which we could share what we are doing in our different countries, and maybe at some point find some common points in which we could help each other, or maybe we could help others in the audience to create local user group in their areas. So thank you, all of you, for joining this session. And please help me spread out why the community is important. I will ask you again to write some thoughts, maybe on the community blog or somewhere else in the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And now I think I'm going to say goodbye to everyone as panelists, not as attendant, except Luis, because Luis is going to be our next speaker. He has already delivered a very good talk this morning, but now he's going to give a smaller talk on what he says. This is not a big topic, but it may be really useful for a bunch of people. So as you say, as some people say, the big things sometimes hides the bigger gifts. So welcome Luis Guillem, who is going to show us how to quickly start coding with Liferay Starter. Go on.
Thanks, David. Can you see my screen? I guess.
Yes.
That's okay. Okay, good. So what I want to show you guys, I say a small project, but call it whatever you want. And I'm glad that you find this helpful. The idea is to, as David said, quickly jump in Liferay development, and it can be kind of hard because you have some tools. We have awesome dev tools that can help you create templates, but you have to install them, and somehow, depending on your environment, if you're a Windows user or Mac user or Linux user, you can have some troubles. So we just demo what I want to show you. So there's a URL I will share in the Slack. You can try it, and the idea is to quickly generate a workspace. So we could basically just click on generate. You can test this here and just save it. I will copy the command here that basically just unzip and run Gradle init bundle. And I check if it's here. I just passed the command, and it will just initialize bundle. And now I just wait for it, and I can just, when it's done, I can start Liferay. So if you're familiar with like what Spring propose, it's pretty much like this one. And when I started working with Spring Boot, I loved this tool. It was, some visualization. Can I choose Gradle, Maven, which version, and then just check on the dependencies and go with that stuff and just quickly generate something for a POC, for a project, whatever. And same goes with Quarkus, just to give you two examples that are, I think, awesome on choosing the tool, choosing the dependencies, and then generating your application. So if we go back to this part, now I have a workspace, and in bundles I have my Liferay, so I can just start the Tomcat. So I go back here, I will remove those files, and what I worked on. So the first feature is the dark theme, because I like my eyes to rest. But then I started with the workspace only, and just choosing between Maven, choosing between versions, setting your project informations. And the second part was working on adding let's say, templates that you could have with Blade, basically. So it's not it's not like dependencies like you see in Spring. So it's very specific to Liferay. So for example, if I want to add a new module, it adds just a line. You see that the command is adapting to whatever I'm adding. So here I am adding an MVC portlet. I have a very short list of templates, even if I could support more of them, but I want it here to be short and, you know, the most useful one, like MVC portlet and service builder, and maybe a panel app, a REST, and an API that we can see a lot of the documentation, like start with an API template and just add some classes and so on. So if I add another like service builder, you'll see that the command is changing, and you can see the build service that would start before initializing anything, because you need to generate from the service XML. And then you can add, of course, a theme. Maybe you want to customize the look and feel, and you want to add JS modules. And JS modules are the modules we talked about today, how to build React, Vue, Angular, Vanilla, JS apps. And I can just do that, and I will, you know, generate for 7.3 a new workspace. So it takes a bit of time because the thing is, behind the scene, it's using Blade. The thing is, I use, you know, it's a Docker image behind the scene, and what was nice, it was to build this Docker file and say, okay, to have an environment that can generate something for the developers, I need, you know, Blade, I need Yeoman, I need the generator. And so this is what we have behind the scenes. So it can be a bit long, but in the end, you have the zip file with your structure. So if we go back to here, I can see my project. I will just copy paste this, and it's going to be a bit longer. You see that we have some modules, so the service builder, the React, the MVC portlets, and now it's, you know, running the build service, but the longest will be the React, right? Because it's downloading half the internet. Just to explain, you know where it comes from, because I show you the Spring and Quarkus, but I want to share with you, you know, how I did that and what a bit is behind the scene and the difficulties actually I had in some parts. So the first one was to install Blade from the command line, because the documentation at the time was just saying, you need to download the Liferay SDK. It's, you know, you have the wizard, but I like to, you know, work on Linux environment with command line tools. And when I install command line tools, I expect command line to help me install this, not some UI. So how I could do that in my Docker file. And actually digging in the Blade source, I realized that with one command line, we could install, you know, Blade. So if we take a look at with Zoom, that's presentation mode. If we take a look at the Docker file to have my requirements on the system, you can see that I can just install Blade like this. And actually it's now added in the documentation. Also, I need NPM, because the JS modules we saw is generated with that, not with the, you know, legacy NPM portlets. So I need to add, I like Yarn, so I'm using Yarn. And one challenge was about generating a theme for each of these versions. And if you don't know, actually the Liferay generative theme for 7.0 and 7.1 is with this version of the generator. And the latest version supports 7.2 and 7.3. So it's kind of a challenge to say, okay, how I will run that. So there's a, it's not a trick, it's I believe a feature of putting some namespace on that, or some kind of shortcut saying that this is a generator. All Liferay theme will be the generator from NPM at this version. So then when I need to generate a 7.0 or 7.1 theme, I just need to call old Liferay theme instead of Liferay theme, the other things would be, and it's for the theme and the JS, is how you saw that we have like some questions to answer. What is a category? Where is my Liferay and all of that? How can I make it automatic for the starter? So in fact, if we go to, I believe it's in services, JavaScript app services, you can pass a JSON, so you can skip these questions and directly answer and give the answers in a JSON file. So as you can see, I automatically say category sample, and I put a relative path to the bundles, so you can deploy it no matter, doesn't matter where you download it, right? And have some sample, because I believe that, it's all of this is kind of opinionated, where I believe that it's nice to have some sample when you're starting those things. The other thing, I believe it's finished now, so it deployed everything. You see that we have the gub tasks from the theme. We should see some npm install. Yeah, the other thing is that you have to, say skip install, because when you're using Yeoman with Liferay.js, it will download the structure of your app. But not only that, it will then run npm install. And you saw how long it was to generate a workspace, but imagine if I didn't skip the install, so it will eventually time out. So it was one of the things I need to take care about. Now I will start again, remove this project. Sorry, internet, for downloading of the SPM modules, but I will do this again. The other thing is on Maven. Maybe I will remove some, I will restart for the modules and will select only React, Vue, and just download this in Maven. And it changed also, the command. So now it's not the Gradle wrapper, but it's a Maven wrapper. And, I always forgot about this command. So from time to time, I go back to my own site and check, is it bundle support or is it Liferay? I don't remember. So I think that's one of the nice things about this. So now I'm just generating with 2 JS modules because I want to show you some extra files I generate with this that you, from what I know, you can find when you do this with an archetype or blade. Let me copy this, paste it, and again it does all the things for you in one command, and you see that we have React and Vue.js. So what I added here, and we already see that it's a pom.xml to your JS module, because when you're using Gradle, it will automatically detect that you have some module with a package JSON and then run Gradle task that would download Node and run npm install and all of that. And we don't have that, at least from what I know, and today, things like that with the Maven equivalent, Maven workspaces. So I added a POM with the frontend Maven plugin. It will run everything for you, like it does with Gradle, actually. And also it allows me to say on this plugin that you need Node on version 10, and because you have to, there's a, how I say that, requirement for GURP 3, for example, where you would have issues with not 12. And, you know, because this is a starter, I don't want people to get into that when they start, you know, working with Liferay and want to build a quick app on the portal. So I don't want people to just download it and say, oh, it doesn't work because for what reason, and have the, you know, have to end up in Stack Overflow and discover about this thing. So now it's building my Vue.js. And when it's done, we can just open it with VS Code and see what's in there to just give you a quick tour of what it has generated. What else could I share in the meantime? I have other plans. So the thing I've thought about with this idea was to include Damascus, and I have to do a big shout out to Yasu for providing this awesome tool that, you know, reduce the boilerplate code you need to do with Liferay. And I'd really like to, I didn't have time yet, but I would really like to say, you know, add Damascus and maybe customize the JSON online, or simply, you know, download it and generate it. But it's one of the plan. The other one is to add Docker file and compose file, so you can, you know, quickly jump in and don't, you know, look at what JDK you have. The only requirement here is really the JDK. But when I can include the Docker file, I could do something that wouldn't even require you to have a JDK. So now it's done. I can open this one. It's in the wrong screen. Okay. Close that. Let's see the module, and we see the React one. First, you see the parent has those modules, and then in each module, stop it, no. In those modules, you have a POM XML, and this is the one I'm generating for you. So you have all your info you have, you know, entered at the top for the, you know, the project here. And you'll find already configured the plugin to generate your application, and also copying resources to the deploy folder that would be, you know, the thing generated in the dist folder. So it includes all the jar and put it in the deploy. So everything is supported regarding both build and deploy phases. And here we can see that this is, you know, one of the, so this is not the Vue app adapted, but this is the template you have when you type like your Liferay.js and you want a React widget, or I was talking about Vue, but Vue is here, as you can see, with all the localization and the configuration. And I think that's pretty much it for me. I don't know if you have any question. I hope you find this helpful, even if you're familiar with Liferay. And I hope that, you know, new people, it will reduce the struggle to start a full workspace with some modules.
Okay, well, thank you, Louis. We have at least one question, which yes, I think is a quick one on the Slack channel. Let me check it. Robert Meissner is asking, is the Vue.js module able to interpret .vue files?
I believe so, because this is the Vue, you know, the Vue template you would have if you just run your Liferay JS, and and select. I don't have it because I'm switching between nodes versions, but this is exactly what you have when you use that. And yes, you can use view files and everything that Liferay provides. I don't add anything to it. What I add is basically what I said on the POM XML. Everything else is what you get from the command line tools, but without, maybe the struggle, the time to do this. I hope that answers the question. If not, just.
Well, in any case, the question was made on the Slack channel, so probably if he has some other question, Robert could continue. But he's saying thanks, so I guess that's yes. That's all.
So just I share also the repo here, and yeah, you can try it on your own. You can. I have some. I put some informations here, and I published the Docker on the Docker Hub, so you can just, you could take only this, and if you want to start it, locally, you could just run this. Already download the images, so it's a native image with Quarkus, so it starts in 30 milliseconds, which is awesome. So then you can try it, locally, or if you want to put it in your organization and let it access in a local network, you could do that as well.
Hey, Louis, I have a question. Can you, how difficult is it to add additional templates for the the different Blade templates that you can add? Like, can people do that on their own, or does it have to be done through your tool, I guess?
That's a good question. I think I have, if you look at the backend, actually, I listed all the template I could do because this is the same command. Some commands have additional arguments, so I would have to adapt depending on the template.
Right.
So it would be a bit of extra work on the command part, but not that difficult.
Well, I have a special request. When you get to your next template, can it be the REST builder template that's now part of Blade?
That would be, yeah. Let's see. Let's see how it goes.
It's only got I think you only have to put 1 or 2 parameters in, so it should be super simple.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, give it a try and I'll push it whenever it's ready.
Sure.
Andrew, you got the gist of this event. Anybody who volunteers has the first hand in asking for new features, asking for extensions, asking for anything else.
And
well,
I think there's more, templates we could add, like model listener or things like that. But is it part of Blade or part of this thing? I don't know.
Right.
Okay. I don't know if we have time just for another question.
Yes, I think we have.
There's another question by Eliser Ramos on the submitting Q&A panel, and he is asking, can the tool generate DXP bundles?
So here it's, I believe I just have the CE, but you can, I don't differentiate here. It's basically what I was saying, that it's Blade command, and by default Blade would refer to CE version of Liferay. So you would have to, yeah, if it's a feature request, we could imagine like selecting DXP or CE, and then I would have to, rewrite from either the POM XML or the Gradle properties of the URL.
Okay, thank you, Luis.
Yeah, and I'm welcome. And I'm wondering if we have one question from someone who hasn't been with Liferay in a while, and I'll see if he switches on his video. Otherwise, we'll just have to bridge. He does indeed. So let me bring him on, maybe with a question for Louis Guillaume. I don't know. You're out of Liferay for a bit, but I think you're coming with the fanciest background that I've seen so far for today.
This is actually a 10-year-old background I just found on Google like 10 minutes ago. I'm a Liferay partner, I think.
Okay, I should
Yeah,
change
but
my
it
background as
still
well.
has a red hat also in his background.
Yeah, that's my actual red hat. I actually have one. I have a green screen behind me.
Oh yeah, green screen on red hat on green screen. It's good that it's not green hat. So is there anything that you have learned from Louis Guillaume, because you are lurking around for a while already?
I was setting up my stuff, so I wasn't paying super close attention, but I did notice the Quarkus banner. Are you actually using Quarkus inside of a portlet, or is this like a separate service that the portlet talks to?
No, it's a standalone app, so it's not installed in Liferay. It's just, yeah, I wanted to try a new things, so I ended up saying, okay, why not Quarkus?
It's awesome.
Yeah,
I'm actually planning on doing a Quarkus demo, but I might not have to now.
Yeah, this is all recorded, and you can just go to the recorded live stream on YouTube. Just take that, and you should be good.
All right.
Yeah. Okay, so shall we continue? We are a little bit ahead of time, or do we see anything else? I don't see anything on YouTube, and I'm not really closely following Slack. That's what other people do.
Yeah, we are up to date. No more questions on nor on Slack or the YouTube stream.
Okay. So, well then, let's use the fact that we are a little bit ahead of time, and James is already here, so I don't need to make a big mystery out of who is there. No, first of all, thank you very much, Louis Guillaume, for being available three times.
You're welcome. It's a pleasure.
Sharing everything and sharing your knowledge. It's always good to have people there who like to experiment, who like to do stuff, who actually do stuff, get their hands dirty, as I like to say, and then share it so that we all learn from it.
Thank you, Olaf.
So that brings us to the one who is already on screen and came back after years and years and years because I asked him to. He is well known to people in Liferay who have been here until, help me, is it 2015?
2015, exactly.
16-ish. I could have looked it up because we did a Radio Liferay episode on change, as I called it.
Yeah.
So yeah, James, I met James, I don't know how many years ago, probably 2011-ish, 12-ish.
Yeah, 2010 is when I joined Liferay.
10 even, okay. So James served as a community manager, or the community manager in Liferay for a long time, and has been a repeat guest on Radio Liferay. So our paths have crossed at least once a year, if not twice or three times a year. And that is not his only experience. He left to Red Hat, as he prominently displays, but so it's in front of Liferay, with, what does it say, 12 years of Java experience. And
yeah.
He's learned a bit.
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
What was that?
I was going to say, I was going to give you the quick history of myself.
Okay, yeah. So of these 12 years at Liferay, of these 12 years in Java, 5 were at Liferay. And he continues to do his work at Red Hat with all of that. Is there anything that Andrew or David have to add? Or do we, we'll take that to afterwards, I'll say.
Actually, I just want to add one thing. James is one of the principal people that led me to start working with Liferay, actually. So like without James, Ray, Carlos Sierra, and Tomas, I don't even know if I would be sitting here on this call right now.
Yeah, we had some good times.
I owe a lot to James.
And continue to have good times.
So I'll be lucky that I sneaked into the list before you and I said, I'm going to introduce James.
Totally. I was bummed when I saw your name there. I was like, come on, Olaf. I wanted that one.
I gotta say, without much further ado, what he learned at Liferay and what the future holds for Liferay. Welcome back, James.
Yes, thank you very much, Olaf. So hello, everyone. As Olaf said, I was a community manager at Liferay from 2010 until 2015. Prior to that, I was at Sun Microsystems and a brief stint at Oracle. In 2015, I left and joined Red Hat, and I've been working on continuing my marketing with around our cloud native runtimes, specifically around Quarkus and a number of others. So I was to see the previous presenter using Quarkus. I do have a demo I can show later on if you want. But yeah, I had a fantastic years at Liferay. It was definitely a welcome refresh from what was happening in .com/Sun/Oracle space. I started in the Java space in 2008 with the Sun Java System Portal Server. It's a which is part of the Sun Java System Enterprise, or I can't remember the name now, but it was some crazy long marketing name. And then Oracle acquired Sun, and the project we were working on was a partnership between Liferay and Sun for essentially rebranding and commercially productizing Liferay Portal for Sun's customers. And so that's how I got to know Liferay. I got to Brian Chan and Jorge and Brian Chung and Brian Kim and Olaf and several others through that experience. And so I joined Liferay in 2010 to act as community manager and built a lot of fun demos with no actual accountability from customers, which is great. And that's the best part about marketing, I guess. You're not, you don't have a customer breathing down your neck, waiting for you to get the thing working. So my hat's off to all the professional services guys at Liferay and elsewhere that take that stress level very nicely. Yeah. So, and then I left and came to Red Hat, and I'm now doing product marketing. So that's the history. I really at Liferay, it was definitely Sun and Oracle's tried to do open source. They didn't really do it. You may have seen. I was actually part of the OpenShift organization and team, putting some C code to Python for the OpenShift package manager. And I went through a number of the architectural meetings, and they really we tried to do open source right, but we didn't know how. So coming to Liferay was a nice, welcome, refreshing way to do open source and really engage the community, get folks to contribute, really give them a sense of belonging and a sense of what I call shared suffering. When a person like you has the same problems as you and you're suffering together, it brings you closer. And so a lot of the work that I did, along with many others like Olaf and Jamie and several others in the community to build Liferay user groups, got people into the same world with each other and really developed those relationships and we were able to help each other out quite a bit, I think. Not only the open source community, but also Liferay's customers and the partner network as well. So yeah, that was a really fantastic time. And I learned a whole lot about open source, learned a whole lot about communities, how people can come together and make things better. And I had a lot of fun as well. We had a number of events which sadly seem like they're so long ago, not only because of Liferay, but because of COVID. We're not traveling anywhere. We're not doing any in-person events at Red Hat. And I'm sure many of you are in the same boat, if not all of you. So that's a big challenge for community management, I think. Online is great, but in person and face-to-face is really, really important, I think, which is why we did so many events at Liferay, and we did many events at Red Hat as well until this year. So let's see, what else, Olaf? What else can we talk about? How's things at Liferay? If you're there. Am I still here? Andrew, do you still hear me?
Yeah, I can still hear you, man.
Olaf bailed. Great, Olaf is gone. All right.
Sorry. You're so boring. He just walked away from it.
Nice. Be back, Olaf?
You'll have to. There is a time for coffee, and now I'll need to turn down my volume. Sorry, I'll be back.
All right. Well, I think we have, 25 minutes? I do have a demo that I want to show you about Quarkus. I know it's not, it's not a portlet, it's not a Liferay application, has really nothing to do with Liferay except from the fact that it's Java. But that's sort of what I've been working on for the last 2 years is giving our customers and the wider Java community, including the Liferay community, a future for Java. So as you all know, Liferay and many other applications are built on the Java EE, now called Jakarta EE, APIs and specifications, and they run on Jakarta EE or Java EE or servlet containers like Tomcat or JBoss or WebLogic or WebSphere. By the way, IBM did acquire Red Hat. We can talk about that later. So that world has been around for 20 years now. We celebrated the 20th, actually, yeah, 20th anniversary, sorry, 25th anniversary. It actually was launched in 1995. It's Sun. So 25, Java is still the top language and framework for enterprise applications because of the, you know, the API support for doing things that aren't hello world. So transactions, security, you know, isolation, all these things that big companies need are found in Java EE. And so companies naturally gravitated towards that. As things went on, the specifications got a little bit more complex. New versions came along. Things like EJB2 were not the best solution, I'll put it that way. And so you started to see alternative Spring, and then more recently Spring Boot. And so Java EE is sort of built for an age where companies would buy big iron and expect their applications to maximize the usage of that big iron because they paid, you know, $500,000 or $1 million for a piece of hardware. These machines that better use the applications that better use as much as possible. So Java was really built for that in mind. It's also really built for throughput, to maximize throughput at the expense of footprint. So it would take up as much memory as possible to achieve the throughput. It would take up as much disk space, right? It didn't matter that your application was 5 gigabytes in size and took, I don't know, 10 minutes to start up, because it was expected and designed to run for years or run for, you know, a long time, let's put it that way. It was painful to restart, and so you didn't want it to restart, and if it did, it caused downtime, which is bad. So to develop applications in this environment also required a long, we call inner loop development cycle. So when a developer makes a one-line change, click save, you know, stop the server, rebuild the app, redeploy the app, start it back up, and then refresh the browser. That time is really critical for developer productivity. And even, you know, 4 or 5 years ago with Java, that time is going to be on the order of seconds, which doesn't sound very long, but when you multiply that by the number of times you need to do it in a day as a day-to-day developer, it's really add up and be painful. So so Java, you know, was great for enterprise, not so great for developers when you had these really long development inner loop development times. And so since that time, since, you know, the late 90s, the early 2000s, we've seen a number of advances, and you guys are all familiar with these, right? Containers, Kubernetes, Spring Boot, Drop Wizard, you know, a number of things from like Netflix open source gave us things like circuit breakers and service discovery, and all these cool things, and microservices really started to become popular several years ago. And so, but Java was still sort of stuck in this big enterprise, big iron world. And so it wasn't a great fit. And so you see things like, if you look at Amazon Lambda, the two most popular frameworks or languages that there are Node.js and Python, and Golang's in there as well. And that takes up like 70% of all of the workloads on Amazon Lambda, a serverless framework. And Java is like 6%. And so people, you know, clearly are not choosing Java for this new world of containers and small constrained environments. And Java really hasn't been able to keep up with that. Now, Java the language can, and there have been a lot of advances in things like garbage collection, some advanced garbage collections. IBM worked on Eclipse OpenJ9, and they did a lot of things around the compiler, the just-in-time compiler. And Android came along and had the Dalvik VM and the ability to build native apps for Android phones. So there have been a lot of advances trying to, you know, make Java fast and small, but all of those things have been done in the last decade have at the VM level, or at the the Java runtime and language, and not the place where developers touch. In other words, the APIs and frameworks that they use, things like Spring, Hibernate, Undertow, Netty, all these things that the APIs that developers actually touch. They've really benefited from the platform being faster, but they themselves have not really done much in terms of minimizing for a constrained environment. The other important aspect of the last 10 years have been containers. Docker really made it super popular. It's very easy to build containers. And then Kubernetes as a container orchestration system and really made it easy to build, hundreds of Docker containers or millions in the Google case and orchestrate them and make them work together. One of the founding principles of containers and Kubernetes is that you may have heard this analogy, pets versus cattle. So in the old days, you built an app, you deployed it, you SSH'd into a large server, and you edited config files. And if you needed to make a change, you'd go into the server and make a change. And so that's treating it like a pet, like your favorite pet. You're gonna pet your dog, you're gonna feed it, you're gonna love it, but you only have one dog. On the other hand, cattle are managed in herds, right? Large collections of animals. If one of them dies, that's sad, but you're just gonna replace it and move along. And so treating containers as cattle makes it possible to scale. And that's what we've really seen in the last 10 years is the ability for applications to scale and manage them as cattle. In other words, when one dies, you replace it. You don't SSH into a running container and make a production time change, like a config file or restart or whatever. You just kill the container and then you replace it with a new container that has different bits in it. So this is what we consider to be like an immutable architecture, where at runtime, everything is running, nothing is changing. Like the application logic isn't changing. So, but if you think back to what I said earlier about Java, Java was built for that, for change. So you have a lot of dynamic behavior in application frameworks like Spring, and where it does a lot of things like when you run the application, it does a lot of initialization, like framework initialization. So in order to bring up Hibernate, it has to build this meta model of the objects, and it has to build proxies and has to make connections to databases. Other frameworks do things like scan for annotations, Spring scans for annotations, looks for beans that are on the class path and loads them, load configuration. All of this comes at a cost at runtime. And so that's why these traditional Java applications still take a while to start up. They may take a little bit less memory, but they still take a while to start up, and they still use a lot of memory that they don't need to use at runtime. So this brings me to the direction that we're going at Red Hat, which is turning those assumptions on their head and build a framework, a set of frameworks and a runtime that does all of that heavy lifting at build time. So essentially move the pain back to build time. So it might take 3 or 4 minutes to build your app, but once it's built, it's going to start up extremely fast because all of the work was done at build time, making the assumption that the app is not going to change at runtime. If you're going to change the app, you're going to rebuild it and replace the container. So that's the primary underlying assumption of approaches like Quarkus. And Quarkus isn't the only one. There's also things like Micronaut. And I know the Spring guys are looking at something like Graal VM to do native compilation. That type of approach is where I think Java is headed in the next 10 years or so, where the world of containers and Kubernetes is really influencing the direction of enterprise Java and influencing customers because they see a lot of operational benefits in a container orchestration and they want to build their apps for that. So Quarkus brings that to the table and it takes those assumptions away. So that's my my sales pitch on Quarkus, and really more my sales pitch on how Java as a technology and as a community is evolving to take advantage of the new options in this. And so I have a demo, but before I go to the demo, I'm going to stop and ask if there are any questions for me about Liferay or Quarkus or anything in general.
Let me check.
Yeah, I don't have the Slack open.
I don't see anything on YouTube. Let me check Slack. I'm a little bit behind on Slack. It even says loading history. But there's quite a bit. Well, that was quite impressive. Let me see if somebody, who is James Faulkner? But I think that question was answered.
Yeah.
Jack.
Oh, Jack from Canada?
Yeah, Jack
Nice.
Becker.
Yep. Hey, Jack.
So I would say that's a shout out.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, it's still me. A little bit less hair, a little bit more pounds, a little more gray hair. But yeah, otherwise still the same.
Yeah,
I see a lot of you have less hair.
Yeah, no, it's just shorter. and spread everywhere.
Yeah, exactly. Spread out.
But that's too much information.
Yeah. All right.
Okay. And Jack got the shout out, says hi, James.
Cool.
All
right, I'm gonna share my screen while we chat.
Go ahead with that.
All right. So you see my, you should see my screen here. So the demo I'm gonna show is a basic Quarkus demo, but I'm also gonna throw some serverless stuff into it. I also have a little Easter egg as well in here. So this is VS Code. I'm going to basically hand build an app, a very small and simple app, and then deploy it to Kubernetes and then scale it. And then also compare it to Nodes and Spring Boot, just to give you an idea of the scale and the benefits of Quarkus. Again, this is a sales pitch for Quarkus, but I'm trying to do it as technically accurate as possible and not just give you slideware. So this is VS Code. We have a plugin for VS Code, a Quarkus plugin that we support. So I'm going to go ahead and create a new Quarkus project. We support both Maven and Gradle. I don't know Gradle, so I'm going to go with Maven. I'm going to just choose some defaults. I have font sizes are bigger in a second. So you'll see I call LRDFU3. Just choose the defaults here. Just create a basic endpoint, and I'm going to pick some extensions. So Quarkus has a notion of extensions that, as you can imagine, allows you to add a modular functionality, much like Liferay has extensions and portlets and other aspects of Liferay that make it extendable. So I'm going to add support for JSON-B because we're going to do some JSON REST easy because we're going to do some RESTful APIs, and then I'm going to add a new thing called Panache, which simplifies using Hibernate with databases, and you'll see it in a moment. Okay, so that's it. Just press return. It's going to generate my project. By the way, you can also go to quarkus.io and generate the same project, but I just did it within the IDE here just for fun. So you can see it generated a very simple application with a simple endpoint called hello resource. And it's very simple, returning hello. So let's try it out. So I'm gonna start up Quarkus in developer mode, which is a special feature for live coding, which greatly shortens that that inner loop development I was talking about. So I'll just go Maven clean. I don't even need to do clean, actually. Quarkus dev. See if this works. So we'll start up the app. It'll build it first into an executable jar file, and then we'll start it up. Hopefully I don't have something else running on a port. Okay, so it started up much like the previous presenter's thing here, started up in 1.9 seconds. This is in developer mode, so not super fast yet. But if I then open a browser and go to localhost 8080/hello, I should get hello. Yeah, pretty easy. So that's fun. Now if I go back to my browser, which I just lost my screen, back to my browser, change this to hola, no other change, reload. Now it's hola. So it's this live coding essentially, replaces the code at will. Not only just code, but method signature, even add things to your dependency list in pom.xml, and it picks that up automatically and immediately in a live reload. And that live reload took 1 second. So I'll change it back just in case I have a test. So reload, flow. Okay, so that's fun. So now I'm going to build a simple CRUD app here. So I'm going to create a resource, or sorry, an element called to-do. And this is going to be a to-do list. So I have a Boolean. So I need 3 fields here, and this is going to attach to my database. Public Boolean completed as a flag, whether a to-do item is completed. Public int order in which it shows, and then public string title. Order is a special name in JPA, so I'm going to change this column name to name equals ordering, but I'll still be able to refer to it as order just in the database. order is a SQL operator, so can't use that. Okay, so that's it. Very simple POJO here. I'll annotate it with as an entity, so it gets properly linked into the database. And then the fun part is I'm going to extend this class called Panache entity, and this is a special Quarkus, which makes it super easy and generates a lot of boilerplate queries for you. You don't have to write inline queries and so forth. Okay, so that's it from entity. And I'm going to create a simple resource file to do resource, and it's going to be under a path. This is going to be a RESTful API. We'll give it a path of API, and then we'll say it produces JSON, so media type, type JSON, and then it also comes the same. Everybody likes JSON, even though it's pretty slow. JSON, okay, and then I'm going to create a single method for a get method called list of my to-dos, and return a list called get. And a very simple thing that Panache generates for me is I can say to-do.list all, and then give it a sort by, sort by order. So I want to just sort the return list by order. Let me clean up my imports here. Sort is that one, and then list is this one. Okay, so I should be good. Oh, I got to return that. Okay, so now I haven't reloaded the app. I just coded some stuff here. I'm gonna go back here and I'm gonna say the same API reload, and you notice I get a giant error here. So another feature of Quarkus that it kind of lets you know, well, actually I screwed that one up. I don't have my database configuration, which I forgot to add. So I'm going to add that. My data source definitions, I'll put that in a special file called application.properties. Springs properties files, specifying a database I have running locally, Postgres database, and the username and password. So I'll go back here and reload, and I should get a error that says I don't have my driver. So this is another feature of Quarkus. I can simply add that as an extension. This is all global Maven plugin. This is exactly what the IDE is doing. It's just a shortcut. So I'll add the Postgres driver, and that will just simply execute Maven add extension. And again, still haven't reloaded everything. It takes a second to reload here. And when I reload, I should get, if I didn't screw something up, let me go back to my terminal. And if I reload this page, I should get an empty array, which is what I get because I have nothing in the database. So that's all good. And so again, I still haven't stopped anything. Let me go and add the rest of my endpoints, and then we can get to a nice UI and then get to the Kubernetes part. So I'm going to add a couple more endpoints for adding new elements, for deleting elements. I'm just going to paste them in. You can imagine what they do. They're very simple. Let me clean up my imports here. Organize imports, status is where's it, that one, and then path param. Okay, so I should have, the last thing I want to do is add a UI. So I'm just going to drag and drop a simple React endpoint or UI onto the top of this. In this where I have an index.html, I'm just going to drag a bunch of files from off screen into this directory, and it will just overwrite them. Copy folders. Replace. Okay, so I should be good. Now, if I go back to my browser, I've dropped the UI in. API is still empty. Let's go to this UI. You can see now I have my to-do UI on top of my to-do database. And so I can add things like ASTA, test. And if I actually look at the database, which I have running over here, I can see the values are now added to my Postgres, so it is doing it. So it's all good. You can add, you can remove. It's just a to-do database. So also based on 7cogs, if you're a fan of early Liferay, you'll remember what 7cogs is. I know Olaf, you and I have looked at that quite a bit, so it's nice to be able to drag that one in. So that's the app. Now,
I do appreciate
that's live. Yeah, I thought you would. So that's the app. Now I'm going to run it. I'm going to compile it. as a jar file and run it, and you'll see it's like any other jar file. And after, oh, I forgot. Yeah, good thing I changed that hello back to hello. Otherwise, the test would fail. And I didn't actually intend to run the tests. I should have skipped them. But like any good developer, you always skip the tests because you don't want to learn about failures. Okay, so then in the target directory, you can see my runner jar. So I can just simply run it with java-jar, same exact application. I go back here, reload, still there. It did clear out the database every time I start up, just because I have drop and create. That's working. The fun part about Quarkus now is the native compilation. So all the extensions I'm using are, and every extension in Quarkus is native compatible. It does use a project called Mandrill, which is based on GraalVM to do native compilation, and it builds a native application. As I said, it takes a little bit longer. There's huge benefits. Developers won't see this because your DevOps person is going to put this in a DevOps pipeline. So as a developer, you run and develop, test it, and then you commit the code, and then something else goes and builds it for you. But in this case, I've already built it, so I don't have to spend time with that. And you can see it here. Oops, not in that directory. It's in my to-do. It's my runnable application here. So I'm gonna just /run, and you can see that started up rather fast, 185 milliseconds. You can many times get it to 35 milliseconds. That is, significantly faster, and it takes up significantly less memory, which we'll see in a minute. But the app is indeed running. You can see I can still do all of the same things I used to be able to do. So that's all running locally as a Mac binary, since I'm running on a Mac. You can see it's it's a Mach 64-bit executable for x86. So it's only going to run on my Mac. But you can also build Linux binaries as well for running in containers, which is what I've already done. So I go back to my browser here. I've actually loaded it onto Kubernetes already as a serverless. So this is OpenShift. This is Red Hat's Kubernetes distribution. I have the app running here. It's actually not running. One of the features of serverless is that it can shut down and scale to 0 when things aren't being used. So the app is currently not actually running. I do have the Postgres database running here. I'll show you the scaling. So Knative can also scale depending on the load on the application. So if I go back to my screen here and I run a program called Siege, which is a HTTP testing tool, I'm going to run it directly on the Kubernetes cluster so that I can execute very high concurrency hits onto the application. And you'll see as soon as this is up in about a few seconds here. So now I have a terminal on my on the running system. I'm going to run the Siege command, which does a 65 concurrent request to this application. And you can see it's already scaled up. It's beginning to scale up to, if I hover, I'll get, yeah, so it's 86. It's actually running 89 requests. I've artificially limited it to 1 request per instance. So you can see how fast that was. That was 4 seconds to scale to 89 copies of this serverless application on this relatively small Kubernetes cluster, 3-node Kubernetes cluster running on AWS. So it's highly scalable. That's what Quarkus is built to do. It's built to bring Java into this world of containers and Kubernetes in constrained environments, things like IoT and edge use cases. It takes up, and I'll show you, actually, I have another project. So if I wait 30 seconds, this will start scaling down. If I actually go back and kill my my Siege, you can see everything worked successfully. And if I go back here, if I waited 30 seconds, it would shut down, but I don't want to wait because I'm impatient. So the last thing I want to show you is a side-by-side comparison of Quarkus, Spring Boot, and Node.js. So I have these 3 apps running in the same exact here in Kubernetes. If I look at the monitoring, we'll go over to the metrics and look at memory usage. You can see here that Spring Boot is up here. Let me get my little windows out of the way here. You can see Spring Boot is running, has been running, it actually spiked there a little bit, but it's running about 127 megabytes, 117, it's about 120 megabytes. This is the Node.js, exact same application written in Node.js at 46 megs, and then down here is Quarkus at 20 megabytes. So it compares very favorably with these languages that have historically been thought of as the Java alternative when you're dealing with small constrained places where cloud resources and cloud usage actually translates to cloud costs. So if you're paying for memory, you're paying for CPU, you're paying for network, all of these things are much faster and smaller and lighter with Quarkus compared to any other Java framework. So that's kind of the sales pitch for our customers is, you know, you save money and you also get a fantastic developer experience. So I think that's it for the demo. So I will stop now and ask for questions. I know I went really fast, but hopefully you guys got the gist.
That's good. Yeah, that's something to be watched in the replay as well. And then maybe play with the speed.
Yes.
Or the playback speed.
Right. Good point.
Go down a little bit, and especially with the turnaround time, where I'm happy to report that we got a lot quicker in the Liferay world as well. So the startup shutdown time doesn't matter, but startup times and turnaround times are really, really, really fast since we went to OSGI, and that is just after you left.
Yeah, I remember.
So you've missed the best.
Yeah, I've chatted with Ray Auger occasionally over the last few years, and he's definitely reported a lot of improvements. So really good to see. And I know that the migration from Liferay Portal to DXP was also sorted in that same time frame. I haven't kept up as much with DXP as I'd like, but for the last Gartner Magic Quadrant, you guys are doing rather well. So kudos to the team for keeping that fire burning.
Yeah, it was quite some achievement, I would say.
Cool. So if you want to know more about Quarkus, you can go to quarkus.io. There's a website like every other thing. And then Red Hat also has, obviously, we sell subscriptions to our software, which includes Quarkus, if you want enterprise commercial support.
Yeah, and we run on the Red Hat platform as well.
Yes. Yep, that's right, JBoss EAP.
Both OpenShift, which was part of a presentation this morning, where I'll have to say, as the Americas are waking up, we've already had South America here, and you're the first one, I guess, unless I'm doing somebody, well, no, and North America, of course, we have Andrew here as well. So the Americas start waking up. Andrew already complained about it being too early, but you are east of him, so you're on the right coast, I guess.
Yeah.
Which makes it a little bit later for you. Anyway, in the European morning, we already had a presentation here that covered OpenShift as well.
Wow, that's cool. Yeah, that's fantastic. I'm happy to see it.
Yeah, so everything is running well on that platform, and the operating system, the application server.
Yeah, we occasionally get questions from Red Hat customers that are running Liferay, and anytime there's a question, it's usually I'm CC'd and like, hey James, or anybody else that could help. We've got this customer with Liferay that's a question. Like, yeah, I'll help. So, yeah. Nice to see.
Yeah, I gotta say, I probably won't become friends with JBoss in this life, but well, there's something to work on, so to say. I don't know if that will be something to work on my end or on their end, like on JBoss end. So far, it has bitten me a couple of times, and I never really wanted to work on that. So
okay, well, if you have technical questions, I can either answer them or find the right person, but we're here to help.
Yeah, well, no concrete ones, and it always just took so long. Well, anyway, if you, as you said, it's been a couple of years ago, I want to have a shout out just in between, because I now see this image here, which is back from 2013, when you started the very first day of Liferay, as you called it back then.
I still have the same microphone in that picture.
Oh, nice. Oh, yeah, that's hanging there. That's a microphone, right?
Yeah,
right.
It's hanging up upside down last time.
Yeah, it now is a stand.
Now it's a hat rack.
Yeah, that's a good way to continue to use it. Yeah, so that's a long way to come from 2013, from being up for 24 hours back then, and being up right now for half an hour, but talking about different stuff.
Are you doing 24 hours, Olaf? All 24 hours?
Doing 24 hours, yes.
Wow, nice.
But we are trying to do. Let's see if we manage to survive or not.
Come on,
but we have the help of a bunch of people. So
yeah, and I want to add, like, coming back, this was a detour that I actually wanted to add before as the introduction, because you have started this, but with Quarkus, which you have now demoed, apparently we can also look at or contact Louis Guillaume, because he has been working with it as well. So no pressure on Louis Guillaume.
Yeah, Louis Guillaume, if you have any questions or if you want to get involved in the Quarkus community, by all means.
Yeah,
that was awesome to use. I can say the startup time, just the build time is very long and consuming, but in the end, what you want, as you said, on the cattle part is, yeah, you want up and running as fast as you could, and as I demonstrated with Starter, it's like 30 milliseconds. So
yeah, a lot of the work in Quarkus, people think that it's we're just using GraalVM and we magically get this performance benefit, but it's really in the frameworks themselves that we've made a lot of updates upstream, I might add, to things like Hibernate and others, to make the frameworks able to do these things at build time. Most frameworks just work out of the, or several frameworks work just out of the box. The problem comes with reflection and dynamic class loading. Those are kind of the two big problems with native compilation, because in a native compiled app, it's a closed world assumption that you're not reaching out to look at the file system and loading in dynamic classes, because that just goes against the whole nature of a mutable system. So yeah, right. There's more work to be done.
Well, I think Quarkus does a great job on reducing the what you have to put in properties for other reflection and all that, and putting some annotation and just wrapping it around so you can just go with your commands and focus on your development.
Yeah, and I've also, I showed it in the demo, you can build for traditional JVM, and which is where any framework will work that works on JVM today. So you don't have to do native compilation. It's sort of an optimization, but it's a good one.
Yeah.
Okay, with that, I'll say it was nice meeting you again.
Yeah, same here, Olaf.
We have the next people queuing up. It's it's always good to see that we keep contact, that the industry is a small one, especially now that we can bring everybody in. And I'm especially happy to see you back in this 24-hour session. Last time in 2013, I was your guest, and this year I'm happy to see you here as my guest.
7 years from now, we can both be guests for the host, unless it's you.
We'll see where we do. I'll take you up on that.
Certainly. All right, Olaf. Okay. Thanks for having me.
And with that, I'll hand over to David, because we are going from a red hat to, I would say, an all red theme, if I look at that, which means I'm underdressed and I'll have to switch off my video.
No, actually, you are the perfect complement, because we also are wearing yellow.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, James. It's been a pleasure to finally meet you, because after joining the developer relations team 2.5 years ago, I heard a lot of reference to what you did and how you basically planted the seeds of what the community and the user groups are right now. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I look forward to your work in advancing that. So kudos. And you made a good choice, I'll put it that way.
Thank you. Okay. So, well, speaking of user groups, we are now entering the time frame in which most of the user groups here in Europe usually have their meetups. In this case, we want to take the chance to connect and meet one of those user groups, the Liferay user group in Spain. As in fact, we have some speakers in this conference that are usual members and usual speakers at that user group. And we are also happy to have one or two, in this case, two of his organizers now as co-hosts. So instead of directly introducing our next speaker, let me introduce these two members. First, well, we have Álvaro Saugar. Álvaro Saugar was a very active member of the community, and he was one of the, I will say that he was maybe one of the first co-organizers in the Liferay user group in Spain that wasn't actually Liferay staff, which was really a really nice thing. But I don't know, 1 year ago or a couple of years ago, he joined Liferay, and he put us, the Liferay user group, in a problem because we still wanted to have someone organizing the Liferay user group who weren't actually working for Liferay. So on that moment, well, basically Antonio Tejada, who is the other co-organizer right now with us today, he stepped in. Antonio has also been around in the community for a while, and he stepped, as I say, 1 year ago to help with the organization when Álvaro Saugar joined the GS team in Spain. Besides his involvement with the community, Álvaro has also been working with Liferay for 5 years now. The first version that he worked with was 6.2. And so he joined just on time to experience all the exciting changes that came from that version. Actually, he has worked with all the version from 6.2 to 7.3. So let me welcome Antonio and Álvaro, and welcome the Spain Liferay user group. Go, Antonio. Go, Álvaro.
Thank you, David. What a presentation. Well, hello, everybody. I'm glad to be here and able to represent our community, the Spanish community of Liferay Spain user group. Let me introduce you briefly what our group is. We have been scheduling periodic meetups every month, more or less, and we have grown especially in the last 2 years. We usually made that meetups every last Wednesday of each month. And we could say that we have 3 meetups in one group, because we started in Madrid, but we also have one in Sevilla, in Andalucía, in the south of Spain, and another one in Gijón, in Asturias, in the north of Spain. We have we were planning to improve and to reach more cities and gain more place in the country, but we have the problem of the lockdown. So because of that, we moved our meetups to online meetups. That was bad, but on the other place, we were allowed to reach more people which are not near to any of these cities to join us. So if you are watching us right now and you are from any Spanish-speaking country, just check out on Meetup, look for our group, our Liferay Spain user group, and we hope to see you next Wednesday when we'll have our meetup. So looking forward to seeing any of you, and please be safe. Up to you, Álvaro.
Álvaro, you need to unmute.
Now, you listen?
Yes.
Yes? Okay. I said that you can find us in Twitter and like Spain and Slack or Meetup, when you want. And now, well, you know us. Let me introduce our next speaker, which was any of the speakers that you have here, often giving some talks at our groups. He's one of the most skilled guys, and I can think in building themes for Liferay or integration studies with Liferay. He's part of the team that works on team that he was integrated the dynamic styling in DXP. So everything that you want to know, you have to ask now. This is your opportunity. So you're prepared to learn the insights from one of the guys who actually did it. So please welcome Marcos Castro.
Hello.
Hi.
Okay, guys, I'm gonna share my setup.
Yes.
Hello, everybody. Thank you very much for being here with us in this first Dev.24 event completely online. The truth is that it has its advantages. I had always wanted to use Acroma, and this event was the perfect excuse to buy one. So now I'm totally ready. I would like to start with an overview of all pieces that compose this puzzle, because we are just about to see a piece of a bigger workflow or a bigger purpose. This purpose for us is to manage a design system with little or no technical knowledge. This would be awesome, right? But before, I'm going to start at the beginning. Why design systems are so important? We have been hearing about design systems for a few years now, and they have become so common that they are used in any type of projects. The most important digital design products, such as Figma, Sketch, or XD, are following this philosophy. That's the reason one of the big challenges for us was to offer a great experience during a design system integration. For this, we have integrated front-end frameworks, we work in our design system following atomic designs, etc. But now, as you can see in the screen, we are prepared to integrate in a whole design system only by defining some small pieces. And even more impactful than this, everything could be done from our live editors. Today, I'm going to speak about the more essential piece of a system, the atom, and how we have integrated in Liferay as a part of this new design system integration workflow. But before continuing, please let me tell you a tale. It's a tale about the browser's marathon. Here we go. Once upon a time, there was a browser called Internet Explorer. This browser didn't want to follow the marathon rules, the web standards, and that worked initially, and for a long time, he was leading the marathon. Some time later, other competitors showed up, more prepared and with new techniques, and they wanted to win following the rules. Internet Explorer didn't want to change anything, and he wasn't able to keep the level, and at the end of the day, he felt exhausted. But yes, suddenly, from the aces of Internet Explorer, a new competitor showed up, bigger and faster, that was able to get the front of the marathon, and the legend says they all keep running to this day. This is the end. Okay, I know. I have a friend that told me this is a very, very sad story for Internet Explorer, so I've changed the official ending for a new one. Internet Explorer feeding the birds in its happy retirement. The moral of the story is something like, if you are a browser, it's better if you respect web standard, do your best to implement new specifications, and of course, it's better if you are fast. I'm coming back. Okay, from here I can comfort Internet Explorer. Sorry. Okay, let's go back to the data. Here you can see the evolution of the use of browsers, and here the top 10 of most used browsers. And yes, you can see the group which decides to follow the web standards. Do you remember this group? Thanks to them, we have been able to use one of the most powerful new CSS functionalities as a base for our atoms. This powerful CSS functionality is custom properties, also known as CSS variables. CSS custom properties was candidate recommendation almost 5 years ago, and they allow you to store and retrieve values from properties you define yourself. they follow the same rules as other CSS properties. You're able to define and use them at multiple levels and contexts, following standard CSS cascading. So, is it safe to use custom properties? This is the famous web can I use, with the filter of show it only the browsers with more than 1.25% of use. As you can see, we are close to 96%. It can be said we cover nearly all standard devices. And what happens when Internet Explorer shows our page? No drama, everything will look perfect. However, custom properties won't change. So, if you really need to use Internet Explorer in your project, your system integration should be following Clay and a custom theme, as we usually do until now. Okay, how do we define... Sorry, my dog needs attention. Sorry. How do we define custom properties? More essential definition of a variable is this. What is the difference compared with other properties is the double dash. As you can you can use this property like any other CSS property. This would be use of the variable primary color. As you can see, the color and the use of the auto bar. And this would be a real use, since variables are normally defined in root as a global variable. These probably look familiar to you. It's come directly from Bootstrap, because they started to expose some variables like an experiment. They are not in real use, but we can see them in Bootstrap CSS compile file. And this is an example of a variable overwriting in context, in cascading. Initially, primary color is red, and the paragraphs are defined with color primary. But then, we overwrite the primary color in the block info block. And in this way, all paragraph inside info block will be blue. And now we can see a code pen example. And this is the CSS we already seen, and this is the markup we need, and here the result. Our first paragraph in red, and the second one in info block is blue. In this example, we have a root with the definition of the variables, and then two components which change all variables, and this makes them completely different only by changing variables. That's very powerful. We can use the CSS calc to mix and combine custom properties. It has some limitation, but in this example, Chrome did a great work. You can see here the example. Okay, let me use them. Okay, as you can see, you can change the spacing, the number of columns, and the margins. And here you have the variables and definitions, and then with different calcs, they are making their change. And in the end is the JavaScript you need to make this example work. Okay, here this is one of our first experiment with custom properties made by Eduardo Ragrini like a year ago. This example is based on one of our old themes called Fjord and tries to make a direct use of some variables. Okay. As you can see, it's pretty similar to our Fjord theme. Here in this side we have different colors we can apply, different container width, and different border radius. Okay, to see the example better, I'm inspecting the header. You can see the header using the primary background color. And here is the class name with the variable and the value. If we change the variable, you can see the change there. Okay. Everything is defined in the CSS file. As you can see, here are 3 main variables, and then we are defining different class names, different components to inherit our variables. Okay, let's go back to the presentation. We can use a really simple JavaScript to modify these CSS variables. We are gonna use the example, the same example, and I'm gonna use the terminal here. We are gonna use the purple color. It's a color, it's not here in the options. So as you can see, very quick. Okay, how is this integrated in Liferay? We define our atoms in our theme, but no worries, it's super easy. It's composed for 2 steps or files. The first one is the CSS with the variables declarations and the classes we want to inherit from our variables. And the second one is a JSON where we create our classes and our tokens. Remember, the token is the word we use in Liferay because CSS vary as a technical CSS word. This file will be read by our new stylebook in order to allow us to edit in live our tokens. Those tokens are directly related with our CSS variables. We already have a theme with an implementation example. The theme is the classic theme, surprise, surprise. And now we are going to see in a Liferay DXP local installation how the new tokens are coming and how we can modify them live. For that, I'm opening a local Liferay DXP installation, and now, please let me a second, I'm opening the classic theme in a Visual Studio Code. Here it is. Okay, first file we are gonna see is the new token definition, the file frontend token definition JSON in the webinf directory. And here, as you can see, we have in the structure frontend tokens categories, and we have categories like color system, spacing, general, layout, typography, and buttons. To see how those categories are getting to DXP, now we are going to open the local installation and go to the new category called, in our product menu, new category called design. And here you can see the stylebooks. Okay, here we could create all the stylebook or system we need. To test it, we are going to create a new one called, I don't know, red system, for example. And now you can see here in this side the categories we already seen in the JSON. I remind you that this is just an example of what a system could be, but it could be as complex as you need it. Okay, now we're gonna jump to the CSS part, and to do it we can open the CSS directory, and here we can see the custom properties SCSS, which it's imported here in custom file. If as you can see, the custom properties file is divided into the variables declarations and the set of classes which use the variables. Okay, first we're gonna see the variables. Here This file have a lot of different variables, but to test, we are going to use the headings. For example, the header number 1. To do it, I'm going back to our site in the home. Here I'm opening the inspector, and here in the body I'm overwriting the value of the variable to, for example, 5 rem. As you can see here, the header is changing, and here you can see the variable which changed. Okay, probably you are wondering what is this because this is not a value, it's not a rem, it's not. This is the way we used to reuse a SAS variable, because in this case we wanted to keep the compatibility and the visual design defined in Clay, so most of the variables comes directly from Clay. If in my case, to know what is the value for this SAS variable, I can go to the Clay repo, open it, search for the value, and the value, as you can see, is 1625 rem. And if I go back to the my site and I remove the variable, I change it, and I go to the header, and as you can see, here is the value 1625 rem. Okay, now we're going to open the custom property set. That's very important, because if you define some variables and then we don't use them correctly, deciding which elements and classes are going to change it, the editor life won't work how we expect or how the design system need. We are using a very simple example with the headers, but here you could create classes using mixins, each, map, and everything as allow us to use. For example, we are creating here all the buttons, all the 5 buttons. By default, we offer byte map. And for example, we create all the colors here. If you want to see the map, we can go to the variables, and here you can see all the theme colors we are creating with the CSS variables. And now we are close to seeing the more impactful part of the talk, because we are going to use what we have defined here in our theme to use the editor to change the system live. Okay, let me go back to the portal and close the. As I told you, from this point you can create a whole system with no technical knowledge, only by using the editors live. Of course, everything we have been doing until now should be done correctly. So now we are going to create a page, some changes in the page. For this, we are adding a container. The container is going to use an inner padding 5, for example, top and bottom, or the 5. And for example, background color, we are gonna choose a secondary, that is a color we defined in our CSS variables. And now, okay, we are gonna use a grid, 2 columns, and here we can add 2 different buttons. First one, second one, and this column is going to be aligned aligned here to the right. Now to the buttons. The button, you can see the 5 standard buttons we offer here in the interface, in the editor, and one of them is going to be the secondary, and why not large, and the other one it's going to be large. Okay, we have our page with 2 buttons. It's very simple, but for the example it is perfect. Now we go to our style books, and here is our red system. We are going to edit it, and now as you can see, we could change the secondary color, for example, for a more red one. As you can see, it's changing live, and now we have 2 buttons, so we go to the buttons category, and here we're going to change the primary and the secondary button to make them red. Be red with the border color a little bit more darkened, and the hover is okay. This is the primary button, and the secondary button is going to have only the border in red and the color, for example. Okay. And do you remember the spaces we used? They are here, the spacers, and we use the 5 spacer, I think. So we are going to change it for 6. As you can see, it's changing the spacers in the hello world and in our spacer, probably because hello world is using the same class, the spacer 5. The spacer class comes directly from Bootstrap. Okay, now we can go to the typography and change the header 1, for example, to 2 or 3. As you can see, the hello world is changing. Okay, we publish our red system, and now we can go to the home. We are not using our style book here, but if you go to the page design options, here you can see the option style book, and if we select our red system, you can see how everything is changing live. If we publish, we have the system applying to the page. That's incredible for me. Okay, we are gonna go to a style book. Here we can make a copy. The copy is going to be, is going to be renamed to blue system. Okay, and we are going to go to the blue system, change some colors, well, for a super dark blue. To the buttons, change it for blue like this. The border like something like this. Yes, okay. And the hover color blue. Okay, now we go to the secondary button with a border color blue. Or yeah, almost white, and the color blue like this blue. Okay, perfect. And why not, we're gonna change the typography, the font for the heading. As It's going to be even bigger, and the spacings, the 5 hours 5 spacing is going to change to 8, and we publish our new blue system. And now if we go to the page, to the home page, we can select the different style book, and as you can see, we can create a really big change really quick. Okay, to finish, I would like to highlight the functionality of exporting the style books. For this, imagine you have a really demanding customer. I don't know, I have one right here. He was speaking to me before the talk, and he's telling me that needs a red system. Well, we already have one, so we are going to export it. Okay, we can go to our style books, and here we can export it and go back. Drop it here and say something like it only takes 5 minutes. Okay, it's a joke. Remember that designers can create a small system or much bigger, depends on the type of project. So that's all I wanted to share today. So I'm turning off the OSBA because my Mac is going to explode. Thank you.
Thank you, Marcos. I'm gonna check with my camera to make it come back. Where are you? There you are. Oh yeah.
Yep.
That is the OBS that you have demonstrated quite impressively. And David fights his camera just as I do. That's always the sign when he comes up with a black image, but that's just the same as with me, where when you use an external camera, that happens. It looks like the style book is something that I definitely want to look into, because I am able to make the assignment. It's like, this is primary, this is secondary, and so on. I can do that, but I can not make it pretty. So it's good that somebody else finds the right colors, and I just say, well, this is what I pay attention to, and this is what I don't pay attention to. Sounds awesome. And I've been wondering about this feature since I saw it first appear in the 7.3 version. I don't know which version it appeared in, but some GA where it suddenly appeared, and I was like, yeah, looks interesting. Looks like it's somewhat design oriented. I have no clue.
Yeah, it's new. Yeah, I think the most powerful thing is we can create any variables we need to create our system. So that's pretty powerful.
Yep. So that's already in, or is there any critical component to be expected in GA6? So can we use it with what is released, or do we need to wait for the next release in order to fully use it?
You can use it, everything related with Stylebox. Actually, it's a functionality from the Eco team. So if you have questions, please, Eco team, appears and help me.
Okay, that sounds good. I'm looking at YouTube. You get some praise there. And I would like to ask you if you would be available in the Slack channel as well.
Of course.
And a reminder for everyone else, the Slack channel that we're talking about is event dev.life, which is the name of the YouTube channel that we're streaming to. And the channel, and it's in the community chat, which is liferay-community.slack.com. Or if you want to go through Liferay's page, if you still need an account, then it's liferay.dev/chat. So that's where you find there. Anything else that I'm missing? David, I know you're in a different mood, but did you see anything else that you would like to add? I don't, but I'm not fully on top with Slack.
Okay, guys, thank you.
More praise there. Yep.
Thank you, Marcos.
Okay, thank you, Marcos. And good to see the dog appearing in the background, or to hear the dog appearing in the background. That's what we need. Now let me find the proper document that I do need, which is this one, to check if we can chat a bit more or if we should continue. And I think we should continue. Yes, indeed. You already see the next speakers here on stage or on the stream in the webinar. So let me welcome two people that you see, where you see the name already, but with a little bit of introduction, because Rose Lane, or in Portuguese, Rose Lane, or as she allowed me to call her, Rose, is working as consultant in Liferay GS and has helped a couple of customers, numerous customers, with their customization, has also worked for quite a bit, for quite a while already, on Liferay Commerce and implemented solutions with that. Open Talent, the Headless API, mobile apps, all are in her curriculum vitae. So she definitely knows what she's talking about today. And the other one is David. My notes don't say anything about him, so I have no clue who that guy is, but based on the t-shirt, he seems to be someone from Spain. Jokes aside, you know David all the time. Yeah. Now, David has messed up my opening, because if you look at what he changed the title to, I cannot do the pronunciation that I want with the title, but you probably want to switch off several of your IoT devices, because I am going to read the original title in the pronunciation that needs to go with the original title, but while you can read the actual current title from here. Forget Amazon. Make Alexa buy from Liferay Commerce, thanks to its Headless API. Welcome, Roslane Marquez and David Gomez.
Well, don't you like when you receive a package, you open the box and you find more things that you were expecting? This is what happens with Liferay 7.3 CE GA6, which, as you know, is going to be released very soon. It's almost out. And this time, besides all the features that we have already been announcing during the different GAs, this time, this release includes some more things. Basically, now you will find, as part of the bundle, Liferay Commerce CE directly when you download Liferay Portal. So if you want to build your shop, you don't need anything more. That means that we can create our shop right away when we start the Liferay Portal bundle. And let me show you how we could do this. This is a normal Liferay installation, the latest that I have from GA6. I already have GA6. This is one of the benefits of working for Liferay. But you could do that if you compile from master. Anyway, the official release is about to be releases. And now, if I go to the application menu, the global menu here, I find a tab which is Commerce that allows me to configure all the settings for my shop. But before that, I will probably want to create a new shop. So for that, I need to go to the sites and create a new site.
No estamos viendo tu pantalla.
Oh, sorry. Sorry, let me stop sharing and I will share again. There we go. Now?
Now, yes.
Okay, so perfect. As I was saying, this is the site in which we are going to configure our new site. And now we have two accelerators, and these accelerators are what are going to allow us to create new sites, new shops. I'm going to choose Minion, and I'm going to select my sample shop. And I'm going to click Save. And in this moment, Liferay Commerce is going to start to create all the settings and all the infrastructure, the catalogs, the discounts, everything that we need to set up for our shop. So once that I have my shop, I can click Save, and then I will be redirected to my shop. But this accelerator has just created an initial structure with I can go here to my new shop or my sample shop, which basically means, sorry, that I have an initial structure, an initial catalog for my shop. So the next thing that we will probably want to do is to create our own set of products, or to load probably from other places or other systems in which we have already defined that. And can you help us with that, Rose?
Of course. Let me see. Let me share my screen. Here. Okay. Okay. Can you see my screen?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay. To make sure. So before we show you our Race Supermarket portal, I would like to point out one important thing when we speak about Liferay Commerce or portal. Nowadays, everything is connected. So it's necessary to have some integrations, like, for example, how to automate the load and products from the external systems for our commerce. And now with some data integration tools, it's a good option to do that. To integration with external systems, Liferay offers to us connectors and components to use with SAP, MuleSoft, or OpenTalent, which is open source. With these components, we can create a lot of integrations with external systems easily and quickly. Oh, sorry. Okay, and for those of you who want to know more about how to use the components for integration, I wrote a blog post where you can see step by step how to make this type of integration using the OpenTalent with Commerce. The aim of this blog post is to learn how to integrate everything in Liferay, not only commerce functionalities, because Liferay has support for CRUD operations on any Headless API. And speaking about Headless API, here is David who will talk to us about it, some news. Okay.
Well, can you hear also my screen right now?
Yes, your screen, but
the right one?
not PPT.
Yeah, perfect. So the one with the slides, right?
The slides, no.
No, oh, sorry. Again. There we go. Now?
Yes.
So once that we have our shop ready to be open for our customers with all the products loaded, we might think, especially in these times, of new ways to reach our customers besides the storefront already provided by Liferay Commerce that we have just seen when we created the new shop. But for that, for creating new experiences, the headless approach may become really useful. The whole idea behind the headless concept is that we should allow to expose all the features that are already implemented in the backend through an API. We may want to create different interactions with our customers besides what the visual UI, the storefront that we have seen that is already provided by Liferay Commerce does. But at the same time, we want to benefit from all the features that the backend is already offering. For example, the user or the customer management, the security, the catalog administration, order management, payment gateways configuration, these kind of things should be already defined on the backend. So in that case, the only thing that we need to do is to create a custom app that consumes all the backend features through that API. And this means that potentially we could have lots of different heads for our shop, a lot of different ways to reach the customers, depending on which is the device or channel that they use more often. And Liferay headless support is provided by two different flavors, by two different options, the REST services and the GraphQL support. Another extra gift included with this version, with this upcoming version, is the new API Explorer. I'm not going to go very deep into this because Javier Gamarra is going to show this tool more in depth later on. But let me briefly show how we could play or how we could use to discover some of the commerce APIs. This is basically the catalog that I have, and the only thing that I need to do is just point my browser to /o/API. And once I get there, I have different options, REST and GraphQL. But in this case, I'm interested in, as a front-end developer, as a developer that is going to create a new head for my application, I'm interested in, let's say, a group of APIs that will allow me to consult the catalog of products. So there's a group here, which is the Headless Commerce Delivery Catalog. I'm going to click here and I'm going to load all the endpoints that are available for that. I can try to browse them, and here seems to be a right one, which is the get the products. I can click on that, and I can even try this Headless API. I'm going to get all the products from a channel, from a storefront. My channel is 38529. And if I do this, I can execute the query, and I'm going to retrieve all the catalog of products. So I'm actually trying. I can try to play around a little bit more, and I could do some filtering, for example, to find the product that are X. I could say, give me the products filtered by those whose name is X. And if I execute this, I can see that, first of all, I can see the request that I'm doing. I can even replicate that request and I get the response. So this is a nice way to explore the APIs without the need of knowing anything about the internals of Liferay. So once that we have that, we are ready to create our first application. And for that case, what we are going to do is we are going to create an Alexa skill that will try to buy things from commerce using its API. For that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to my Alexa developer console. If you look for that in Google, you will get the link. You can create a free account and you can explore. It has nice features to even with the free account. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to create a skill. And a skill is what we call an application, an Alexa, and I'm going to give a name, my sample, my Liferay shop. And then I need to select a couple of things. The first thing is, which is the model. We are going to go into what the model is in a while. But for this, I have several different models. I'm going to start with a custom model, which is the one that will allow me to explain how the model works. And then you can explore any of the other models. And the second thing that I need to choose is which is the implementation, the technology that I'm going to use to implement the backend, to implement the code that actually is going to take care of handling the request. I can provision my own, but that means that I need to provision the machines in the Amazon cloud. But if I choose Node.js, which is the simple way for us right now, I could make Alexa provision for me those machines. So I'm going to create the skill, and I need to do something else, which is basically I need to check some templates for the code that is going to be created. In fact, I have a fruits of the skill that will allow me to go maybe a little bit deeper. But for this, you can explore this template later. But for this, in order to explain a little bit better how the model works, I'm going to choose the Hello World skill, the most simple one. I'm going to continue with the template. This is going to take a while because it needs to create the application, provision the machines. So meanwhile, let me tell you a couple of things about how an Alexa skill works. An Alexa skill is comprises of two components. The first is called the model, and the second is, of course, called the code. The model basically is the set of the design of the dialogue that we are going to have with Alexa, and the set of commands and sentences that we are going to, or that we may use to communicate with Alexa and to tell which is the intent that we have. This is called, these sentences, this dialogue are called the utterance. And they represent some intent, some commands, and some requests that we are going to do. And the second thing is, of course, is the handler, which is the code that is going to actually take care of invoking our API in this case. The model basically is not that magic. Basically, what we need to do is to think which are the kind of messages that we will be sending, and we can identify three different concepts here. The first one is the invocation name, which is the name of the application, what we are going to say that allows Alexa to know that I want to talk to my application. And then we have the utterance, which are the commands, the different commands that we are going to send to Alexa. Those commands sometimes have some variables. In this case, our command will be probably, I want to buy something. And that something is going to be, in fact, cheese, milk, eggs, or whatever. So in fact, that's a variable. In the model, those variables are called slots. And we are going to see that in a while. Then the second part that we need to implement is the handler. The handler basically is comprised of two functions. The first one is can handle function, which is going to identify if this handler is applied to a particular intent. So this is what allows us to map the intent and the handler. And the second method, the second function is handled function. This is where we are going to actually take care of implementing what needs to be done in order to take care of the command. The last thing we need to do is just to register the new intent handler, the hello world intent handler, or the register intent handler inside our Alexa skill builders. So that's it. That's basically what we need. Let's go back to our application. Now the application is already created. And basically, I can show you how to create the model. The model basically needs to add, which is the name of the application. For example, we are going to say Liferay Market Shop. This is what we are going to tell Alexa to identify our application. And then we need to configure the different intents. The intents are the commands that we want to do. In this case, the main intent that we will create is add product to cart intent. And this add product to cart intent should be comprised of the different models or the different commands that we are going to issue. For example, buy something. Sorry, buy something. But this something is actually a variable, is the thing that the product that we want to buy. And we know that these variables are called slots. So I'm going to create a new slot, which is called product, for example. Then I can add this, and I can add a couple of different ways in which I might express that I want to buy something. I need product, or I want product, whatever. Now, the next thing that we need to do is we need to define what kind of variable product is. So Alexa comes with a different set of types of different things that we could be saying, but unfortunately, there's no product. So we need to tell Alexa what a product is in our context. So this is what we call the slot types, and we need to create a slot type, which is going to be the product. And here we are going to tell the different, or we are going to give some sample products. We don't need to specify all the products that we are going to sell. We need to give a clear idea of the kind of products we are selling. For example, let's say that we are going to sell cheese. We are going to sell beef. Sorry, beef. We can even specify that meat is a synonym for beef, so they are referring to the same product. We can say mushrooms. We can say I don't know, eggs, milk. As I say, we don't need to set our full catalog here, but we need to set the bigger the set of different products that we can have will allow Alexa to identify which is a product in our context. So we have that. Once that we have the model, we need to click Save Model and then build the model. This is going to take a while, so let me change to another Alexa skill that I have already defined here, which has the model already defined with the invocation name. If it loads, well, with the invocation name, Fried Market Shop, the interaction model already has the add product cart to intent and this kind of thing. So the next thing that I need to configure is the code. And basically, for the code, what we need to do is to implement the add product to cart handler intent. And as I was saying, I need to link on the cart handler. I'm going to link this intent handler to the add product to cart intent, which is the one that I have defined. The next thing I need to do is to get the product value from the slots. This is how we can do it from the handler input. And then I'm going to call a series of endpoints. First, I need to get the product ID from the name. I need to get the product SKU, which is needed to add that product to the cart. I need to get the cart ID, and I finally need to add the product to the cart. Finally, what I need to do is, once I have all the information about the product that has been added to the cart, which is the response from the last message, the last thing that I need to do is to compose a string, which will be what Alexa is going to use as a response to my command. If I can take a look at the different implementation of those functions, basically what I'm doing in this case is just calling the servlet REST endpoints that I have shown you. The first is the products, filtering by product name. Once that I have the product ID, I'm going to call the product SKU, and then I'm going to get the commerce delivery cart group to retrieve the cards and then get the ID of the card. And then I'm going to post finally to the Headless Community Delivery card on a specific card, a new card item. The new card item is defined in the body of the post that I'm sending with the product ID and the product SKU. So basically that's it. The only thing I need to do is, of course, I need to register here my new card intent handler. And the only thing that I need to do is to deploy that card handler to Alexa. I click on the deploy button and I will be able to try. But I'm thinking that maybe, because I'm just configure the front end, and maybe we could also, we may want to configure or to customize some of the backend features that we have. For example, what if I want to create a specific account, for example, for a set of users? Rose, you that have more experience with the backend, with the backends, with commerce, can you help me?
Yes, of course. So if you need more from commerce, like everything in Liferay works, we can extend and customize it. And here we're gonna see some, let's make our supermarket channel more interesting, no? So let's see a good use case scenario to encourage new customers in a difficult demographic to buy on our channel. We can create a custom rule discount and offer advantage to these buyers. For example, doing their supermarket shopping online or through Alexa, people 17 and over will benefit from a special discount. This type of tools encourage and help elderly people not to have to physically go out and be potentially exposed to the COVID. But before we see how to extend a discount rule, let's see what Liferay Commerce has out of the box for the discounts. Let's make me the login. Okay. And here, I was open before, sorry. Here is the new menu, like David said before. This is a Liferay 7.3 built from a source code from the master. Now Commerce make part from Liferay source code from master. So we can see here the commerce and discounts. We can add a new discount, for example, dev.24, and the type can be a percentage or a fixed amount. We can apply this discount to a lot of options. We will gonna choose here the total and submit. Okay, here we have the first box details that we need to do some configurations. For example, active because it's disabled, the type we choose before, the amount percentage. For example, I want to apply a 20% for elderly people and a maximum discount for $8. Here we have another box to schedule it. Like everything in Liferay, you can schedule this discount. We have a coupon code too. And in another type here, we can make some filters. For example, I can apply these discounts just for account groups or a specific account or a specific channel. For example, if you can create 2 channels and play with this type of configurations. And for example, we have another channel for Alexa for separate, and we can apply this discount just for Alexa. Anyway, you can play a lot of things with commerce, is just to know. And here, out of the box, we have the rule types, which we will gonna see later how can create a custom. Out of the box, we have 3 rule types, and we can say, for example, a cart total, but any one here is for applying a discount based on age. For this, we need to custom and extend. So let's see one to understand before creating a new one. Here's the cart total. After the new rule, you need to edit. And here we have a configuration for this rule. For example, we will apply a discount for person which buy at 100 at least, and save it. So now that we know what Liferay offered to us out of the box, let's see how can we make it. I extend. Okay. Now time code. So here is pretty easy, extend the commerce, and almost everything works in the same way. You just need to create a CGI module. In a Java class, you need to implement a commerce discount rule type interface. And this interface will ask to you to override 3 methods. The starting for button, the get label, which will show us the name of the discount rule type, the get key, which identifies our module, and all logic will go is inside the evaluate method. Here, an important thing to know, we have the commerce context, which offer to us a lot of context about the user account or the order cards. So you can get, for example, like here, the order, we make some validation. Through the order, I can get the user, and through the user, I can get the birthday and make the validation. If everything is okay, if complying with our rule, we will gonna return true to apply the discount. And if not, just return false. Okay, so this is, you need to extend discount just with this class, but you can make more. You can make this rule configurable. For example, here, as we can see, we are getting setting property and recover some type of things. These things we need to create 2 Java class more. We don't have a lot of time here, so I create 2 blog posts and 2 parts that I will publish now. And here you can see step by step and understand everything about this rule. Okay. And in the part 2, you'll see how you can make your module configurable. Okay, so now it's published. Through this blog post, you can see my GitHub, which has the code, and go to deploy, and let's see on the discount. Okay, make deploy it, come back to the discount. We're gonna remove this because I just want to test my discount rule type. Add a new discount. Give a name, discount by age. And here we are, a new custom discount. Submit. When we come here to edit, this is the part 2 from my blog. You can put the value. Don't use hard codes. Try to use always the modules configurable. Save it. And now it's on you, David. Show us all together and if are working.
Okay, so now it's time to go shopping. Let's go and let's see if our Alexa skill is connected to our backend, and it's actually using the discount. So I have here my my shop, which has its discount configure, discount policy configure. I'm going to log in. And I'm going to show that there's nothing in the, well, I'm going to remove all the items that I have on my cart. So I'm going to the Alexa console, and I'm going to, this is the code that we were saying before. I'm going to go to the test, and this is where I'm going to be able to try actually how the interaction with my Alexa skill works. I'm going to say open Ray market shop, and then
welcome to Ray Market, your friendly grocery store in your neighborhood. I won't tell my boss we are shopping in another place. Anyways, what do you need today?
Okay, let's practice some of the interactions that we have already implemented. I need some eggs.
Eggs added to your cart with a price of $2.25. You have now 1 eggs in your cart.
Now I can ask, I also want milk. This is not exactly...
Milk added to your cart with a price of $1.99. You have now 1 milk in your cart.
This is not exactly the interaction that I put, because I put I want milk, but Alexa kind of understands the differences in the utterance. I can also add cheese to the cart.
Cheese added to your cart with a price of $50. You have now 1 cheese in your cart.
We can try to add some more eggs. Which we already have.
Eggs added to your cart with a price of $2.25. You have now 2 eggs in your cart.
And now we can go back to our shop, and let's see if the interaction actually bought something in my Alexa account. So I can come here. I see that every product that I ask Alexa to buy is on my shop, and the discount is applied following the customization that Rose made on the backend. So everything works fine. And before, I don't know if there's any questions, but before ending with a final thought, I don't know if we have any questions, Olaf, or we should go with the final thoughts and then reply anything that may arise on the Slack channel.
I only have 2 comments there. Number 1, that's 1 luxury cheese that you have.
Yeah.
1 cheese, $50.
Yeah.
Anne also is on YouTube and said, "What's this cheese? Golden?"
Exactly.
I would say
well,
it's yellow, at least.
In Spain, there are some. I guess that in the rest of the world, also there are some specific and awarded cheeses that may cost a lot. So Sometimes it's like the gourmet. Our shop is a gourmet shop.
Yep, indeed. Let me check, and there is nothing on Slack, which means you are good to go. YouTube and here the webinar. Just a reminder, you can join the webinar, you can join YouTube, you can join the Slack channel to ask questions, but so far there's nothing coming up. So continue shopping. Oh, and I gotta say, will you add 1 beef to the cart?
Yes, of course. I could do that for you.
It's not a picanha.
Let's say I want beef. You got the tricky part of
beef added to your cart with a price of $4.99. You have now 1 beef in your cart.
Yeah.
and I'm picturing that pushing a cow through the supermarket.
The whole beef, right?
1 beef.
1 beef. It could be 1 kilogram of beef. So it's important how you define the products.
This clearly says 1 beef. I mean, it's a little bit cheap for a whole cow, but you got to work on the cow.
Well, so let me close, or let us close with a final thought. This flyer is something that I got in my postal inbox yesterday morning. For those of you that can't read Spanish, it's from a local restaurant who usually offers daily meals for people working during weekdays. As there are more and more people working from home nowadays, they are now offering to deliver your daily menu to your house. And probably this is a way to try to keep the incomes coming. The moral of this story is that in the arrival of the second wave of the pandemic of COVID, and with the risk of new restrictions and lockdowns, at least here in the area that I live in, there are a good bunch of local businesses that are looking for new ways to keep the cash flow incoming. And this includes now a lot of new digital interactions. So this is what we call, in fact, digital transformation, plain and simple. It's new businesses trying to do things in new ways that involve internet or some kind of connectivity. So please pay attention, because we live in some times in which we need to think out of the box, and maybe we can apply the tools that we have in places where we didn't thought it could be useful before. And thus, by doing that, we may be helping our local communities in the more broad sense. So just take all, get the benefit, get the advantage of Liferay Commerce being delivered inside the Liferay Portal 7.3 CE GX6 release, and extend what you need to extend or customize what you need to customize in the backend, and use the power of Headless APIs to integrate or create custom apps for specific channels or to adapt to your user needs. And that's it.
Thank you, David. Thank you, Rose. That was great. That was a great insight. It was good to see that I could still, or you could still add 1 beef to the cart, because I saw that during the practice session. And it was one of those things that chuckled me. That made me chuckle. That's it. That tickled me. That's the word. English language, and that after 12 hours awake, I would say, but not quite 12 hours of the program. So let's see if we have something here. There is something. Suresh is asking for pimientos de padron, if I do that kind of correctly. Is that the cheese that you were talking about?
No, those are some kind of specific peppers from Galicia, from the northwest of Spain, which they are known because most of them are regular small peppers, but some of them only a few of them are spicy. And the ones that are spicy, that are hot, are really hot. So it's kind of a lottery game when you go for some tapas and other pimientos del padrón. It's kind of a lottery if you are going to pick the hot one or not.
Okay. Okay. So those are the ones that you have fun with twice.
Exactly.
Too much information. Okay. To the audience out there, you can now switch on your Alexa, because we won't mention the name for a while because there is an Alexa coming up, if I'm not mistaken, and we had her already, but I think she's coming up. There's so much happening behind the scenes. It's impossible to run this smoothly. Let me see. There is, yeah. Okay, Suraj, thanks you for the explanation. That being said, what was the experience so far with this plugin? I saw you ask a couple of questions on the plugin, but now it works and is, well, Rose, I've already linked your blog post, so I assume that all of the code is public and we can look at it, right?
So I didn't understand. Was a little.
Okay, so you posted the blog posts, the 2 blog posts, and in the agenda, I have added post number 1 already to the agenda so that everybody can find the link. And please add it as well to on the Slack channel to make it known to everyone. That would be great. Also the second one, because I haven't really planned ahead, and I can add 1 article in the materials section, and that gets automatically linked. We'll see. I'll do something just in the free text. So I assume everything here runs and you have published everything that you have shown, right?
Okay. And yes. And another blog post that I spoke before, if you search on Google like ETL commerce, Liferay Commerce, you can find it very easy.
Okay. Okay, perfect. Then, well, thank you for now for this presentation. Checking back on Slack, it's hard to do everything here, but that looks good so far. With that, I would like to bring in somebody else, which is not quite the next speaker, but let me see if we find the next speaker somewhere here already. Oh yeah, I'm going to bring you in as well. Don't be frightened. Whenever we bring someone into the panelists section here, it looks like Zoom crashed, but it doesn't. So that was a warning for everyone, but only one of them, one of you in the audience will now feel like Zoom crashed on him. But before we bring him on, there's somebody else that I want to bring on. And that somebody else is our next co-host. Those who are with us for quite a while will know that we are introducing our co-hosts because there are a lot of people that work behind the scenes, that have worked behind the scenes, that helped us put this together and that help us run this smoothly as soon as David and I get a little bit more tired. So Jonas is with us, and he told me he likes the European pronunciation of his name. So I'm using Jonas, not Jonas. Even though he is from the US, he is from the left coast, means he works in Diamond Bar. And to everyone who doesn't know where Diamond Bar is, Los Angeles. So what we think of Los Angeles is this, what they think of Los Angeles is this, and he's from here.
Yes, that's true, Olaf. Thank you for the introduction. Hi, everyone. Just here to help out and to see what's happening here.
Yeah, excited to have you on. Thank you for volunteering. It's always good to know that people help out and just volunteer, literally, because they are motivated to help with this event. And this is just a reminder, because we've mentioned that this morning, I'm speaking UTC here, as always with times in this one right now, it's 17:35 UTC. Apologies to the Americans, that's 5:34 p.m. but all UTC, which is a time zone that not many people know, but it's the time zone that relates to every other time zone quite well. Our next speaker is already here, so I would say let's start with a couple of minutes ahead, unless somebody has to say something else. Is there anything you want to add, Rose or David?
No, I think, well, we will be around as we ask it to every speaker. We will be around. And so if anyone has any other question, just reach out to us. Thank you for attending.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was really interesting. And reminder to everyone, switch on your Alexa right now if you want to go shopping and add one beef.
Okay.
Our next presenter, now, I don't know, we have nobody in this detailed agenda here. David, did you say you wanted to introduce him?
Well, I may have another chance because he's not the first time that he's not the only time that he's going to introduce, but if you want to introduce him, go ahead.
No, go ahead. His second time is already taken. There is
Okay,
somebody there
so,
to introduce him then.
Our next speaker, most of you have already seen him in DEF CON or any other talks. This is one of the moments that Martin recommended you to attend this morning, because if you want to know what all the work that has been done in the Liferay Headless APIs and how they are built, our next speaker is one of the main responsibles of delivering those APIs. So welcome on stage to Javier Gamarra from the Headless Delivery API team, from the engineering team in Madrid.
Thank you, David. So I'm Javier Gamarra. I'm one of the developers of the Headless API team. And today I'm going to talk about the new things we are adding for the Headless APIs in 7.3, in the release that is going to be soon released. So I'm going to share the screen because in the purpose of Olaf of not having slides, a repo that I'm going to do a live demo of the new things. And if you want to follow the repository, the slides are here, either using bit.ly or I linked the slides in the community Slack. Please join the community Slack because it's a very good source of information, and you can always ask questions directly to the developers. So I heavily recommend you to join the community Slack. Okay, so we are going to do a live demo. So I'm going to code a lot. I hope you you don't get bored for all the steps. And the idea is to do a simple TikTok clone like this with this layout, and extract the videos and the information from our APIs. I'm going to focus on the new things, we will just pass through the existing APIs or the GraphQL endpoint, but please feel free to ask any kind of questions in any moment whatsoever. This code is tested in 7.3. But headless code, the code regarding the generation of APIs, the APIs themselves, and the GraphQL endpoint is available in 7.2 and 7.1. So please remember that we do rolling releases for the headless code. So the service packs for 7.2 and 7.1 update the implementation of the APIs and add new APIs. So more or less everything, in fact, everything I'm going to mention is available in 7.2 and 7.1, and more or less everything, all the features are available in 7.2 and 7.1, except those APIs that depend on a feature that is not available in that version. So for example, the typical example is content sets, the collections that allow you to return any kind of asset, for example. Those are only available in 7.2 because the main feature is only available in 7.2 and 7.3. It's not available in 7.1. So the API is not available there. But please remember that you can use everything that I'm going to mention in those 3 versions and just update into the latest fixed packs or service packs. So I'm going to use this repository, this repo, and to install, it's just a simple create React application. So to install is just launch a npm install and do npm start and start coding and dealing with the steps. Here are 2 branches, and I'm going to follow the main branch. There is a final branch with some final result, and the master branch has the commits are following the steps that I'm going to explain. So I'm going to start just with the simple base application that looks like this. As I mentioned before, it's a create React app. It doesn't have any kind of special code, Liferay code, whatever. It's just a create React app that renders a video, has some logic to show messages, shares, and to do a ticker with a song, and it can let you scroll through several videos. You can play or post them when you desire. So that's basically the base application. And we are going to, instead of these fake videos that are embedded right now with the URL from internet, we are going to use Liferay APIs, both REST and GraphQL, and focus on the new things. So after this introduction, we are going to start with the steps. So the first new thing that we added, and David also mentioned it before, is the ability to learn the existing APIs from a new endpoint that is called OAPI. So if you go to your, if you go to your local instance of Liferay, here I have a 7.3. You can access OAPI, and this is also available in 7.2. And you can list, you can see the applications, the headless, the REST endpoints using Swagger, and you can navigate through all the APIs or test them live. So you can go, for example, here we have an API that returns the documents of a site. We can try it out live and use either the key or the site ID, and we get the result live from this specific instance. You can see either all the endpoints, or you can see the schemas. So if you have used Swagger already, this is using that technology to list to show all the information of the existing APIs. The APIs are documented, so you can see, for example, in this case, blog posting image, we return the content value. This is an optional field with the content of the image in base 64 and can be embedded with nested fields. As all all developers, we try to do the best documentation possible. So but it can be always it can be improved. So if you find one API that lacks information, please reach us and we'll cover it and we will improve it. The idea of Liferay itself is to be improving with the community, and we can work together to reach that goal. So this is the Headless API Explorer. And here we can see our REST endpoints, and also we can navigate through our GraphQL endpoint. Here we can navigate through GraphQL. This is an open source library and allows us to load a GraphQL schema and query it live. So here are all the endpoints for the GraphQL implementation. Also, they are documented. So here you can see we can return the message board threads of a message board section and retrieve the message board set. The results can be paginated, and we can navigate through all the entities and see the main fields and what's the purpose of these fields. Okay, so we can query it live. We have the documentation of the queries and the mutations. For those of you that are not used to GraphQL, these are the operations that create, update, or delete, and query lists just the read endpoints. And here we can create, for example, an attachment inside a message board thread, maybe MVB thread. So here we can navigate and query the information. And this is a GraphQL, a pretty standard GraphQL endpoint. For those of you who have used the APIs before, we used to recommend Altair. That this is also another GraphQL client that is, it's a Chrome extension. Those work, the OAPI and Altair work pretty much the same. They let you navigate the documentation, do query lives, do auto completion, etc. So we can use either of those. We recommend, of course, using OAPI because you don't have to add a authentication that you have to do in Altair, because Altair doesn't know where your instance is, and you don't have to configure URLs. Everything is done for you. You can also headers if you want, but this is a live endpoint that you can query. Also, if you want to automate this processing of the API, you can do it live. You can do it with the endpoints, because the OAPI returns also an XML or a JSON if you query it outside a browser. So if you query it with the content type application JSON, you are going to get an schema in JSON home. This is a standard format to process APIs. That lists all the APIs that you have available, and you can also query it in XML if you want. It's going to work either way. So you can automate the process of discovering the APIs if you want. Also, I know that many people are used to using Swagger Hub. We are also publishing the APIs on Swagger Hub. Here in the organization Liferay Inc., there are all the APIs available. You can also query them here, but this is just an static view of the APIs, and it cannot reflect the installation that you have. So, for example, if you haven't installed Commerce, or you don't have the module whatever, the bulk REST, for example, one module that does bulk operations on categories, you won't have that API available, and maybe this static view of the APIs could lead you to an error. So we recommend using the OpenAPI endpoint that the APIs are also exposing. So if you go to the general endpoint, sorry, I cannot see well with the Zoom icons. Okay, if you go to a specific API, and if you query to the if you query to OpenAPI, you're going to you are going to see all the OpenAPIs YAML profiles, either in YAML format or in JSON format, that are available. So here we can see that this specific instance has these APIs deployed: account REST, app builder, headless, etc. And you can navigate through a specific one and query this specific OpenAPI and see the same information that you are going to see in Swagger Hub, but reflecting what you have installed. So if you don't have the latest versions, and we added a new field, or if you don't have a specific API, you are not going to see it here, because this is introspecting the APIs that you have available, but you are going to see it in Swagger Hub and commit a mistake, a bug, because of it. So we could recommend always querying the OpenAPI and each YAML profiles or JSON. If you want to prefer it in JSON, you can query also in JSON to navigate the APIs. Okay. So our first stop for building our application would be seeing what API we want to query. So in our case, we want to create a clone of TikTok. We are going to we want to show, for example, file entries. The file entries, the 16 document endpoint inside Liferay. What you get when you navigate here in documents and media, we want to list all these entries. I'm going to delete this one first to start from scratch. Okay, so we are going to create a new file entry, a new document, and I have several videos here to use. I'm going to reflect the real creator because let me open the README here. I have here who the song and the information. So I'm going to reflect this here. And we'll see. I'm going to remove the hashtags because I don't like them. And we are going to see which other fields we can use to reflect this information. So here we have created a new video with some small information, and we want to query it from the REST endpoint and use it in our application. Okay, so our first step would be going to OAPI and see and finding an endpoint that lets us retrieve that information. I'm pretty well used to the 16 endpoints, so I know that we want to query a document, and right now it's stored in a site, so we can get all the documents of a site. Right now I created on the basic site. We can use the key to access it, and here you can see the document that we just created. Here is the description, the information, and the content URL with the document. So we are going to render it in our React application. So for that, it's going to be pretty simple. So we want to, this is a React application. For those of you who have not used React, we are going to use a use effect hook. This is relatively new. Oh, it doesn't add me. Okay. This is going to be executed just the first time we enter the application, and we are going to use the fetch standard JavaScript API to access it. So we are going to query this URL. We have it here. If we want to do a call, I'm going to remove a lot of fluff. Okay, and we want to query this URL. And we just have to pass the authentication. We have to pass the authentication because we are querying from an outside application. If we, instead of a React application completely serve outside of Liferay, we serve this application inside of Liferay, either with a JS extender, inside a portlet, whatever. We wouldn't have to pass authentication. In this case, we have because we are passing it outside. Outside a portlet, for example. So we have to pass a header. I'm going to pass an authorization header. I'm going to use basic authentication just because it's the most simple way of querying the information, and that way we don't have to configure an OAuth application, use a token, whatever. So here I'm doing a fetch to this URL, and I want to do the something when this has finished, like just doing a console log. So if we go to the application, here we can see the query we just did. You see that we just query the information. It's going to return a body. This is in JSON, so we can process it just with a small transformation. Okay. I have forgotten how to code. Okay, and here is our elements. So here it's our document. With that, we just did a query to our API. So we are going to render it in our application. So for that, I'm going to set the videos with the result of here. So I'm going to define a setter for this information. And instead of doing a console log, I'm going to exit presentation mode because presentation mode has a problem that it doesn't do auto completion. Yeah. Okay. Oh, it's my it's my IDE that broke. Okay, sorry for the trouble. Okay, so we want to set the video. We know that this variable x that's awfully named, I'm going to call it data, for example, has content here inside of items that has the information. So we can do data items, we can navigate through them and convert them to the format that our application is expecting. So here I have to return here. And okay. And what we want to return, for example, is the URL. Sadly, we have to pass the information of the that we are using because it's a relative URL. And here we have it in document. Okay. Okay. We just transform the element that we retrieve from our API. We just needed the content URL to render the document inside of this video tag, and we are showing the information. We are showing the video here. We could also fill all the different fields. That would be really easy. We just have to keep filling the information. So in this case, I think the song is the document title. The channel is the document editor. So, and that we would continue filling this information. Here is the song. I didn't fill the channel correctly. That's okay because it's called the creator. Okay, and that's. So what with this we have a very simple application that is showing our documents that are stored inside of Liferay using the REST APIs. We didn't do anything magic, just do a fetch and transfer the information in the format that we want. So we are going to do the same with GraphQL. And for that, we have a different screen that is called here. This is a profile here of the different videos that this user has added. And we want to show there, use a GraphQL query to show the same documents, but doing a GraphQL query. So for that, we are going to do everything, configure GraphQL from scratch because it's pretty simple. So we just want to do an installation of Apollo. We're going to use Apollo, but we can use whatever GraphQL client we want, or we could use Fetch if we want it. But the GraphQL syntax is a bit messy to pass with a simple fetch. So we're going to use Apollo, but we could use whatever GraphQL client we wanted. So we are installing Apollo client. We have to configure an Apollo client. So for that, I'm going to seamlessly copy the code because it's not easy code. It's an easy code, and we are going to configure our client. Our GraphQL endpoint is located here in OGraphQL, and in the same sense, we have to pass the authentication. We are outside of Liferay, completely outside of Liferay, so we have to pass the header to be able to query the GraphQL. We could use OAuth, we could use whatever authentication mechanism we wanted. So here to get it working, we have to wrap our application inside of Apollo provider. Sometimes it's not working. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. And here we have the Apollo client configured. That's the only thing needed. So we are going to do the query. And for that here, I'm going to add a class name that we are missing. And for that here, I'm going to use a GraphQL query. And for that, again, we would go here and create a a query to get the information. I just did it earlier, and this is the query that we want. We could write it from scratch because it's pretty simple, and we have auto-completion here, so that's pretty simple to do. To see that it's very easy to write. We just want the items, and here we want the content URL, we want the creator. For the creator, we want the full name, the ID to be able to navigate, and the name, the content URL, and that's all. Here we have the information that we want. So this query, we want to execute it in our application. So for that, I'm going to define a query. We can use the GraphQL query syntax that's available in Apollo, and we can copy our query as it is, and just execute it here with a hook. So we can do loading, for example, and data, use query, our query. Sorry, but the imports are not working, so we have to write them from scratch, and the use query. Okay, so we are going to do a simple console log of the information. Okay, let me check that I forgot the port. Okay, so we have here our documents, and this would be really pretty simple to render them. Here we have the same content URL, the creator. We just need to iterate through the videos and create all the videos needed of this creator. So I have too many steps, but I'm going to iterate to just do the beginning very quickly. So we could just do JavaScript here and say if we have data, and here data have documents, and documents have items. We can do a map, and here we have a document, and we can return a video, like, for example, here. And we just need the URL, and the URL is like we already did. It's HTTP. Okay, and this video, for example, I hope no one from CSS is watching this, has like we have 3 videos per row, something like this. Okay, so here is our video. We just have to do nice styles, that the really hard part, and we are just rendering and showing all the documents that that this user has for the. We are not doing for this creator. We did some trick, and we are just showing all the documents. So here we want to restrict for just one creator. So that would be using. We could write the filter here. That would be way easier. And we want, for example, the videos where the creator equals this ID. Okay, if we change the ID here, we are not going to get any videos. So we are going to use filter. And here we are cheating because we want to do this dynamically. So this a variable here, the variables are defined very annoyingly in Apollo, and you have to way. You have to define a filter that is type of string that is going to be required, and we are going to use the filter here. So this is going to be an object that is going to have a variable, and the variable itself is going to be filtered with this, but it should be live. So we have to get this live from the param that we pass. So we can use a nice hook here that's called use params. That's going to get the params from our router. I'm going to import it. And this is the creator ID that we are going to use here. I'm going to transfer this to template string. And this creator is going to change dynamically on the router. So we navigate here. This should work. This shouldn't, because this doesn't have this videos. So the document that the query get it's not retrieving anything because it's passing a wrong ID. You can see the wrong ID here, and if we pass the correct ID, it's going to return the videos. So that's all. This was to showcase quickly how to do a GraphQL query from React with Apollo. And we are going to pass to a new thing that we added because this was already available a long time ago from 7.1. But it was to showcase the documentation and that allows to write the GraphQL query inside of Liferay. So we are going to see the new things that we added. So one is we are using nested fields to allow embed documents and images. One typical request you gave is that when we query the documents, for example, I'm using here a REST client to query the documents or to query the GraphQL. When we query the documents, the information of a binary file. So, for example, in the case of rendered content for journal articles, or in the case of documents for these APIs, or everything that we have a binary file, we are returning the URL. But a lot of people told us that it would be nice to be able to embed this content live and to do a figure request here, because we are doing a request here to get the information, to get the video. So here the request to get the videos, they are outside of Liferay. So that would be this ones are not the ones that we want. These are for the default content. So here are the requests some doing from the video content to get the video. So it would be nice to be able to embed the information in some kind of format. So, and especially for the case of the journal articles with rendered content. So one thing we added is the ability to use nested fields. This is an existing mechanism that is already available, that was already available in previous versions, that allows you to your API fields that are optional, and they are not going to be returned by default. You just have to add a specific header to be able to get them, a specific query param to be able to get them, and that logic will be only executed if that query param is available. This was an existing mechanism, an existing logic and feature that the APIs had, but we have applied it for all the binary content. So we can, for example, nest the videos themselves. So we can show it here. I'm using nested fields with rendered content value to get the rendered content, the rendered template of this rendered content, this URL. I'm embedding it live. It's a very simple template in this request. So we are using this. We are going to use the same. We are going to use nested fields to be able to render the content directly to return it without having to do any more requests. It's not a very good idea, but we can do it, so let's do it. So for that, we have to pass here a query param. It's slightly annoying to do it in JavaScript because we have to define an URL. And here we have to mix with, we could concatenate here the query the params, but it's not very pretty. So we can append them here. So we want a nested fields that's called content value. How do we know this? Because if we could have read the documentation before, we would have seen that document has an option to retrieve it with nested fields. We can see it on the schema. It's easier. Document. That's called content value. This is an optional field with the contents in bases decorator can be embedded with bases 64 with nested fields. Okay, so that's it. We are going to use endpoint here, content value, and here we concatenate this with this is a base 64 value. It's going to get really messy. Let's sorry, I'm still concatenating content URL. I want to concatenate content value. This is a base 64 value. To be able to render it, the video content can embed content that is stored in base 64. If we add this small segment, we are going to say that the URL is a data video of the type MP4 with base 64 encoded. So this is going to work exactly like before. But right now we are returning a very, 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 very long string, and that's what we are using to run the video. We're using nested fields, in this case, to embed a binary content. This is a new thing that we added in 7.3. Another thing that we added it's to be able to return the information of the permissions of each content. That's what we call the actions block. So right now, every API, I'm not going to do the demo for this because it's going to take me a little while, and we can see other nice things instead. So I'm going to duplicate this request, and we can see it here. So here I'm doing a request with admin user, and all APIs right now are returning an actions block, and this is information of the actions that this specific user, in this case an administrator, can do with this content. In this case, because we are querying a collection, we are getting several actions block. This is the one for the collection, and if you see the result, each element, in this case we just have one, has also an actions block. So here what we are saying is that for the collection, this specific user can get all the documents from this URL and can create new documents with this URL. So this user has permissions to create and to get the elements. And for this particular element, this user has permission to get, replace, update, and delete. So these are the permissions that this administration can have with this content. So they can execute these methods, get, put, patch, delete, to these URLs and modify the content to get, put, patch, and delete. So they can delete it completely and update it completely or update it partially. For other APIs like message boards, for example, you are going to get reply messages permissions, etc. All the permissions that you can imagine, and you can define more, and you can add more, etc. This is very useful in JavaScript applications, in front-end applications, because we can move logic from the front end to the back end. So if in the demo, and you can see it in the steps, I was going to add a new delete button to this screen and just show it if the user had those permissions to delete that button. With the actions block, we just have to say if you get the actions delete, actions dot delete, you can show this button. If you don't show it. If we didn't have this action block, we would have to add that logic inside the frontend application. That frontend application should have check if you are an admin, if you are a specific user that has the remove button. With this, we get all the checks that are available in the backend. We can move that are available in the backend. We don't have to replicate them in the frontend. So in this case, I'm querying the same endpoint with another different user that's a power user that doesn't have delete or update permissions to that site, and he can just get the information. So I'm not getting the delete block with the information of which API to hit. So the logic for rendering that button would be really, really simple, and all that logic won't have to be replicated in the front end. Okay, so that's another thing that we added for 7.3. Another new thing in 7.3, completely new thing is asset libraries. I don't know if you had already a talk about it, but with 7.3 you have a repository of information that's outside a site that is called an asset library that let you define places to store information that doesn't belong to a site. It can belong to several sites. It can belong to it can be admin reviewed or owned by a specific set of users. So it's outside the site lifecycle. So these are called asset libraries, and you can define an asset library. This asset library can have several types of information. In this case, this will be the perfect way to store information that is going to be returned just for some APIs. So we could store our documents here instead of a specific site, because this content is not going to be shown in the live web page. We could store them here. We could do it. We do the same that we did it late before. I'm going to also add the song information because it's going to look nicer. Okay. Let's remove the hashtags. And this specific video is stored in an asset library. So one thing that we added in 7.3, there are APIs to access this information that is stored in an asset library, and it's completely simple. It's so simple that it hard to demo it. That is, instead of accessing a site, I'm going to access an asset library, and we can either query it by ID. I'm going to query it by the name. That's called a library. I think it was called that way, and that should be all. I've changed the video. This is a different video that is stored in the asset library. I'm retrieving it with just doing a call to this API. So we in 7.3 we have APIs for all the asset libraries features, and you can query it. You query them directly, as you can see, really easy. Okay, so another new thing that we added in 7.3 is it's a new API to return assets, and it's called content elements. This also was a common, a recurrent feature request. That is, I want an API that returns any kind of asset, any kind of element, and I'm going to restrict the information that I'm going to return later, either with a filter, a search, some kind of restriction, instead of applying just retrieving just one kind of content. So this is the content elements API, and it's pretty simple. You are going to see in a second. I'm going to create a new kind of content here. So for example, in my asset library, I'm going to create a very simple structure that has documents and media. Okay. And I'm going to create let's create it separately to see another thing. Okay, then inside my asset library, I'm going to upload another document. Okay, and this is called the names are not okay. So I uploaded the wrong file somewhere. Okay, and I'm going to use it inside of my, let me check. Sorry, I lost the way. Okay, inside my structure, I'm going to define a new content. So for example title, because I don't have any kind of imagination, and I'm going to use, oh, sorry, these are wrongly called. Okay, that's okay for now. So I'm going to use the content elements API, and it's pretty simple. My asset library, it's called library. And I don't want to filter for anything. So I have here, I'm querying it with just content elements. I'm getting a document, another document with the same name, and a structure content with inside a link document with the same name. So here I'm getting 3 elements. We can use this endpoint as it is in our application. It's just returning content elements. We just have to do a very simple transformation that is, this is going to return a completely different set of elements. Some are documents, some are structured content, some are whatever we want to define. So here we're not going to get the document, we are going to get something, and we just want the content of that something. So this content is going to have the content value in the case of documents, and the title and creator in the case of everything. So if we go here, hopefully everything is working. Yeah. Here we can see a document, another document, and the third one that is empty is our structured content that has a document inside. We don't know how to render that structured content. It's because the structure the awful parsing we did in our JavaScript application, it's dealing with something that it doesn't have. It doesn't follow the same logic. So we could do some very ugly code. I'm going to do a very ugly code just to go continue, but don't do this at home, please. I'm not being an hypocrite. So if we get here content value, render this. If you don't get this content value, this is because it's a structured content and you have some content fields. And the first one, it has a content field value and it has a content URL, for example. Okay. Okay. This kind of ugly code should work. Oh, sorry. This has a content that has content fields, that has a content field, that has a content field value, that has a document. This is a bit ugly. Okay. and we get the same video because we link the same video. This is not ideal because we just the idea of this API of the content elements that return any kind of information, any kind of element, any kind of asset is to restrict it with filtering, searching, and sorting, and those kind of capabilities that were already available in our APIs. So that's what we are going to do. We are going to restrict it with a simple filter. So for that, it's really easy. We could, for example, use tagging to restrict which elements we want to return, to be able to return some documents and some web contents. So we could use tagging here, for example. I'm going to tag this with some tag. And in the case of the web content, exactly the same. I'm going to tag it. Okay, auto completion. Okay, so I'm going to limit it, limit the information just with applying filter, and we can do something like keywords. This can be any kind of elements of any kind of a list of keywords. So we can write a lambda here, and this is some syntax that people usually don't get at the first time. So that could be another one of those. But in this case, it was okay. So here I'm using filtering to restrict a list and to say, okay, I want of this API, just the ones that have a keyword that is called TikTok. I could use here contains, I could use here lower, a lot of operators to restrict information, or use ands, ors, whatever, to restrict information that we want to return. So filter, searching, and sorting are very powerful in our API. I'm really proud of the things that we have built. So here I'm querying the same content sets. I'm restricting the information to just return the content type, the title, and the description. And we can do many things. We can search for for all the fields, just return them, the ones that have example there. We can filter by date. We can sort by several fields at the same time, whatever we want. Or we can flatten the endpoints. Flattening is that if you have a hierarchical information schema, like for example documents that have folders, or structured content that have folders, you can just return all the elements that are from one folder onwards, instead of just the ones that are inside that folder. So you can flatten the hierarchical view, whatever. So here, this ability is very powerful. We are really proud of it. So I'm going to pass quickly for the next 2 steps because I want to show just 2 more things. The other thing that we added was the ability of returning or creating at the same time all the translations, all the locales or the languages of one content. Previously, you could query content for a specific language, like give me this document, give me this journal article in English, or give me this journal article in Spanish. But you can do it directly, and you can now query all the languages at the same time. So you, for example, in our sample content that we have web content. Oh, sorry, it's in the asset library. In our asset library, we have here one content. It's called example title. It's a very bad title, but I'm going to code it in Spanish título. So previously we could retrieve that information, but right now we can return all the languages or create all the languages at the same time with a special header that is called accept all languages. We are going to get all the languages that are available in a content at the same time. So here we can see a new property that was added dynamically. It's called title internalization, and it's returning all the languages. So this is used either when returning information or when creating all the translations at the same time in just one request. Okay, so another feature are facets. Facets are one type of aggregation that Elasticsearch can do for us. So Elastic can do small briefs of information, and we can let us aggregate information in an endpoint. So we added the ability to do it right an API, basically passing a param, a URL param that's called aggregation terms. In this case, I'm returning the number of occurrences of this criteria, in this case, username. Username, it doesn't even exist in the API, so it's one criteria by Elastic that is available to do a facet, but we could query either existing fields or fields that Elastic understands, and it's going to return the facets, the aggregations that are available. In this case, everything was created by the same creator, but we could query, for example, a site. I think that the site, no, there is an asset library that has things. Let me, that is nice and and has a lot of content. It's called my asset library. Okay. Okay, and we can here you can see the facets. In this case, it's user created one video. Okay, so this is our facets. So we want to see, I want to see quickly two of the nicer things that we added in this release. One is extensibility, and another one is the REST builder. Before that, just we have talked about it in the past, but you can restrict the elements you return in all the APIs with fields. So fields allow you to say, okay, I just want to return the creator of every element, and we can restrict it even further. I want to return the creator name and the creator name and I don't know, the title. You can play with this to limit the information that you are returning, and you can use a similar pattern to say, oh, okay, I don't want to return the block of actions because I'm not going to use permissions. So for example, and it's too much information, so I don't want to see the block of actions everywhere. So with restrict fields, you can restrict, you can say that a field is not going to be present in the request, and with fields you do exactly the opposite. You list the elements that are going to be present in the request. Okay, and before extensibility, I want to mention very quickly that another thing that you should do before using your API in production should be configuring which APIs are you exposing outside. So for that, we have a system settings menu that you should use to limit which APIs you are serving. It's in third party, and you can either configure the API Explorer to be able to see it, or configure each API and see if the GraphQL API, the REST API, or a specific endpoint you want to disable. So here you can see a list of the specific endpoints that you want to disable. Okay, so apart from that, I want to show some things of the extensibility that I think is pretty cool. So right now we are using our APIs to render our TikTok application, but we are a bit limited because there are some things that we cannot reflect very well. So for example, the likes, the share, the messages, we could use custom fields for that, and the APIs support custom fields since almost day one. We could use web contents and create a structure and reflect those in that fields. That would be also a perfect solution. But or we could create our API from scratch. That also will be perfect. But ideally, we should be able to modify existing APIs to add or remove new fields in Java code. So that's the ability of that's a feature of extensibility, and it's supported in 7.3. And I'm going to show it very, very quickly because I don't have time. I'm going to open the application in Java because it's also a Java application. It's a bit of a Frankenstein. So this is our application. Okay. And here we can define, to be able to extend an existing API, we can define a context resolver. This is a JAX-RS feature. This is completely standard. This is a JAX-RS. It's completely part of the Java EE standard. And we define an extension context. We can say to which API we want to modify. In this case, headless delivery. And here is just implementing the steps they ask. So we can say, okay, for a specific type. So for example, if type is a document, please. Oh, okay, it was there. Okay, if type is a document, I want to modify and add new properties or remove existing ones. So how can I do that? So yeah, it just return an entity extension context of type document. And this allows me to say, for example, this is the entity that I'm going to return in an API. And this is also the entity that I'm going to return in an API. So for example, I can say, I want to add, this gets a map, a property that's called likes, and add, for example, 100, sorry. Yes. Okay, singleton map. And I want to remove another property because I don't like it. This is a get set. So for example, I want to remove related contents. These are the related contents that you are able to link assets in every asset. So this is that field. So I can deploy this. Sorry, I have to define. And right now, my document API, I'm going to use the same thing I mentioned to restrict fields, is returning related contents. We don't have any kind of related contents, but it's not returning likes. So we have to wait till this is deployed. Hopefully it's soon. Yeah, I'm out of time. I had too many steps. The other thing I wanted to mention is the REST builder. You have a blade template to do this. So just do blade init and blade create a REST builder, and it's going to create a REST, an API that's going to work directly. This is the other thing, that the REST builder is out of beta in this release, and we recommend you to use it. And if you had time, please check these things. There are more things that we added for 7.3 or we think that we are important to mention that I didn't have time to mention it. So this hopefully has finished, and here are my likes and related contents disappear. So with this just simple Java class, we modified our existing API, our headless delivery API, our Liferay API, to add a new property. Here you could use whatever backend you wanted, another API, a Liferay service, another database. And here you can modify existing APIs. There are more things to be able. There are more ways to add new endpoints, but I don't have time to mention them. So feel free to ask any kind of questions if you have time. And thanks, Olaf, for your patience.
You're welcome. And thank you, Javier. To everyone else, Javier will be back. We annoyed him a little bit by scheduling him for now, for today, and for tomorrow. And that's tomorrow for almost every time zone in the world. He will be the last presenter of this event at 6:15 in the morning, if I'm not mistaken. That's UTC, which means it's a little bit later for him. And as we're a little bit over time, I would say please check the YouTube stream. Please check the Slack channel by yourself. If there is anybody who has some questions, we didn't get anything from the webinar, you will find them in any of the public channels and can cover them there.
Yeah, as you can see, I can speak about this for hours. So if you have any kind of questions, I'm available in the community Slack every time. So please feel free to ask any kind of questions about the future, about the existing features, about 7.3 or whatever. So thank you very much, Olaf.
I can assure you that I don't know how he does it, but he replies to every single message that you send. So it's
no pressure.
Thank you, Javier.
No pressure on that. Yeah,
So
and thank you for minimizing your slides. That was good and awesome and just what I love. David,
okay.
Yeah.
So next, we are going to have another usual speaker of the user group in Spain. She's actually one of the active members of the user group of the satellite user group in north of Spain, in Asturias. She has been working with Liferay for 10 years, more than 10 years, I think. And she has, I think that she actually started working directly with Liferay. So we could say that she has been working all his professional life around Liferay. So she knows a little bit what we are capable of. She's working for a partner and she's doing a lot of integration, customizations. And as I said, she's also participating in the Liferay user group. And not only in meetups, also she's a speaker at the Liferay symposiums in at least last year. And I don't know if she's going to be able to speak at this year's symposium, which is going to happen next month in October. So if you are around and you can understand Spanish, just pay attention to that and join the Liferay symposium. And with no further ado, let me give the welcome to Patricia Evia, and she's going to show us how we could monitor Liferay logs using the Elasticsearch stack. Welcome, Patricia.
Okay, thank you very much, David. I will share my screen. So let's start. My name is Patricia Evia, like David said, and I work at Mimacon as a software engineer. Today, I am going to talk about how to monitor our Liferay DXP logs files efficiently. First, I am going to start by describing the problem, then the solutions through Elasticstack, and finally, the advantages which our organization will have. Who hasn't been in that situation when at some point we go to production and find ourselves facing issues in some application, causing the system to crash and functionalities to stop working completely? And this is the look we have on our face. In this situation, we have to quickly find out what is happening. We have to search in many lines of log files, written in different formats, and located in different servers. As we are looking at the logs, time passes and the pressure increases. So with all this stress, it seems like we are looking for a needle in a haystack while checking log files with a lot of lines that make no sense. In this context, the question to be answered is how to monitor the operation of our systems in order to act quickly and effectively to solve any issues. To solve this problem and simplify our lives, we have Elastic Stack. In the next slide, we are going to see how Elastic Stack can help us monitor our systems in real time. What is Elastic Stack? Elastic Stack is a set of products that allow us to transfer, index, search, and visualize data. Of the 4 tools shown in the image, we are going to use 3, which are Logstars, Elasticsearch, and Kibana. Bits won't be seen in this presentation because it does not apply in this case. Simply to say that Bits is a family of very light agents that collect data of hosts on servers and send it to Elasticsearch. Next, we are going to see one by one the rest of the tools shown in the image. Let's start with Logstars. Logstars is a tool used for managing logs files, and it allows us to collect, parse, and filter the logs and give them some output, such as storing them in MongoDB, sending them by email, or in our case, storing them in Elasticsearch. The main Logstars functionalities are, first, a way to centralize the processing of logs files from a wide variety of systems. Second, data cleaning. That is, in our logs probably have data that is not useful, so we can get rid of it. And finally, enriching the data. We can create new fields or add information to existing fields. The next tool is Elasticsearch. Elasticsearch, which is based on Lucene, is a search engine based on documents, and it allows indexing of large volumes of data in order to make queries. What feature does it have? Distributable and scalable. It means we can add a new server that joins directly to the cluster. Data in real time. The data is available for analysis in seconds after being indexed. High availability. Data replication along different nodes allows the failure of one of these without affecting the operation. Full text searches and API REST. To understand Elasticsearch a little more, let's take a look at some point of the concept which Elasticsearch is based on. A cluster is a set of one or more nodes which maintain all the information in a distributed and indexed manner. Each cluster is identified by a name. By default is Elasticsearch. We can have as many nodes within a cluster as we need. A node is a server that is part of a cluster. It means it is an instance of Elasticsearch. It stores information and helps with the cluster's indexing and search tasks. Nodes are identified by a name. An index is a collection of documents that have similar characteristics. The indexes are identified by a name, which will we use when indexing, searching, updating, and deleting. An index is formed by one or more primary fragments, and each primary fragment can have 0 or more replicas. An Elasticsearch node can handle several indexes. A document is the basic unit of information that is indexed and stored in JSON format. Shards are fragments or partitions in which an index can be divided. Each index and store JSON document is first saved in one of these primary fragments to be later indexed and saved in the rest of the replicas. When an index is created, the number of primary fragments created cannot be changed. Replicas. Elasticsearch allows to make one or more copies of the primary fragment. In the case of the failure of the primary fragment, one of its replicas becomes primary. A replica will never be found in the same node as its primary fragment. Replicas can be increased and decreased and at any time. In this diagram, we can see three Elastic nodes with their primary fragment and replicas. As we can see, a replica is never in the same node as its primary fragment. If one of the nodes fail, the replicas become primary fragments and new replicas can be generated again. The next tool is Kibana, which is an open source tool that allows to visualize and explore data which is indexed in Elasticsearch. What does Kibana offer? A graphical and intuitive interface for users. Show information through graphics, it is much more useful to visualize the data in graphics than see lost line. Real-time data